Hello. Hi, how are we doing? Hello, hello. Alright, give me a second. Still, I need to adjust. Hi, Jingle Cheeks. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Zoom. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. And hi, Anime Fan. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Zoom, you spelt my name wrong. You spelled it wrong. I'm not pinning that. You spelled it wrong. Oh yeah, so we got a couple of videos. Obviously, yes, the two Sydney videos. I also have some more. There is a new shoe on head video as well, if I'm not mistaken. There's a I like men. Congratulations. For real. Congratulations. I guess. I guess. I need to remove some stuff real quick still that we have watched. Need to adjust a few things, but then we'll be ready to go. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that shoe on it video first before anything else. The highlight of today, in fact. I also have a Uma Musume video that I need to get through. We have a couple of things. We have a couple of things that I need to watch. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, it's there. Real quick. Real quick. But yeah, then we're ready. I usually recommend it. Yeah, we're gonna do that first. It's of course another men video. Of course. It must be. It's still spelled wrong. It's still spelled wrong, Zoom. You're still spelling it wrong. You have still spelled it wrong. Anyways, real quick. We are not humans, we are horses. Sure, yeah. Apparently we are. Okay, I need to check a few things before we can jump into that stuff real quick. Hold up. I'm gonna adjust that a little bit. Okay. Okay, now it works. Anyways. Alright, I think also it has been a pretty normal Saturday. My sister and her husband are here to visit, but yeah, I kinda don't care. Which is why I'm streaming instead. Anyways. Now that is better. 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 That's correct now. Anyways. Real quick. I think we're gonna pretty much start. Hi Alexia, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. Hey, I think we'll start. I think we will start now with the first one, and probably the highlight of today anyways. I think it will be the highlight of the day. I am pretty confident that it will be. Okay, here we go. Oops. Yoink. Over here. As usual. Need to adjust my sound, and then we'll listen. This is going to be another great video. Anyways. Water. I need plenty of water. I don't know, I'm drinking more. I don't know why. Also because my throat has been recently in the trenches. In the war trenches, so to speak. I don't think men are scared. I would say that partially men are in fact afraid of especially being accused of things that they did not do. I think men are walking away to protect them. And why do you protect yourself? Because you are scared. If you weren't scared or afraid, you wouldn't protect yourself. That's like saying, "Oh, I avoid the streets, so I don't get run over." Because you're afraid of being run over. Otherwise, you would just stand on the middle of the street. It is, in fact, fear. Because there would be no reason to protect yourself if there was no fear. One false flag can ruin a man for life. Exactly, that's the point. So it is fear. My friend just slapped me and called me a femboy for watching you. Works. You are, I guess, in this case. Anyways, we'll jump in. I'm afraid of women. Are men okay? No, we are not. By shoe on head. No, we're not okay. We haven't been for a long time. Just recently, the huge drama for male VTubers. We have a video on that as well, by the way. Anyways, we'll jump in. This will be either really horrible or actually just really horrible. Anyways, let's jump in.
Hello again, friends, and happy Halloween. This Halloween, I have decided to dress up as the scariest possible thing to my audience. A woman.
Yeah.
As the OG YouTube pick-me, I have made many videos dunking on bad female behavior, ranging from terrible things like the creepy female teacher epidemic, to more silly things like women posting their L's in my Are Women Okay video. The video where I read embarrassing
This video was horrible. I remember, this was horrible. This was horrible. The L's these women were posting is crazy. I mean, they're partially at fault for it themselves, but hey.
Stories women willingly put on the internet about themselves. And that video has sort of become a fan favorite. So I've gotten many requests from you guys to do a male version of that video. But the issue I found is the male version just doesn't exist. No, I'm not joking. I looked everywhere for the male equivalent, but it turns out, unlike women, men don't like to post embarrassing stories about themselves.
Here we go! As the Joker would say, here we go. Oh boy. She found nothing! Yeah, we don't do that. Why would we? Why would we? We don't get approval if we post embarrassing shit.
Women will be out here openly talking about the time they got a yeast infection from the homeless man behind a Denny's, but
Why the homeless man? I mean, there's so many options you have, but you go for the homeless man?
Man won't even post about the time he said "you too" when a waitress said "enjoy your food." They take that shit to the grave. At least.
Here we go. Oh boy. See. There's so much embarrassing shit I did. There's so much embarrassing shit I did, and I'm not telling anybody. I'm not doing that. Nope. Not happening. Not in a million years.
That's what I thought. Until I visited a dark, forbidden corner of the internet. I used a VPN, I changed my IP address, I went incognito mode, and I visited reddit.com. And I found one of the funniest and most depressing communities I have ever come across in all my years doing this. It's true, folks. I may have found the one place on the internet where men are posting their L's. Lord knows it's hard to be a man today, you know? Like, I couldn't imagine. You're told to be nice, but not too nice, confident, but not too confident, 6 foot, 6 pack, 6 figures, have a perfect beard or a perfectly clean-shaven face. Oh yeah. That reminds me. Before we dive into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, Henson Shaving.
I was expecting Manscaped, but it was Henson Shaving, now that I realize, because she uses that way more often. Anyways, yep, we're gonna get some boy cringe.
Most razors force people into these weird workarounds like, apply cooling aftershave to help with the burn. No, That's all coping, not solving. Like when I was having the worst sleep ever, and I thought maybe it's my routine, you know, I tried to change up my bed routine, everything like that. No, it was my mattress. I finally changed my mattress, and then I finally started sleeping better again. It's not your shaving routine. It's the mattress. Well, the razor. Henson Shaving is on a mission to improve shaving. Not with gimmicky subscriptions or moisturizing strips, but with real innovation and a focus on your skin's health. Their razors are made with solid aluminum, making them not only durable, but also environmentally friendly. There's no plastic involved, not even in the packaging. What really sets Henson apart is the precision of their design, with their Henson AL13 safety razor being manufactured in the same aerospace machine shop that built parts for the International Space Station. This precision allows the blade—
So, wait, I can't have a space razor? Why did nobody tell me? I can have a space razor!
to extend just 1/1000th of an inch beyond the shave plane, ensuring a stable and gentle shave. And since I switched to Henson, I have noticed my shaves have been silkier and smoother than ever before. No tugging, no razor burn, just a close, perfect shave that feels great on my skin. So basically, no more leg beard. The best part is, once you invest in a Henson razor, it's a lifetime purchase. The only thing you'll need to replace are the blades, which cost 10 cents each. Just 10 cents. So once you own the razor, you'll only be spending like $3 to $5 a year on blades. That is incredible.
Henson's store offers a variety of colors, even a titanium version, so you can pick the razor that best fits your style.
Just head on over to hensonshaving.com/shoe and add both a Henson razor and 100 blades to your cart, and then enter code SHOE at checkout to get the blades for free with your purchase. Your skin, your wallet, and your environment will thank you. Thank you, Henson, for sponsoring this video, and as always, thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Now, let's get back to the video. Are men okay? No. No, they are not. We have gone over this many times in more serious videos. Modern men are going through a lot, and for a long time there was nowhere for them to vent. Can't vent to your friends because that's gay. Can't vent to your girlfriend because that's gay. Can't vent to a therapist because that's gay. Everything is gay, except of course gay sex, which we all know is only gay if the balls touch. So what is a man to do? Where is a man to go? Reddit, of course. r/kitchen cells, to be exact. Kitchen Cells is a Reddit page where, quote, incels go to vent their frustrations with the world, as well as show off the food they are consuming at the moment. Now, for those of you who don't know what an incel is a involuntary celibate. Somebody who, for whatever reason, cannot get laid or get a girlfriend. And for the people watching this, a girlfriend is a girl that is your friend, who you love. Like that little anime girl you watch in the corner of your screen, except she loves you back. So let's dive into this. Let's see what Reddit is cooking. Failed my f***ing driver's test today. I'm 26 years old, I can't hold a job, I can't get laid, I can't even drive. I don't deserve flavors. I dropped my salad. I fail at everything I do. I'll never amount to anything. I'm a perverted incel freak with weirdly long toes. Classmates said I have school shooter vibes. Bowl of sludge. What am I looking at? Is this your classmate? Holy shit, maybe they were right. Resident Evil ass meal. I asked my high school biology teacher out on a date the day I turned 18 via her Steam account. She blocked me. This guy somehow
Okay, somehow. Some of these. So what we got here is essentially an incel cooking Reddit. By the way, incel, while we are referring to it as involuntarily celibate, it isn't particularly used for that purpose anymore. It's more so now, man, I disagree with. It could also be considered just a new term for right wing. That also works, but mostly it is used for men I disagree with. People out here are calling others incels that are like married and have children. It's like, or have a girlfriend or whatever, and they're still calling them incel. We're cooked. Anyways, I wouldn't call it that.
Managed to find the one female teacher that did not want to groom their male student. Incredible. Chicken looks good though. 7 out of 10. Asked a girl out and she started laughing. Aw, that's just a learning experience, dude. Got super hard. Rice.
You messed up rice? You messed up rice. Brother, you messed up rice? How does one mess up rice?
Oh. 5'10", rice looks good. The only girlfriend I've had was on an online game when I was 11. I'm gonna hold you.
Bro, that's a while back.
Your hand when I tell you this. That was a man. That was a 45-year-old man. Made this
That probably was a 45-year-old man. Not only that, that means you're gay.
cake to celebrate 6 months on heroin. No woman could love a creature like me, but this feels great.
Hate this cake to celebrate 6 months on. Not off, on. No woman could love a creature like me, but this feels great anyways. I mean, that's not too bad. Could be worse.
Anyways, I only haven't ended my life because I don't want to make any women happy. My
It is one thing to live. It is another thing to live to spite your enemies. Not bad.
obsession with an anime girl prevents me from talking to 3D women. Every night before going to sleep, I watch a video of her kissing the camera, and it is almost always the highlight of my day. May I know which one?
Bro is definitely either watching girlfriend ASMR or, and that's very clear, probably, very likely, in my opinion, a VTuber.
It is? Sue from Monster Musume. You know
Never mind.
what? After the last video I did, I can't even judge this. Like, at least it's human looking. The bar is in hell. I have a huge crush on a coworker.
Not the morning milking farm. Chat, morning milking farm. Morning milking farm. Never forget the morning milking farm. Never forget it. That's the difference between, like, men and women, right? Women like the fucking, I don't know, whatever. But in its monster form, and men are like slime girl.
I was talking at her about fishing, and I jokingly said I could buy her one of those toy Barbie fishing rods and teach her how to catch a fish. She said, "I don't think I'd be interested in that," in the most disgusted tone of voice I've ever heard a human muster. I like how he said talking at her. Not with her, not talking with her, talking at her. Women love when you talk at them. Just corner them and start yapping about World War I or like Warhammer lore. They f***ing love that shit. Just get.
I mean that could potentially work. See, I see this working in a way. But she must be a nerd.
Right up in their face and explain to them the entire plot of Lord of the Rings. That's how you get them. My mom's new boyfriend is younger than me. Oh.
What is that?
Explain to them the entire plot of Lord of the Rings. That's how you get them. My mom's.
I think this is spaghetti. Meat. Cheese. So probably some sauce, spaghetti, and cheese. Though it looks more like mold than anything else.
His new boyfriend is younger than me. Oh no, his mom is being hag-maxed. She's 52, I'm 23, he's 21.
What the fuck do they even... Yeah, that's the point. They're not talking. They're not talking, that's for sure. Bro, you're cooked. That'd be like, I'd move out. I'd change my name. I'd not, nah, bro.
He could literally be my brother. What the f do they even talk about? Oh, don't worry about it, bro. They're not doing much talking. I wish a tomboy could just casually kidnap me and drag me.
Is that pasta in a bowl? And is that milk and a noodles? What? Oh, this might be a Struggle Meals episode. What is this?
Into a room. Pasta cereal. I feel like tomboys are like an endangered species. What the f is that? Forget
Tomboy. Yeah, because either tomboys are being told they're lesbian, or they're called, or they're being turned trans. There's like no in between. Buddies, there's no in between. Hi, chill. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hey, pasta and meat looking like some mold with cheese. No, it's pasta and meat with mold, if anything. What the fuck is that? It has to be milk and noodles. Does that work? Do I have to check this out?
boys, you need to be kidnapped by the feds. You need to be exiled away from society for what you did to that pasta. My ancestors are weeping.
The last time I met anyone was when I went to the psych ward a few years ago, where I got a crush on the first girl who ever showed me any interest. She ghosted me. Just my stupid Chungus life.
Okay, honestly, good. Do not get with the f***ing girl you met at the psych ward, okay? None of this Harley Quinn.
Bro, going the Joker route. Bro, again, men like crazy women. It's just something natural about it.
Joker bullshit. You can't fix her. She can't fix you. No. Next.
Today I found out the woman I have been pursuing is a lesbian.
Is this bread and a dookie? It's just bread. Shit. Why? No. Also, horrible. The one I have been pursuing is a lesbian. Yo, are you like a reverse Kirche?
Burger meat hot dogs for me and my father, who hates me.
Okay, 1, that is doo-doo. That is poop from a butt. And 2, it is not over. It's not over. There's still one way you can date her. Put this on.
I don't deserve love.
I'm a woman now, and if you don't date me, you are transphobic. Anyways. Wait, is this segregated Tic Tacs?
Segregated Tic Tacs. I have an eating disorder. Gay.
Yogurt, strawberry yogurt out of a dog bowl. Anyways.
So I almost never actually cook. I'm eating plain strawberry yogurt out of a dog bowl this morning. F*** my lonely puppy life. Yesterday my scrambled eggs were oversalted. This morning they were undersalted. I have to kill myself.
Wait.
Why do you mess this up twice?
If the eggs are undersalted, can't you just put more salt on them? Wait. Don't kill yourself. Just add more salt.
Off to a VTuber burping compilation, and now I'm
What? No! No! Do not! I am never joining a VTuber burping like, I'm never burping on stream. That's not happening. Bro is beating it to VTuber burping. We are so cooked.
having the only meal I know how to make. Where the f did it all go wrong?
That is disgusting, bro. Which VTuber? Which one? Which one so I know to avoid that channel?
A female coworker
Yeah, well, Shuon had herself said she can't watch her own videos anymore without some anime woman being there. And I was disappointed because she didn't mention anime man. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Yo, I want to feel included.
Complimented me on my shirt, and I began to stutter trying to say thanks.
This guy will remember that for the rest of his f***ing life. Men will be 85 years old on their deathbed, surrounded by their family, remembering the time some random woman complimented his Metallica shirt 45 years ago. Ladies, you want to make a random man's life?
Compliment his shirt.
Just make sure it's not one of those f***ing, like, Ahiago anime shirts, though.
Ahegao. Anyways.
That was a weird era.
I licked this canned tuna to imagine what it feels like to eat pussy.
Nah, bro. Some of these are lonely for a reason. Just saying. Some of these are lonely for a fucking reason. For sure. What do you mean? What do you mean?
It doesn't taste like that or have that texture, though. Put 5 pennies in your mouth, cut a hot dog down the middle, and then lick that. Probably closer.
And here I am thinking the guy who licked
Why? Why do you know that? What? Okay. Knowing how it tastes, I get behind. Knowing that that combination tastes like that? Why? Somebody went on an experiment.
a can of tuna pretending it was a pussy was rock bottom. What the f am I reading?
Why can't you just buy a fleshlight or something like a normal person? The smell and the flavor are important factors here.
Stop.
It must smell and taste like the sea. No, boys, what are we doing?
Stop. If it smells and tastes like tuna, something is wrong. She has an infection.
Suppose a girl has blocked you on every platform, but you know her address.
At least you can bake, buddy. At least you can bake a cake. At least you can make cake. You know, instead of finding a girl, finding a woman, yo, open the bakery.
For the past year, you've been sending her one GIF each month, each one bigger than the last. Sometimes you include a note. She's never responded, but you know she's receiving them. How would you proceed?
You don't. You don't proceed.
None of these people at this party know I beat it to giantess vor animations.
Maybe.
Anna Villains? Anal violence? Oh, nah, bro. I know who he's talking about.
But now the whole internet does. I love the people in the comments like, my man. It is just actually insane. Like, these people walk amongst us. Like, the guy in front of you in line at the bank might have a being eaten alive fetish. Who knows?
An acquaintance I have is talking with his girlfriend and
What? You fucked the pizza. You fucked the pizza. You fucked the pizza. This pizza looks fucked.
4 of her friends 40 feet away from me. He said, statistically, one of the 10 guys in this room is a racist. They all looked at me. Funfetti pizza. I was talking to a girl who thought I was Latino. When I told her I'm Indian, she almost gagged. Woke up this Sunday morning.
Indian men have it rough. Also, why? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? No. Oh boy.
I'm still 5'9".
Okay, 5'9" is not f***ing short. What the hell have the dating apps done to men? Women on dating apps have just like destroyed the male psyche. Like, dudes now believe if you're not 6'3", it's f***ing over. Didn't they just implement like a height filter on like Bumble or one of those apps or something? That is insane. Could you imagine they did a weight filter? Could you imagine no women under 170 pounds? Could you f***ing...
The app would be empty. The app would be empty. It would be nothing. You put on that filter, nothing shows up. Instead of like women, it just shows you dudes.
They would never.
Paid for nudes for the first time. They weren't great nudes, but I kept paying because she talked to me. Spinning glizzy.
She talked to you, huh? Are you sure about that? Are you sure you were talking to Cutie Pie Kitten 69 and not f***ing Kamal from Pakistan?
Or, I mean, it could be from OF, right? That's probably just like somebody she hired. You're cooked, buddy.
Because apparently that's the thing. Apparently OnlyFans girls hire...
Think you're messaging an OnlyFans star? You're talking to these guys.
Agencies in like India and Pakistan to like talk to their simps for them.
I masturbate to girls until I am tired of them, so I won't have to approach them and then get rejected.
Is this why the birth rate is so low? See, I was under the impression it was because the economy and because gender relations are so terrible in this country and like women want a career and they're on birth control, blah, 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 but I don't know. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe there's just millions of this guy. Or maybe this is just Reddit.
I can only get off to femboy hentai now.
You're gay, buddy. You are gay. You are gay. No, it doesn't matter if it looks hemo enough. You're gay.
On the cob. No salt, no butter, no nothing. This is the closest I can get to the feeling of eating out a girl's
Oh, that's not... You know what? Maybe it is. I don't know.
My cat was sitting on my lap and I had to make him move because I started
Isn't Shu bisexual?
to get hard when I saw a gif of Candace Owens. I was watching a not safe for work video with that one French girl and coomed just when the camera randomly zoomed in 4K HD on a guy's face, so I busted a load to a guy. Felt a little bit cucked and gay and cried a little bit.
You could have looked away. But you didn't.
True. True. He could have looked away, but he has not. He has not. He instead grew into a man.
Did you?
My body is permanently deformed and crippled by decades of compulsive, joyless masturbation. Everyone who sees me can tell instantly. So
I mean, for some reason, women have the corn dar. Apparently, they can tell when a dude watches corn. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it, but they can. Don't ask me how this works.
saw a female's body in the cheese and had to jerk off before finishing the plate. Microwaved cheese lasagna.
Okay, so I'm just gonna pretend I didn't read the first part. What the f is that? That is...
What is that? That's a struggle meal. Diagonal, thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Poke. How art thou today? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. How are you? How are you? That is not edible. Whatever. That looks like you took like a puffer fish, right, in its puff state, squashed it, and then put some cheese over it as like some kind of blanket. That is what you did.
It's not lasagna. That is an abomination.
Jerked off to a VTuber crying compilation and the
Anyways,
hardest I've ever in my life. I used to be a track star in high school and both my parents always loved me. How did I fall so far?
It's actually so crazy how, like, you can do everything right as a parent. You could just be, like, a great, responsible parent and raise your kid right. And then one day on your son's, like, 13th birthday, you gift him his own computer. And then in a few years, he's masturbating to anime girls crying and posting about it on Reddit. Tofu broke apart just like my life. Yesterday, for the first time in my life, I looked for and watched cuck porn on purpose, then cried. I have
what the fuck? What the actual fuck? What the fuck? Okay, okay. I guess men do have that.
a micro penis.
All porn is cuck porn. You're sitting in a chair watching two people.
She's technically not wrong. Every time you watch corn, you're technically in a cuck position because you're watching. You're watching a man sleep with a woman that you would want to sleep in, making you automatically at least in the cuck position. It's not your woman, so it's not fully. It's like 70% cuck.
You might as well be sitting in a chair in the corner of a hotel room watching two people f on a bed. What's the difference? Porn is basically virtual cucking.
Tried to jack off today, but all the porn was so bad I just turned my phone off and cried myself to sleep.
Okay, the reason why you think the porn is boring is because you are so completely desensitized from seeing it all the time. Like 40 years ago, dudes were jerking it to like the Sears catalog underwear ads. And now the most insane, depraved shit you could ever fucking imagine is only like a few clicks away. Like, I just don't think humans were meant to live that way. Like, I don't think humans were meant to see sissy hypno inflation compilations.
Inflation? Why did that be? Why was that brought up? Horrible. What do you mean inflation? Ugh. I'm pretty good. Yesterday was Halloween. I'm aware of that. And I dressed up as a furry, and I'm gonna be completely honest. I drank a little bit chocolate alcohol. Basically my adult form of trick or treating. Ah, okay. Yeah, I just streamed Outlast. That was it. That's all I did. And then I watch some horror movies.
every second of the day, you know? Whenever I masturbate, I leave my cum sitting in my underwear.
But why? But why? But why? But why?
We can smell it, by the way. We can smell the cum. Women especially can tell if you have recently masturbated. You ladies know what I'm talking about. Like, you go up to a guy and, like, you can just tell. Like, you can smell it. If you're a guy and you're like, wait, is she joking? Is she being serious? Don't worry about it.
Last night I jerked off and my goopy steamer of a load landed on my Xbox and fell into
the ventilation. The constant turned me on so much. I sprayed the sprays of my mom's perfume. This tension, it won't start. Bro, no, bro came inside his Xbox and now it's no longer functioning. This can't be real. Some of these are rage bait.
the ventilation of the console and it turned me on so much I sprayed the console with 9 sprays of my mom's perfume and masturbated to the stench, and now it won't start. Breakfast to start the day. Why? Why? I've had this crush for 3 years.
Also, like, how close by was it that this even works? Is bro a sniper?
And I want to screenshot and print some of her photos on Instagram to pee on them, but I can't even afford a printer, so I just wrote her name on a piece of paper and drowned it in my piss. I'm just a stupid pee cell. Why? I hate how the one time she wants to pop a tea for the gram is when she's breastfeeding. Got me using AI just to remove her baby from the pic. Save the earth and
Nah, nah, no, I refuse to believe this is real. I refuse. I was under the impression Halloween was an American holiday. Am I wrong? No. I mean, the way you guys celebrate, sure. We just adopted a few things. Like, right? Like, going from, like, house to house and asking, dressing up and asking, like, for sweets and stuff. That is common here as well. Obviously, not overly in the sense how you guys do it, but it is here as well.
post them teas uncensored, plump and full of milk.
This video is turning me into a fucking misandrist. This video is turning me into a femcel. I can't do this anymore. I'm dyeing my hair blue, I'm getting a nose ring, I'm growing out my armpit hair.
The girl I like was wearing flip-flops and gym shorts at uni yesterday, sitting on the floor with her legs open. I went home and jerked off 6 times in a row thinking about her feet and
In a row? How?
her butt. Woke up today, went to pee, and noticed that a chunk of skin on the back of my dick is coming off.
Horrible.
That's it! That's it! Men need to be born into prison and then earn their way out!
There's probably something terribly wrong with my colon. I've been told to seek medical advice ASAP for several months, but it will probably figure itself out one way or another.
Well, you should probably go to the doctor if you don't want something bad.
I wish older women would pee
Well, it's either gonna be fixed because you go to the doctor, or you're gonna die, which also fixes it. It doesn't matter.
on me.
Oh. God, the men you have sent to protect us are on Reddit fantasizing about getting pissed on.
Discovered cartoon pornography at the age of 8 and
No! That's not the kitchen cell. That is an abomination cell.
life sucks since then. My mom caught me dry humping my torn mattress to some AI porn and hasn't
Are these human? Are these people real?
looked at me in the eyes since. I haven't even touched a girl intimately yet, and I've lived half my life. I'm 39.
Okay, first of all, bro is fart maxing. Second of all, men, you really gotta stop the porn. You gotta stop it, or like just way less of it. It's not good for you. Listen, I used to be super pro porn a few years ago. Not anymore.
How could you ever be pro corn? Let's be real. How could you ever?
It's gotten so bad, especially after COVID. I feel like it got so much worse. I feel like porn addiction just kind of exploded in the past few years. In women too, as we have previously.
It's also not just, it did just explode. It's also like celebrated in a way, like people way more open about being addicts. Is crazy.
Previously discussed. Like, sure, everything is fine in moderation, blah, 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 but I feel like there's just, like, no moderation anymore. I feel like fucking everyone is just a gooner. And it's making everybody depressed. We're just, like, a society running on, like, perpetual post-nut depression. Afraid to talk to women at work in case they allegation max.
You might as well just eat coal. You might as well just eat coal. At that point, you might as well just eat coal.
Just friendliness max and LARP as a normapilled creepiness minimizer. I asked a girl out at work and she reported me to HR. I think I'm gonna lose my job. See, this is sad. Like, back in the day, it was totally acceptable to flirt with your coworker, ask her on a date, whatever. Like, so many people's parents met because they worked together, because they were coworkers, and they flirted and they hung out and stuff. And now it's like not socially acceptable at all to do that. HR culture has ruined the relationship between men and women in the workplace. Fuck HR, go talk to your crush. I got called into HR because apparently it's not okay to jokingly ask my coworker if I can gargle her period. Oh, what the f? Okay.
Yeah. There's not much saving here.
Okay, never mind. Never mind, don't do that, don't do that. No more talking to women at work. No more talking to women at work. No more talking to women in general. Total ban on talking to women until we figure out what the hell is going on. Downloaded Tinder and got 2 matches in 5 days. F my stupid, ugly life. Okay, from what I know from like men who use the apps that I've talked to, that's actually really good. Oh my god, they're all so mad at him in the replies. You get a
True, you can be in fact on Tinder and not get a match in 6 months. I can prove this, by the way.
Match in less than a week.
I am that man.
And you complain? Stop humble bragging. I've gotten 0 matches in 3 months. 2 matches in 5 days? Why are you even here? My culture is not your costume. Fake cell. Go outside and get your life together. A true cell gets 0 matches. That's 2 people. How many do you need to be satisfied? Mods, take his balls away. 2 matches? Head on over to Kitchen Chads. Oh god, what is Kitchen Chads? Hold on. Kitchen Chads. It's real. Oh my god. I love cooking for my girlfriend with the money I make from my job. Made some ratatouille because I like the movie. Might go for a run later. I have had sex before. This is like the Krusty Krab across the street from the chum bucket. This is
It is. It kinda is, like, bro. It has to, like, there's like Kitchen Chads that just like has just like an evil twin, or in the other reverse, one has a good twin. I wouldn't say I'm pro corn, but if I'm really tired from work day and don't want to actually have sex, I think once in a while it's okay to. Okay, I get it.
is evil. This is diabolical. Okay, let's go back to kitchen cells. We're done here. I haven't felt the touch of a woman in months. Months? Fake cell. Try 25 years. Boo, fake cell. Fake cell spotted. Went to the drugstore and the girl cashier was nice to me. Started stuttering, so she kinda giggled at me, so I left immediately. Felt so humiliated I couldn't stop myself to get home and masturbate to the idea of her suffering. Masturbating to the idea of her suffering. Incredible. This is some
She made like the absolute cinema pose.
classic incel. I like how there's just like a bunch of people in the comments like, dude, what the fuck? Bro, get some help. Fake cells when a real incel pulls up. A girl I know has recently added.
You made that chicken look like that on purpose. You made that chicken look like that on purpose. I do not believe you. You made that chicken look like that on purpose. You did. You did.
Me to her close friend stories. Well, today she posted a poll
May I introduce to you the Chikusi?
asking what color she should paint her toenails, and apparently my answer was, quote, too specific. I'm no longer in her close friends list. I once walked up to a woman I went to school with since middle school at a bar. Before I could even finish saying hello and asking how she was, a guy put himself between us and asked her if she knew me. She said no. I'm pretty sure they're married now.
22, no driver's license, no post-high school education, never had a job, never kissed a woman, and have horrible social anxiety. Flying bundle of bananas for dinner. I'm Albanian. F you. I'm half Jewish, half Indian. It was over at birth.
It was, in fact, over at birth.
You didn't have to tell us the half-Jewish part. We could tell by the circumcised avocado.
5'3". Finally got the confidence to walk up to a girl at a bar and she bent down and asked me where my parents are.
Oh
Bro is never recovering. This is murder. That is just murder. That is murder. Oh my god, that's murder. Bro is never recovering from this. Bro is getting that lengthening surgery ASAP.
Judging by what we have seen around this subreddit, some guys would be totally into that. Some men are drowning, while others die of thirst.
I should clean my bathroom, but without the drain flies, I have nobody left to keep me company.
Asmongold, is that you? You don't just have your drain flies. Look, you have a little ant friend too. See? It's not all bad.
Made peach cobbler. I have a date tomorrow. Maybe my femcel gay life is over.
A woman going on to a incel subreddit talking about how she has a—
Yeah, that can't be. That doesn't even make sense. There's like a bajillion men on there. You could like, this is like the, then again, they have like ginormous, yeah, not, nope.
date tomorrow. This is just evil. This is just like eating a 5-course meal in front of a starving African child. What are you doing, bitch?
I'm a femcel loser who can't talk to people and spends all her time playing games. Guy I had a crush on from high school told me he wasn't interested in a relationship, but I think he's lying and didn't want to tell me he's not interested because I'm fat, chopped, and broke. F my f***ing loser virgin life. I'm about to turn 25 and I'm still a virgin. I feel like it's too late now. Everyone knows more about intimacy than I ever could, and no one will ever want an unattractive, inexperienced femcel.
I'm just a lonely virgin femcel.
No, this doesn't mamma de mia. Why are you on a incel Reddit subreddit? Why are you on an incel subreddit as a woman? And you don't have dudes flooding your DMs. This does not make sense. This does not make sense. No.
Gamer, Bro, why are there women in this incel community? They're like f***ing locusts. They come in, they gentrify everything. Sports, politics, board games, video games. Now the incel community, the hating women club is being invaded by women. Is nothing sacred? There's no such thing as a female incel, okay? There's no such thing as a heterosexual female incel. Dating and finding a relationship, different. But any man would f*** you. It doesn't matter how fat, how socially awkward, how ugly. Men f*** couches. Men f*** rotisserie chickens.
Bro was earlier dry humping a pillow. If a pillow is not safe, you're not safe either. The harsh truth is, I think that people use the term femcel false. I think a femcel is a woman who can sleep with guys. She just won't find somebody who wants to date her and marry her. I think that is more so a femcel. Instead of celibate, it's like involuntarily unmarried.
You can find a man who will f*** you. All female incels are volcels. That is my hot take.
I know I'm a fake cell, but I truly wish I was a true cell. The only woman who truly loved me for who I am is gone from this world, and I'm the only one to blame. I wish I was a true cell so I didn't know what true love felt like. Sometimes when I cook, I like to imagine I'm cooking for a loving partner who's excited for me to join them at the table, but then I turn around and nobody's there and a little part of me dies inside. Every night I go to sleep thinking about kissing a girl just once. Another man's child has the eyes of the woman I love. She's better off without me, and soon enough she'll forget the color of my eyes and the way we laugh together, while I'll be trapped in those memories forever.
I like how in the women posting L's video, it was like, I got drunk and peed on my date, teehee, and the men posting L's video, it's like, I want to kill myself. Like, this shit isn't even funny. I don't even know what to say to this. This is just depressing.
Black bean chili. Mom would hit me until I stopped crying as a kid, and now I'm an emotional wreck to any girl I talk to.
Oh god, I'm so sorry.
I need a girl to beat me like my mom did.
Oh. A Freud cell.
I've given up on getting women. My goal now is—
A Freud cell? Oh my god. Oh my god, this is horrible. This is actually really depressing if you think about it. This is way more depressing than the girl version.
To get as fat as possible. A friend of mine said I look like a serial killer, but not a hot one.
What's up with women in the serial shit? Okay, for all my weird flaws, at least I do not have a serial fetish, okay? That is one I do not have.
I can't stop having homosexual fantasies about me and my class.
Is this noodles and a banana? Also, homie, if you have homosexual fantasies, my friend, you are at least bisexual.
And I wake up with a boner every morning. The cold showers are not fun. I'm not gay, but imagining how slim his legs are makes me feel hot.
I'm not gay, but I keep fantasizing about how soft and smooth bro's legs are.
I was in the bathroom trying to eat a banana when two guys walked in and I could hear them kissing. I squashed my banana in anger because of the jealousy I felt. And to make matters worse, I think I grabbed the wrong kind of banana.
Haha, I just accidentally squeezed my dick to the sound of two men kissing.
I cook so often for my roommate that I've started to feel like his boy wife. Maybe in another life I was his gatherer trad wife and he was my Chad Hunter husband. Is it time to start femboy maxing? Sometimes I have inappropriate thoughts about other men and I hit myself in the head repeatedly.
It's just, bro, homies, y'all just closeted gay men. That's the truth.
Men out here fighting demons. And the demons is bisexuality. Listen, it's 2025. Nobody gives a shit if you're gay anymore. That's basically like being straight nowadays in the world of demisexual gender goblins or whatever the fuck. You're good, bro. Just don't be a furry.
Went on Grindr to see if I was lovable and they rejected me.
You were rejected on Grindr? That's impossible. Dudes will literally hit up someone on Grindr before the person even has a profile picture. They'll just like get in the DMs like, hey, wanna bang? I swear to God, talk to any gay male friend of yours. They will say the same. The gay male community is what all of human sexuality would look like if women were not the gatekeepers of sex. And it's horrifying. I've said before that hookup culture is basically straight people culturally appropriating gay culture, and it's been a complete disaster for society.
18 male. I haven't seen my friends in months, and all I do with my time is work at my job.
Welcome to being an adult, unfortunately. Welcome to the next—
Yeah, that's pretty much just it. That's pretty much just it, right? You just work. You just work. That's it. You are a grown adult. That is what hit you.
45 years of your life. I love the people in the comments like, imagine having a job. You have friends? This guy is doing better than like 90% of this subreddit and he's only 18. It's never been less over for someone.
I'm only 16 and I've already wasted my entire life. I'm gonna turn 18 in a few—
Bros are giving up. Bros are giving up at 16? Bro, you barely came out of the nutsack. What do you mean? No! Shuon wouldn't like me then because of me being a furry. Could be, I don't know. Hi, Shy Duck. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. What is that? What is that?
few days. I'm below average in everything.
If you are 17 years old, you are basically a child. You are a baby. What are you doing on the incel subreddit? All these people like, oh, I'm 16, oh, I'm 17. Is it over for me? This was me at 16, okay? Quoting in
What the fuck? That's horrifying.
Zim, going on newgrounds.com, and now look at me. You know, on second thought, I am exactly where someone like that would end up, aren't I? Never mind. What I'm trying to say is, it's not over, okay? It's never over, but it's especially not over when you are that young. It's not like you're 36 or something.
A pretty girl sat next to me on the bus and I leaked a bit of pre-cum.
It might actually be over, you know? It might actually be over.
36.
Oh. Sorry.
Spent my last $10 on OnlyFans. Here's my dinner.
Why would you spend money on some stupid whore when you could spend money on a different stupid whore? Me. I won't get naked or talk to you, but you can support me on Patreon. All patrons get the uncensored version of every video, so you can hear me say, f shit, bitch, link down below. Much smarter way to waste your money, if I do say so myself. Anyway, obviously many of these people are being silly, they're being tongue-in-cheek. Real actual incels probably don't hang out much on Reddit. They're not out here posting shit like this. I just thought this was funny and goofy. That has been my whole channel. I find something funny, I bring it to you. I'm like a cat bringing its owner a dead mouse as a gift. Here you go. What is your biggest L? Maybe I'll make another video like this where I just read Chew on Head's audience posting their L's. But I will see you guys very soon with a new video. Bye!
That was genuinely. This was genuinely. Very genuinely. Very horrible. This was genuinely really damn horrible. This was horrible. All I can say is that this was horrible. This was not as bad. Like, the woman one was embarrassing, but this one is just horrible. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Now, that one was just generally horrible. Please do my female Sue's video. Don't worry, we'll do that too. Wait a minute. Today I was a pirate in my VR game, but people weren't role-playing with me. These people. The people. Also Suze? What? You sent me another one? You sent me another one? Wait a minute. Huh? Oh. What is that? Wait, what was that one? Okay, I guess. We could add that. That's just a green text. Nah, I don't want to do that. I'm good. I don't want to do that. That's like really pointless. I am going to do one of the Sydney videos, though. I am going to do one of the Sydney videos, though. As well. I prefer that. Water. I'd rather have some verified story than something from 4chan without proof. Anyways, let's see what we will do. We're gonna do. Oh nah, Zegler. We're gonna do the Zegler one.
I am surprised by absolutely nothing.
Time for Rachel Zegler. Here we go. I am not excited for this. But I did get a new Spider-Man VR games. A dust spider, okay. Dust spider. Rachel Zegler's trying so hard to make a comeback. By Sydney Watson. Oh god, weird. Anyways, we're gonna look at that. Wasn't it over for Zegler? Wasn't it over for Zegler? Like, wasn't it over? I thought it was over. What do you mean she's trying to come back? I thought it was over. I thought, but maybe not. Never mind.
I am surprised by absolutely nothing these days, including this. Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And once again, little reminder, I'm still running my 50% off sale on my tea website for Earl.
How the fuck has she not run out of tea yet? I mean, wait, is she still talking about the tea that she's left over? Like, how have you not run out of that tea?
Grey, New York Breakfast, and Emerald Green, which expire at the end of November, although the Earl Grey expires in mid-November. So if you want some, now is the time to get it at 50% off, because once it's gone, it's gone. Use the code We Don't Waste, or check out some of the other flavors I have on the website, like my winter flavors, which everybody seems to really enjoy. They're very yummy. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's do the video. So our friend, our queen of Latinas, Rachel Zegler, is desperate to be relevant.
Latings. How could you not use the political correct term Latings?
Again. Or if we're being generous, I guess that she's just really looking to not be hated anymore. She seems like she wants to stage some sort of comeback that will turn a massive amount of public meltdown and a historic box office flop into a sort of redemption arc that's worthy of a Disney princess.
I feel they need some kindness.
Except the princess in question is one that she's spent literally years trying to publicly dismantle. And Disney has sort of been indicating and demonstrating that it's done with wokeism for the time being, so...
It's not done. They're just... Again, I said this before, but they're just gonna rename it. They're just gonna rename it. They're right now in the process of renaming DEI. What do you mean? Like, not specifically at Disney, but in general, just like the term, reworking it, right? They're always just term switching.
Womp womp, Rachel. But putting that aside just for a moment, it's also the time of year right now where a bunch of news outlets and magazines and whatnot tell us who we are supposed to like and who we want to emulate. Over the last few years, plenty of outlets have highlighted trans-identified men as their Women of the Year. Imagine trying to explain this concept to someone 15 years ago.
What the hell is even that?
But this year, our mate Rachel
A man cannot be Woman of the Year because it is a man. What is this? What are we doing? Speaking of tea, I'm gonna butcher the spelling, but I like oolong tea. Could be that it's pronounced that way. Interesting. I just like generally just like fruit teas. I don't know. I just like them.
Zegler's desire to be relevant has met Glamour magazine's desire to be relevant, I guess, as they named her one of their Women of the Year. Coincidentally, Glamour also followed suit this year and decided to name a bunch of trans-identified males as Women of the Year. Why is this a
thing? Why? No! They're not Women of the Year! Because they're men!
Thing. I admittedly always find these situations somewhat weird because it seems like genuinely impactful people don't get selected. It always feels like a bunch of random people that Hollywood wants us to like, or someone who is really wanting to be relevant. Like Pedro Pascal. Is Rachel Zegler the female Pedro Pascal, but without all the creepy?
I would like you to show them to me, please. Oh, come on, please.
Yes, I think so, Sydney. That's it.
Yeah, Pedro Pascal is a little weird with all his touchiness. Oddly enough, he just touches attractive people, which makes you question.
A great observation. Wow, thank you. You're so smart and cool. Anyway, in late October 2025, Glamour magazine announced its Women of the Year class. On its cover page, it says it's highlighting trailblazers, rule breakers, visionaries, and champions who have defined each year. Okay, well, this ought to be good. The setup here is also meant to be about sisterhood and celebrating women who use their platform to uplift others.
I do feel like sisterhood is enveloped by the drunk girl in the bathroom who tells you that you look really pretty and that you should break up with your boyfriend.
You know, I really don't remember you being this opinionated.
Which is kind of hilarious given that Zegler's entire platform so far has been to alienate people and attack them. Very, very uplifting, Glamour. Very uplifting. Zegler's written feature itself is incredibly boring, but it does try to further astroturf her career in the ways that you expect. The author paints Zegler as some sort of go-getting voice of the ages, someone who cares deeply about the world. In the piece, Zegler says that other actors need to speak out.
They only care about one thing very, very deeply. Money! Money! These people only care about money. There's a reason why Disney's switching up. That's the only reason, because men are the ultimate women poking. No, they're not. We can't get pregnant, and we never will. That's the problem.
And normalize not having boundaries on political issues. She says, I think there's this idea that we as public figures can't have thoughts or feelings because we are like paper dolls to the majority of the public. She also says that it's water off a duck's...
It's not that you can't. It's more so that you shouldn't publicly announce them, because you might alienate half of your potential audience. That is a problem. You need to realize that that is a problem.
Back as far as the criticism goes with Snow White and many of the other things that she's done and said. Don't misunderstand. You can have thoughts and feelings. Just the majority of us don't care about them at all. Even the ones who largely agree with me, because I think you live in an ivory tower over there, friend. You live in your ivory tower in Tinseltown, and you probably struggle to relate to the rest of us. I'm not terribly interested in what you have to say. Really, most of us are asking that you just don't make things worse, which is incredibly easy to do if you can just stop talking.
With a guy who literally stalks her.
Yeah.
Weird. Weird.
The funniest thing to me with relation to these write-ups, and this write-up in particular, is that they're trying to position Rachel Zegler as some sort of like outspoken activist type, but in reality she's best known for single-handedly tanking one of Disney's most expensive remakes, turning the Snow White press tour into a masterclass.
See, the interesting part is they call it probably a stalker, right? But she probably also only knows the Disney story, not even the IRL story, because Disney cannot create, right? Like Disney and like thanks to that like enshittification of things, right? And the softening of our species. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like the actual version is probably much more crazy than the Disney version. What are you talking about? The messed up thing is that on another stream I used to watch, chatters believe men could get pregnant. Yeah, because they're referring to trans men, but like I said, men can never get pregnant. And they never will. There's even people who say that once in the future, once we can transplant uteruses, trans women will be able to give birth. Sorry, but we would, before that happens, we would need to be able to edit a human's brain on a neurological level, because not only do we lack the kitchen, we also lack the entire building. We lack the foundation. So even if you would be able, for some odd reason, to transplant uteruses, there's never gonna be a child, because the male body does not know what to do with that.
In self-sabotage, posting about freeing Palestine with the film's trailer drop, telling the world the original 1937 film was weird and dated, and, days after Donald Trump's re-election, wishing that his supporters never know peace. Like I said, very uplifting, Glamour. You know, the irony is that there is actually a way to feel uplifted, and it's knowing that you're protected when you're surfing the web, which is why today's video is sponsored by Surfshark. Hi, you might know me as a shark from the ocean, but really, my passion is for VPNs.
Since when does she have a shark onesie?
See, I'm a shark. Sydney, not the weird costume. As the mascot of Surfshark VPN, you might expect me to be in the sea, eating fish or dolphins. But I'm actually much better at protecting you online by encrypting your internet activity and protecting
Sharks don't really hunt dolphins.
you when you use public networks, or helping you bypass specific country restrictions so you can access the content you want to watch or even the things that you want to buy. That actually happens to me
That's quite useful for the UK, I guess, to access Wikipedia.
all the time when I try to watch Australian television and the web pages just don't load. I know, that's why I'm here. If you're like Sydney and you want to watch weird Australian shows, all you have to do is turn on your Surfshark VPN, set your location to an Australian server, and you can access all the weird Australian television that you want. It's not weird, but this also works when it comes to accessing other news, media, and even foreign Netflix content. So instead of stalking the sea, I stalk the internet on your behalf. In addition to all of that, I also offer 24/7 customer service and allow you to use your Surfshark account on unlimited devices. You can even pair your VPN with Surfshark Alert for instant breach notifications, like a privacy sidekick. So if you are ready to take advantage of Surfshark and their many tools and benefits, then click the link in the description or go to surfshark.com/Sydney. And don't forget to use code Sydney at checkout to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. The feature also came with a series of these sisterhood videos where Zegler talks about her inspirations and acting and whatnot.
There's also no sisterhood. See, there has never been sisterhood. This is a lie. A fully fledged lie. In fact, dolphins bully sharks. Yep, they do. There's nobody that hates a woman more than another woman. I have learned this. I have a woman. I have learned this. There's nothing more, and I'm a VTuber. I know women. There's nothing more hateful than a woman towards another woman if she's in the way of anything. Because unlike men, right, we beat each other's ass. Women ruin each other's reputation, which is by far worse.
She was asked what her first act of feminism was, which, okay. She was also asked the first time that she felt represented in media, which, again, okay. Here's the thing. I know that there are plenty of creators on this platform and on other platforms who basically jump at any opportunity at all to talk about Rachel Zegler because she is so vehemently disliked. But for me, whenever I see write-ups like this, I can't help but think someone's agent put a call into someone and said, we need to get our girl back in the spotlight. That, or Glamour thought that they could ride some of the controversy train and really cash in on some of those hate views. Or maybe it's both, who's to say? Because I can't help but think that out of all of the women on the planet, out of all of the talented, amazing women who could be highlighted, Rachel Zegler deserves to be highlighted the least. Now, I am sure that there are a bunch of you who are thinking, okay, Sid, this write-up actually isn't super weird given that she was in a major Disney production. She is in a current production that is in London. She's on Broadway. Is it Broadway? Maybe it's Broadway. She's doing...
They're gonna actually put her in another movie? They're actually gonna put her in another movie? They're actually gonna put her in another movie? That's horrible. Well, I guess they couldn't get enough from Snow White and Lord Farquaad here. Snowquart. Far White. I don't know. Oh, hi, you live? Yes, Cricket. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Obviously, why would I not?
Doing all these things in the acting world, like, yeah, of course they're gonna highlight her because she's doing stuff. And ordinarily, I would agree with you. I'd say, yeah, this is probably a nothing burger, but I find it interesting that this highlighty piece came about 10 days after a series of articles came out about Rachel Zegler, but in the weirdest way possible. Around mid-ish October, several outlets reported that Rachel Zegler had been cast to play Gloria Estefan in an upcoming biopic. If you don't know who that is, neither did I. Apparently she's a very popular musician and actress known in the 80s as the Queen of Latin Pop. As in the music. Not Latin pop, like some ancient Roman soft drink. That joke was probably only funny to me, and maybe like 4 of you guys. And if you're one of those 4, I think you're really cool. Because who wouldn't like a Roman soda? Glad I got that out of my system. But look, this is great news. Rachel Zegler is gonna be in a new film. It's amazing. She's gonna be playing this.
That movie's gonna flop ginormously, humongously, and I'm here for it. that movie will flop so hard, it's gonna question, we're gonna question existence itself. Why? Because I've refreshed YouTube and checked on the live streams, didn't find you. Man, it could be my problem, probably. I'm cool. Yeah, it's rough, Cricket.
This woman, the soda pop woman, she's gonna be playing the queen of Latin pop. Amazing. Except, and here's the problem with this, and this was pointed out by the outlet The Park Place. This movie doesn't exist yet, if at all. It's not even in production. I don't even think it's written.
And claims about this movie hinge solely on an interview Estefan gave to the Sun News.
So she's gonna be in a movie that does not exist yet. That does not exist yet. Wow.
Paper recently, where she describes how they're working out all the film's details and are waiting for a green light. But once they have that, the role is going to Zegla. But I think The Park Place really hit the nail on the head with their analysis of this situation. As writer Marvin Montanaro says, if this sounds like an attempt to attach a once bankable name to a film that's still in fantasy land, that's because it probably is. Zegler's career has been in free fall ever since Snow White turned into Disney's most avoidable train wreck of the decade, and Estefan's comments might be the first time anyone in Hollywood has even pretended to want to work with her since.
It is a little depressing when you think about it that this person's kind of been relegated to the back of the bus, so to speak, so much so that...
A Hollywood lol cow. Could you consider that the lol cow? I think Rachel's pretty bad, but the fall of the movie should go hands down to the director. It's definitely also a director issue, but also a racial issue because she just couldn't shut up. Rachel was stupid, trash talking the movie before it happened and such. She didn't pick the narrative, she didn't create the monologue, etc. But she did push her agenda. She did push her agenda. That is undeniable.
Even the slightest mention of her working in Hollywood again gets people really excited. But for a movie that's not written and does not yet exist. If that movie is
It gets me excited too, you know why? We can make fun of her more.
going to exist at all, then the if here is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
In another article they wrote about the situation, the outlet pointed out that in entertainment journalism, there is a recognized phenomenon of casting before funding, which is a practice intended to build hype or signal intention around a particular project. Without getting into the specifics or reading this verbatim, it basically generates publicity around the actors or actresses set to be involved. In this case, Rachel Zegler. I wonder why. And that's kind of what all of this feels like to me a little bit, an attempt to find relevance again. I've actually seen a bunch of this lately, and I saw a bunch more of it when I was making this video and researching for this video, that there are so many little graphics and whatnot that have been made that say, oh, Rachel Zegler is gonna work with Disney again, Rachel Zegler is gonna do this and that and blah, 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 but absolutely none of it has come to fruition. I'm sorry if you can hear the noise in the background. Someone has decided to mow his lawn. Why couldn't you wait until later, Jerry? Why are you doing this now? I thought the
No, Jerry! The neighbor's name has been doxxed. Poor Jerry. Yes, just imagine though, in a world she didn't push her agenda, in a world she would know to shut up. Is it a good movie? No, but it would have performed better. I'm not saying that it would have been a good movie, but it would have performed probably better than it did than it does in a world where she does not shut up.
This was the case too back in March 2025 when Vanity Fair ran a piece insisting Rachel Zegler's box office failure kind of made her an icon, despite the fact that she's, you know, widely disliked. And I think that's sort of the crux of this. Relevancy isn't just about being seen, it's also about being wanted. And right now, Zegler is the furthest thing from wanted. She's here telling us how unbothered she is while hoping someone...
Who would want somebody? Who would want somebody, right? Who would want somebody that, simply put, to put very simply, who would want somebody that behaves like she does? That ruins a movie's reputation by pushing her political agenda the entire time. Who would want that? Who would want that?
Anyone will hand her a microphone. And I think the reality is that she absolutely had the ability to win people and Hollywood over. Zegler snapped up her role in West Side Story in 2021, then the Hunger Games film in 2023. What is it? A Ballad of Songbirds and fish snakes, I don't know. Then Snow White also in 2021-ish, although obviously this came out in 2025. And based on this trajectory, she should have gotten more roles and continued on in Hollywood, but it was like she became radioactive in the film industry. And after Snow White was buried 6 feet under with a headstone that reads, "Here lies $270 million," and a press tour that never should have gone ahead, that radioactivity got even worse, if that's possible. She sort of Chernobyled herself, except rather than a bunch of mangled humans, it's just her career. If I'm being real, I actually think a lot of this does go beyond all the drama surrounding Snow White, some of which absolutely was her fault, but some of it wasn't. But most of it was. But I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that this girl boss celebrity era is coming to an end, which doesn't bode very well for someone like Zegler, who has continually tried to position herself as some kind of Gen Z Che Guevara. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Or a victim. She loves being a victim as well. She loves being a victim too, like most of these people.
Not very good at Spanish. And I guess in some ways it's also the fault of everybody around her, given that they're probably encouraging her to be this way and to exhibit this kind of behavior. And she probably genuinely does believe in what she is saying. I really do feel quite bad for all of these little Gen Zers. So full of optimism for change. Until life kicks them in the face. Life does not, in fact, give you lemons. It gives you complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Maybe it's just me, but I do think that most other people have moved on from wanting to be lectured by celebrities, if they ever did in the first place. And it seems that Hollywood is following social trends it sees on the horizon. And one of the biggest trends is...
Obviously, the pendulum always swings. The pendulum always swings. It always does. And now it is, in fact, swinging. Who the dumb, I guess, who think she will have... She still has acting skills, and she might be cheap to hire after Snow White's fall. Why dumb? Because they forgot how she harmed the movie from the get-go. Of course! Of course! She absolutely caused huge problems in the beginning. Back in 2021 already, she caused huge problems. That isn't surprising. Again, she's poisonous. Radioactive is the more accurate term, because people are absolutely avoiding her. They're absolutely everything she touches now is gonna be tainted by the fail of the Snow White remake.
Fatigue with the politicization of absolutely everything. I feel like I mispronounced politicization. Politicization. That sounds weird. Viewers are routinely demonstrating that they want less politics and less leftism. And maybe Zegler and her team don't get that yet, and that's why they're trying to stage a comeback using these exact tactics. Except it's not really a comeback if no one's actually asking you to come back. It's just showing up uninvited. Please get out of my house. And this might actually be the weirdest part. After Snow White fell in a heap and everything was not so great and quite hostile and whatnot, Rachel Zegler, instead of being quiet, decided to double down. She didn't reflect, she didn't take a break, she just got loud during a period of time when people want to be preached to a whole lot less, so do with that what you will. The bottom line here is that I think over the next year or so maybe, Rachel Zegler is going to make more and more attempts to get back into the spotlight and get back into Hollywood's good graces, and I think we're going to see that fail.
My main problem with movies now is that they're too preachy. They're too preachy and finger pointing, which I don't want. I want to watch a movie. I don't want you to yap to me about the world's problems. I'm watching a movie for escapism, not for more reality. Leave me alone. Don't continue to thrust me into this broken world of builds and broken dreams. I want to watch a movie.
over and over again. Hollywood seems finally to be moving away from the kind of actress that she wants to be, and I'm not so sure that she's going to be able to improve and adapt. And instead, in the end, I think that she will basically ensure that she fades into relative obscurity. Now on that note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder to check out Surfshark using the link in the description. I've actually used Surfshark for years. They have been a friend of the channel for years. So if you are looking for a VPN that does some cool stuff, Surfshark is the VPN for you. Now I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Are you on my side of this issue where you think that these hyper-political actors and actresses are going to basically fade into obscurity in the coming years as people move away from wanting to be lectured by these kinds of people? Do you think that this will never change and they'll always be popular and people will always want to hear from these kinds of folks? What do you think of Hollywood basically Xing out Rachel Zegler? Do you think that that was a good thing? Is it a bad thing? What do you think of this bizarre glamour write-up that kind of came out of nowhere? Do you think that it's trying to make her seem like some sort of activist type? Do you think that the sisterhood angle is completely bizarre? And what do you generally make of this issue overall? As always, if you have made it this far in the video, congratulations. I always like having you along for the full ride. If you are new here and you are not subscribed already and you would like to see more of me and more of this kind of content, feel free to subscribe to the channel, as well as leaving this video a like and a comment, because I do read the majority of them and I like hearing your feedback. Of course, as I always say, I hope you little chickadee people stay safe and well and make good choices, and I will see.
Anyways, okay, so here's how I see it. See, the pendulum always swings. Let's be honest, the pendulum always swings back and forth, left and right? So for now, they're probably gonna have like a little bit of like the spotlight's just gonna be like a little bit gone. Personally, I don't think so. I think the actors will just stay. However, their opinions, you will hear less of them. And then eventually, when the pendulum swings back again, you're gonna see these people crawl around like roaches again. That is what I believe. As for Hollywood and Disney giving Rachel essentially the boot, this is just temporary. This is but temporary. In my opinion, this is temporary, and this will most certainly come back again. She will get roles again, because I know for a fact that these people don't fail, and if they do fail, it's usually upwards. They fail upwards. Give it some time. Give it some time. You're gonna see her in some popular role again. Don't you wait. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright, water. Water? Okie dokie. Alright. Something short and funny and sweet. Let me click something.
Okay, so
it shows up. Anyways.
This video.
Why not? Why not? Anyways, I think Cricket recommended this. She's poisonous like an apple, true and real. The poisonous apple was Snow White all along. Anyways, The Guys Who Set Up Ancient Booby Traps by Ryan George. We're gonna look at that. I'm retorted chat. That sounds funny. We'll jump at this. We'll look at this. Like, failing successfully. Yes, failing upwards. What that means is they fail and they get an even better position. Popular examples are the people running the CW shows, like Arrow, The Flash, right? They fail their shows, and get just more, especially writers, just get more places to write stories for the same company. That is what I mean. Anyways.
This video is sponsored by BetterHelp in honor of Mental Health Awareness Month. More about them at the end of the sketch. All right, man, so
we're not gonna watch that because BetterHelp is a scam. If you didn't know, BetterHelp, what BetterHelp is it's supposedly people, mental health professionals, but it's just regular dudes like me and you, or regular girls, giving advice. They're just fake. The more you know. And they have had a comeback recently as well. So yeah, careful.
And it's ancient times, all right? Boss wants us to hide this valuable thing for him. It's modern times right now. Yeah, okay, whatever. Just, we gotta hide this relic, okay? No, a relic is an old thing. That was just made. That's brand new. Yeah, whatever. All right, it's just your perception of time sounds messed up a bit. Okay, so it's in the ground now. I buried it. Great, yeah, okay. I guess we're done then. Nobody's ever gonna find that. Yeah, pretty much. Now we just gotta figure out what the riddle's gonna be, and then we could get out of here. What? The riddle, you know? So somebody could track this down someday. Why would we don't want that? That's why we're hiding this here. Well, what if hundreds of years from now an attractive adventurer wants to find the treasure? We should leave some hints. What are you talking about? Just some kind of brain teaser that'll take, 90 minutes to 2 hours for them to fully wrap their heads around. I have no idea why we would do something like that. Well, maybe they'll learn the true meaning of friendship along the way. We should leave a little riddle, okay? So what I'm thinking is some kind of riddle where the answer is moon. Moon?
Interesting. But yeah, that's kind of true. That's kind of true, right? So I find it's like if something is like more so, I don't think that's really the case like that much, right? More so, treasures that are hidden are not just hidden to be found. A lot of them are hidden, and then like there's like traps and all that shit because you're not supposed to get there, even if you somehow find access to them. So I don't know.
We have this mechanism where when a special kind of moonlight hits a specific spot, well, like a blood moon? Yeah, like when there's a blood moon and it hits this spot, then a trap door opens and then you can see the relic. If I had the technological skills to build something like that, I wouldn't be burying treasure for a living. Maybe we have a wall where there's a very specifically shaped hole in it. Why? And then we have this necklace with a jewel that perfectly fits inside that shape. So we need to hire a jeweler now? Then one of the adventurers realizes, oh my god, this necklace I've been wearing this whole time that's been in my family for hundreds of years, it perfectly fits in this hole, and they turn it and the wall.
This sounds more like a very Indiana Jones. It is. It very much is. It sounds like that, or it sounds like a little bit also like puzzle, just like puzzles in any adventure game. That's what it sounds like. Puzzles in any adventure game.
Opens up. Do you have an engineering degree? Did you get one of those? Because I don't have that. Maybe we have it be two necklaces that you turn at the same time so they learn the value of teamwork. Why are you so focused on future adventurers learning to work together? Maybe the real treasure was inside them all along. No, this is the real treasure.
The real treasures are the friends who we made along the way. That is what bro is saying, essentially. Yeah. This is not really an IRL situation.
It's supposed to be hidden. We can't put clues and mechanisms where it pops out. Well, we'd make it a little dangerous. It wouldn't be as simple as solving a riddle and turning a thing. What are you talking about? We could put some dangers along the path, like a thing where when you step on it, it shoots arrows at you. Okay, even if we knew how to set something like that up, that's like a one-time solution. What do you mean? Who's gonna reload the arrows? I guess we'd have to hire somebody. For hundreds of years, just generations of arrow reloaders. Yeah. Just for centuries, they come check if the arrows need to be reloaded. I don't know how to build generational loyalty to a task like that. Scorpions! What about them? We put a thing where if you're not pure of heart, some scorpions fall on you. What does that even mean? What is the judging criteria?
Not pure of heart. How would that even work? Like, are the scorpions just gonna check your blood or something? Ooh, I'm here after doing the first day of renovations in my new place. Oh, cool. Also, hi, GD. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well, but cool.
Criteria for that. Look, man, I just think we should have some fun with this job, It's kind of boring if nobody ever finds this thing. I guess it's a little boring. So let's figure out some cool riddles. Maybe make a treasure map, set up some booby traps. Some what? Booby traps. That's what I thought we could call these. Why would we call them booby traps? Because hopefully some ladies will hear about how cool our setup is and they'll want to show us their, treasure chest.
Oh. Wouldn't it be funny if that's actually how the term came to be?
Oh, gross. Okay, fine, I'll think of something else. Well, kid, looks like we're finally close to finding the treasure. And we learned the value of friendship along the way. We sure did, bucko. Hey, who's that? Oh, hey guys, don't mind me, I'm just here as part of the family business. What? It's just this thing my family's been doing for centuries. We just make sure there's fresh arrows in all the titty traps. In the what? Hi there,
the titty traps.
Hello, it's me, I'm the astronaut. I'm out
Yeah, we're skipping that because BetterHelp is actually not helping you. As I said before, they are a scam. Interesting sketch. Yeah, I see that. Though that's more so less ancient booby traps and more so I feel like video game booby traps, if anything. Also, there was a little less booby than I expected. I did expect a little more booby. Just a tiny, teensy tiny little bit more of boobs. But yeah, that was an interesting sketch. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Sadly, the previous tenants did on purpose destroy some of the wallpaper and doors and one of the windows. Yikes, that's annoying. That's annoying. That's annoying. Okay. Chat, I need a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, and then we'll do a VTubing related video because it affects me and my male colleagues what's recently going on, and I want to talk about it. You mean the bird? Nope. I mean boobs. Tits, even. Breasts. Anyways, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Took a little longer. Took a little longer. And found the treasure chest. By the way, the bird is called the blue-footed booby. Love it. The blue-footed booby. Yeah, there's booby birds and tit birds. Bird pick names are stupid. Stupid. I'm kidding. It makes sense if going back to more early translation of these words. It should be harmful. Ah, okay. Wait a minute. Alright, next up. Today's topic. Deranged female VTubers. I'm ready. For once, it's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be more of an interesting topic for me personally now. Because I am a man in this pitiful space. Okay.
Hey, what's up, guys?
We're doing a ref video because nobody else has covered this. And I don't think that many people have the balls to cover this. I don't think. What is the premise of the comment section? Anyways, the comments are, it appears on my site, talking about Bao. There's more. Bao was just the start, Poke. This is a rare time, I asked, but is your posture alright? Yeah, it's alright. It's just like, I sit further up because I'm in a different room right now. That's the problem. That's why I'm sitting more like this. Though it doesn't quite fit you alright. I'm looking way too far up when I'm not supposed to. Now it may be better. No, now I look too far down, which isn't that much better either. I usually don't sit in this room and stream, that's why. And that room is my own room. I'd stream in my own room, because the internet's too bad for that. Usually. I'm surprising it's still going. Anyways. We're gonna look at this. Here we go. It's gonna be interesting. She's not sorry. My ref says this. We're gonna jump in. Yeah, this is about the recent male VTuber discourse, and it's really so. There's been a huge male VTuber discourse around once again. It started as just like something lighthearted. I think as a meme, basically like VTuber Tinder, right? Men using like VTubing as like a new Tinder. I think that is what it originally started out as. It then turned eventually into like the usual discussion of male VTubers are predators. We are not, but the space loves to paint us as such. Regardless, eventually started with Bao doing a stupid tweet, a generalized tweet, which people didn't like. And then Shondo also added something to that, which was really stupid, genuinely really stupid. She had I think a mental breakdown on stream. I hope she's fine. While what she said was stupid, I hope she's genuinely fine. Anyways, we'll jump in. I'll add us along.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So it's been a very chaotic week in the VTubing scene, especially among some of the popular indie VTubers. And trust me, it pains me to make this video, where we're going to largely focus on Fallen Shadow, aka Shondo, because recently she has made some really out-of-pocket statements where she has accused people with differing opinions of being groomers, and then she made a complete non-apology about the situation, and then she doubled and tripled and quadrupled down on this whole thing.
Same for Bao, by the way. Same for Bao. And the funny part is, you know what this, however, created this whole discussion is? Yo Oshi might actually just hate you. Your favorite VTuber might actually just hate you because you're a man and they're actually just using you for money. There have been quite a few middle to big size indie VTubers being fairly misandrist, which is really interesting to see, knowing that the main audience of VTubers is men.
Leaving many, including a lot of her fans, very upset. So I know this might be a hard video for some people because you guys might be fans of hers, but I respect her too much. I enjoy her content. I respect her too much to coddle her and act like she's immune to criticism, because that is not the case. Now, for context behind all of this, it begins with a tweet made by Bao the Whale. Now, she made this response that many think is talking about situations like the one involving the Mizkif allegations or other stuff as well, where she basically says that if a large male content creator approaches you and love bombs you as a small female content creator...
Which is funny because Sea-Dog made the exact same thing, did the exact same thing for Bao as far as I'm aware. So basically what she's saying is technically Sea-Dog, so basically some of her friends do fall under that category as well. I find that very, very weird. See, the problem is that it was about the specific situation, but the problem is that you generalized it. You generalized it when it should not be generalized. And the really funny part is that you could have just said Mizkif. You could have just said Mizkif and Emiru. That this is about Mizkif and Emiru. You could have just said that, and there would have been no problem whatsoever. But you didn't. But you didn't. For some odd reason, you didn't. Because once again, we're fence sitting.
Run. Okay? Now, some people thought she was generalizing all men. I don't think in this post that's what she's doing, but my correction is that, well, large male content creators can do this to small female content creators, and large female content creators can do this to small male content creators, and even further, large female content creators can do this to other female content creators. Now, like I said, a lot of people looked at this and said, oh, Bao's saying all men are bad. And I think, again, based on this context, maybe a bit of a reach, but her response in the coming days...
See, the problem is that you now can say it's a bit of a reach, but the follow-ups that she did destroy this point because it cannot be a reach, because she just straight up, yeah, she doubled and tripled down. Like, she doubled and tripled down. What do you say about this?
And when she was facing criticism for this post, is making people scratch their heads. In fact, she was caught...
You can say that, right? You can say that. But then she likes this bullshit.
Liking this tweet where it says, men that are crying about this, referring to her tweet, are the same men that cry about us saying we choose the bear. Now, if you're not terminally online, maybe you don't understand that reference, but for the last year, there have been sentient human beings who have said that if I was lost in the woods, I'd rather be there with a bear as opposed to a human male. I'm sorry for whatever happened to someone who actually picks the bear, but get help, because that's insane. That's crazy. On top of that, Bao left this message on Discord blaming Cinder's fans and grifters for the backlash she is currently facing.
There has been a male VTuber on my Twitter timeline soloing female VTubers. It has been crazy. Bro has been cooking the entire time. Bro does this now for a living, what it feels like, and it's funny. It's funny. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny how this turned out.
And then on top of that, she went live on stream where she was basically saying, if you're upset about her comments, you have a receding hairline. And somehow she knows the name of a product that's supposed to reduce a receding hairline for men. How she has this on deck right here, I don't know. But if that actually worked, the people who made that would be billionaires because, you know. But anyways, that's the context. And then,
as far as I'm aware, minoxidil does not bring your hairline back. It just stops the hair loss.
and you had this individual who criticized some of her recent acts.
Yeah, it's Floki. Floki has been out here cooking. He has been cooking, because he's right. This really showed that a lot of female VTubers actually just have honey traps. Realistic. He isn't wrong, because there's a lot of female VTubers that really just have honey traps. Or what else? He called honey pots.
Activity. Right? Now, I don't even necessarily agree with everything this guy's saying, but he simply disagreed with Bao. Now, this is where we get into the response from Shondo, where she sees this person criticizing Bao, and she says this: groomer outed alerts. Now, I say this because Shondo is someone that I've defended. Many people have defended because there are...
Absolutely, there was this whole drama with her being called a PDF and people making fun of a deceased mother, and we all jumped in and defended her and said that that's, by the way, not true and shit. And it's like, the problem is that she does, basically she does what others did to her, which is hypocritical. You can't make false allegations when you exactly know how it feels like to have false allegations on your ass. That is just the truth. How? See, this could have gone really, really bad, because what if some deranged motherfucker would have actually started harassing the dude? What then? And then she chalked it up to, like, it being British humor. Sorry, but that doesn't fly. That doesn't fly. That doesn't... I can't go around and call somebody a grapist as a joke. And then chalk it up to, like, this is German humor. No, I can't. Sorry, doesn't work. They show those who choose the bear. 1K is that bear attacked human. Let's see if they keep their decision. They should watch a bear attack, uncensored. Then they would quickly change their mind.
Viral tweets with 100,000 or even 200,000 likes calling her a Nazi, a pedophile, a pedo enabler because of her streaming content, her lolly VTuber model, and her voice, which is high-pitched. And people like myself have rightfully defended her from those baseless allegations. And she doesn't need people like me defending her, but that's what I felt compelled to do on multiple occasions. So to see her calling someone a groomer for a differing opinion is gross. It's ridiculous. And anyone trying to excuse this as a joke, if anyone else, let's say another VTuber, called Shondo a groomer for a differing opinion, you be ripping out their throats. But when she does it, it's a joke or something that, you know, people shouldn't take too seriously. Well, you know what? I'm not going to coddle her. She's a grown adult. She understands the gravity of saying stuff like this. And here's the thing. Spoiler alert. She's going to, quote unquote, apologize for this.
That was not a... So, an apology is directed towards somebody. What she did was not apologize. What she should have done is deleted the tweet here. Straight up, right? Deleted it. I don't know if she did. Maybe she did. Maybe she did. Maybe she did afterwards. Who knows? Maybe she did. I can't tell. I would need to look at my own quote tweets. Regardless. She should have apologized to Floki, and the thing would have been off the table. The problem would have been solved. She did not do that.
But this reply is still up. Do you see this? It's been 3 days, by the way. 1.1 million views on this reply, calling a random innocent guy a groomer. Now, even if 1% of the people who saw this believed the veracity of what she's trying to claim, that would be over 1,000 people who now think this innocent dude is a groomer over a differing opinion. That's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then we get to her apology, right? A lot of people are really mad at her, including a lot of her fans. And she said this big wall of text. Let me read it. I recently said something pretty mean on impulse that's being pretty roughly misinterpreted.
There's nothing. How much can you misinterpret? How can you misinterpret? Groomer alert, groomer outed alert. See, that's like saying. See, that's the same thing with like some other things that I've when people say like all of these kind of people, like grouping people together, but then saying like not all. You misinterpret what I'm saying. Sorry, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. It's just an example. Not that she said anything like that. I know that she is actually she's actually a good person. I think she's just heavily fucked up with this one because someone was criticizing her friend. Regardless, this doesn't work. There's not much to misinterpret.
It's being misinterpreted. This is the context. It's 3 words. She called someone a groomer for having a differing opinion. It's British humor to throw words around. I know that one of the biggest audiences outside of the US is the UK, for me. British lads and ladettes out there. Is calling someone a groomer like British humor? Am I missing something? I don't know. Please correct.
British humor. You're a rapist. What? I didn't mean it. It was British humor. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Also, if it were British humor, that would also, like, how would somebody who is not British recognize that? If this was British humor, I would not understand that. And I have a solid British audience. No, sorry. If you called them a sausage, fine. I've heard that one before, but you didn't.
Correct me if I'm wrong. But let's continue. And I personally have seen so much hate on the internet now, especially directed towards myself, that I've become completely and utterly numb to it. You know, I've been hit with the same ridiculous, baseless allegations that she faces, and you know what? It has the opposite effects. I understand the gravity of words that she used, and I would never use it without any sort of proof or backing whatsoever. I don't buy that. I don't buy the utterly numb. It's not a good excuse. But she continues on saying, it seems I might have forgotten many people haven't really reached that point yet. Okay. I'm always trying to be a better, stronger, and kinder person, and it was wrong to thoughtlessly say something cruel. Keep that in mind as we continue. That said, if there are robberies in your area, it's not a bad idea to lock your door.
So when somebody criticizes your friend because your friend said something stupid, that means it's okay to call them a groomer. To call somebody else a groomer, the person that criticized. What? What kind of argument is that? Also, one is based in evidence. You know there's robberies happening in your area, so you close the door because you know they're happening. But you have no... That means you have proof that they are happening. Also, it's just... You shouldn't just lock your door because there's robberies in your area. You should always lock your door. So, once again, kind of missing the point. Also, you have no proof that the dude is a groomer. So why would you call him a groomer? Or evidence?
If someone starts yelling about how you're oppressing them by telling people to do that, they might have a reason to feel so personally slighted. Are we talking about the same thing? Just like randomly calling people groomers for having a differing opinion on something? Okay. I think as men and women in the modern era, there is an incredible amount of strain between us, and I have always been an advocate for breaking that wall down by calling people groomers. The strife and conflict.
Kinda. See this wall of text could be would have not been needed. Would have not been needed. Would have not been needed if you just quote tweet, delete the tweet, quote tweeted the dude and apologized. Just said, I'm sorry for calling you that. That was not right. There's no evidence that you are what I just said. I'm moving on. Moving on. That is all you could have done. That is all. That would have been people would have been fine. Nobody would have cared anymore. Of course, there would have been some dumb fucks, fine, that would have still complained. But aside from that, people would have not cared anymore then. The problem is solved. It's off the table. You didn't do anything wrong by then anymore. But instead, you doubled down, and you're gonna see how she doubled down. That's like the problem. I'm not gonna lie, before I learned the predatory word for groomer and not 14, I thought I meant like grooming an animal. Like, I mean like innocent bathing, trimming, and basic care for an animal. Yeah, that's like unfortunately fucked up because they're both like, they have not the same meaning depending on context, but that's the problem. That's a rough word right there, which is why nobody uses the word grooming for animals.
Conflict is pointless and does nothing but perpetuate this stupid cycle of hate. Shondophrenics know I am literally the opposite of a misandrist, and I don't take kindly at all to my thoughts being interpreted that way. TLDR, sorry for drama whoring. I stream a lot, very tired. Said the quiet part out loud.
Which is like completely, see, that part is completely destroying this apology. What do you mean the quiet part out loud? What do you mean by that? So you do mean what you said. That's like the problem.
Very interesting apology, where it's captioned by saying the quiet part out loud. So you do believe what you're saying. Again, am I missing something, guys? This is ridiculous. I can't tell you to be nice and also be mean myself. I think when you're doing an apology for calling someone falsely a groomer, you should maybe
also actually apologize to the person and not vague post about what you said. Hello? No, my classic saying, lights are on, but nobody's at home.
Be like, use proper spelling. That's just me. I know I'm overly critical, but here's a good breakdown. Someone made this response, breaking down everything going on with this post, and yeah, it's a lot of deflection, becoming the victim in a situation where you're being criticized for calling someone a groomer. It's kind of ridiculous. And then looking at her replies, someone said, no, you're right, don't apologize to these parasites. They'll only demand more. And she says, I am apologizing for saying the quiet part out loud. So she, I guess, triples down on this point where she's saying, I'm just saying the quiet part out loud, calling someone a groomer for having a different opinion. Interesting. Here's more. She's like, I don't care about being dogpiled. And you have this response saying, I don't think I'll ever understand showing kindness to people that wouldn't ever consider to offer you the same. And she says, being kind to the people who do not deserve it. is the strongest and most badass thing you can do actually. And it usually
You know the meme gets criticized once, freaking dies. This one applies here pretty well.
frustrates them and makes them rethink their behavior a lot more effectively than being cruel would. What are we talking about here? She's showing kindness to, I guess, someone who doesn't deserve it and calls them a groomer? Did I hit my head or something, guys? This seems so...
Oh my, all you had to do was just apologize to the person. All you had to do was apologize to the all you had to do. That is all you had to do. Why are people dying on a hill? They're wrong. What is this? What is this? What is this? Is the ego really that big? Dude, just apologize. What is... That's not... It's not a big deal.
So ridiculous. But let's continue on. She says further, so much goes on in VTubing that doesn't go public. So many situations happen that don't get Google Docied, because if every situation of abuse or manipulation or cruelty that happens behind the scenes, especially among bigger creators, was written down and posted publicly, we'd be typing them up all day. Which is a weird point, because if you know there's something going on behind the scenes, why
you're not saying anything? Do you know something that we don't?
aren't you talking about it? Right?
I think that if you know that something bad is going on behind the scenes and you're not saying something, you are also, you are part of the problem. 100%. Anyways.
If you know there's some abuse going on, why would you shield the people who are doing it? I don't know. Just a point. Now, in response to what she said...
I'm kind of surprised that Ref had the balls now that I look at this.
I made this reply that has like 6,000+ likes. So clearly it's not just people who support me, but a lot of people in her own fan base, because this post is almost ratioing her in her own home turf in her quote-unquote apology. And I basically said, I'm not going to coddle you. I respect you too much to do that. And this is not British humor. What you said is very serious. And people have defended you against those sorts of accusations in the past, and you should know better at this point. That's it. But it did resonate with a lot of people. And what was her response to all this? Because I know she saw this. Let's be real. There's no way she didn't. She made a further reply saying, if you're reading this, it's already too late. Run away. It's more fun. Kitten. With a hat that says the CEO of grooming. So this is her response. She's like, oh, yeah, I called someone a groomer, but I call myself one too. What?
You're not helping. That's a weird response. You can call them adults, but they still act like grown-up children. What is this? Like, okay. That doesn't change the point. Yeah, she wanted to believe that she was doing the right thing. I don't know. That's what it seems to be.
Again, I don't want to hammer this home, but I know there's a lot of people who are going to defend her no matter what, and they'll be mad at me for criticizing her. But if anyone else called Shondo a groomer or acted this way, you would be ripping their throats out. Do not lie. Do not lie to yourself. Do not try to lie to other people, because you know exactly how you would respond in a parallel situation. But this one, it's fine, I guess.
To be fair, this completely alienated me. I don't know, this alienated me. It feels now wrong consuming any of her content in any way, shape, or form. I'm gonna be real. This completely put me off. I don't know.
Because she's your Oshi. Yeah, I respect her too much to coddle her like that, and I think more people should feel that way. But anyways, that's gonna do it for this wild, wacky situation. Please leave all of your thoughts in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
This could have been fixed super easily. This entire situation could have been fixed that damn easily. Instead of calling somebody else a groomer, you could have just literally straight up said, sorry. Didn't mean it. I deleted the tweet. I was wrong. Straight up. Straight up. And this entire situation would have never happened if some retard whale, because, sorry, you know, guys, I don't like Bao whatsoever. I don't like this upper VTuber clique in general that much. Would have just not did that weird, wacky tweet. Or more so, would have not made those weird, wacky responses. All Bao had to do was literally just edit. There's an edit function for people that have the Twitter subscription, right? She could have literally just edited the tweet. And it would have been fine as well. Maybe said, I put myself you know what? Even maybe mention Miskiff and Emiru, because I'm pretty sure that it was about that. No, you did not. No, you did not. And that is where the problem stems from. Anyways, I hope that Chondo is doing well. Genuinely though, I hope she's doing well, because she did have a mental breakdown as far as I'm aware, so yeah. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Shit was whack! That shit was whack. Now to less depressing topics. We talking crocodiles. Boys. We talking crocodiles. I think we do. We talk crocodiles. We're gonna look at crocodiles. We do have that video. I added it. I think.
Some animals very clearly.
Yep, we talking crocodiles. Anyways. Why This is the Scariest Predator of All Time by Casual Geographic. That was just uploaded 7 days ago. We're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at that. As far as I've seen, that looked like an alligator or crocodile. Regardless, let's look at that. That's a ginormous... That's a kiwi. Why is there a kiwi? That thing's suffering, by the way. Bro, how are you pressing that out? Dying while doing so. Anyways, here we go.
Some animals very clearly got the middle finger from evolution. This though...
Look at that. That's a snout.
This is the portrait of privilege. There is no animal that's gotten more green lights from God than a bulletproof, sawtoothed, predatory sledgehammer with hyperintelligence, parkour prowess, and the ability to cryo-sleep like Captain America. Yeah, that menace is alive. Find out if you want to. Brumation's pretty much hibernation for reptiles. Basically a built-in power save mode for animals that already don't use much of it. But it means this is an apex predator that can survive a fate with Elsa, cause gators and the like can survive a winter in a frozen pond by turning their...
That's rough, by the way. That's rough. Imagine, like, all year around, you could just move around and be chill, and then winter hits. And you're, like, under the water, frozen in the water. That's rough.
Metabolism all the way down, where they'll just stick their snouts above water and leave the rest under the ice where it's actually warmer until fate decides to defrost them. Mind you, Brumation's not sleep, and gators will move...
Poor guy. Just, like... rip open. Remember how Kong in that 2000s movie just like ripped open that V-Rex's mouth?
Around on days when it's warmer, but it also means this ill-mannered iceberg can probably sense you walking past it, thanks to another superpower we'll get into later. Cause you're gonna learn that not only is the mame gecko the most disrespectful addition to the food web, it is humanity's greatest...
Bro, I'd be concerned. Bro, this looks hella threatening. I think these are all eyes. These are eyes. These homies are just looking at you in the dark. Yeah, that would have me concerned. Nah, I'd leave. Why would I be there? Like, look at this. If I would shine my if I would shine my light into darkness, and this is what I'd get. This is what I'd get. I'm gone. I'm running. When winter hits, all animals are affected though. But I feel like animals that are in the water have it kind of really rough. I feel like. Just my opinion. Brace yourself, Croc. Winter's coming true.
And whatever Oppenheimer felt when Hiroshima got hit with a massacre mushroom isn't even 1% of the regret felt by whoever unleashed an armor-plated equalizer onto Earth. But real quick, I'm gonna be saying crocodiles for most of this video, but a lot of this applies to crocodilians as a concept. I cannot express how much every part of a crocodile's body is designed to author your obituary, and that includes its walnut-sized brain. Because crocodiles are intelligent on a level that should deeply disturb you. Both mugger crocodiles and American alligators will lure birds in by using sticks and twigs as bait to snatch their souls.
That's great. Nah, bro. That explains a lot. Nah, bro. That's crazy. No. So you might just walk around. You think it's a log with a bunch of sticks on there. And then you walk past it and motherfucker just rips your leg off. Oh my god.
That would already be bad enough, without the implication. The implication is that Satan's Snaggletooth stapler is able to take seasonality into account, since they're aware enough to pull this in the middle of nesting season. They're like Batman with prep time, except they've had 100 million years to play.
Yoink. Just yoinked. Yoinked out of existence.
Plot. Another revelation is that the dinosaur time left behind will hunt as a pack, with scientists watching a group of crocs swimming in a circle around a shoal of fish.
As a pack? They come with homies as well? Yeah, nah, I thought they would hunt alone, but they come with homies too.
In the circle tighter and tighter until the fish were forced into a bait ball, just for the chompy boys to take turns cutting across the center of the circle to get their share of fish. There's another example where a massive saltwater crocodile scared a pig into running into a lagoon, where it was immediately jumped by two smaller crocs waiting. Now the implication there is somehow the giant salty knew exactly what direction to force the pig. Crocs have been doing this, it's just as expert Vladimir Dene will tell you, it's incredibly difficult to study an animal that does its damage in the water. Because if you're in the water studying hunting crocodiles, chances are they're also studying you, and their thesis statement is your headstone engravement. Vlad has put in over 3,000 hours of watching crocs, and has witnessed things like a stronger, heavier croc driving fish to shore, with smaller, more agile teammates hawking cornered fish. Now you might ask, how do the crocs share their victims? And honestly, that might be more unsettling than how they murk them.
They share their victims. Okay. Interesting. You think Simple Trap is crazy? Check out spiders. I know that spiders do crazy shit, but I would have never expected that from crocodiles. They kind of look stupid and brutish, regardless.
Chris Campbell was a contractor for the Okefenokee Wildlife Reserve, which meant over a decade of watching what a neighbor gator is capable of. One day he showed up to work with 60-something gators posted up by the boat docks. What he described
60, huh? That's horrible. You mean Casual Geographic?
Were two groups of gators, one in the semicircle formation driving fish to the shallows and using the boats to corner them, and the other group in the background resting, or more like waiting. Because whenever a gator from the hunting party caught a fish, he'd immediately retire to the waiting group, and one of the waiting crocs would sub in and take his place. This went on for hours, until it got hot enough for them to clock out and go their ways. But when Campbell went back the next morning, like clockwork, the morning crush was still there. Same time, same place, same agenda. That's a level of teamwork and foresight most people aren't willing to accept from a prehistoric snap trap. But your ignorance ain't bliss, in fact it's what sustains them. In many spots in Africa and Australia, people are warned never to get water from the same place more than once, and definitely not past twice. It's because crocodiles will memorize patterns and clock your daily routine, and getting too predictable.
Bro, these guys are planning the murder. Bro, that's crazy that they remember your pattern? They can remember when you go somewhere? Hell no, bro.
Around a professional camper means the croc will take note. just to ambush you the next chance they get, and they'll use very little energy to do it. It's also why studying them is like edging death. Choose the same spots repeatedly, and at best, the croc notices and avoids you with no regard for your research. And at worst, Senor Snappy studies your habits enough to put a halo around your head. That's a real PhD, which makes the crocodile a gift-wrapped FU to any creature of habit, and why the most dangerous kind of croc is actually an investigator.
Look at this. He's just smiling at you. Wanting to taste you. Lick you. Anyways, that's crazy because about a month ago, I was a secret pond my neighbor showed me. I was questioning if I saw an alligator or a log, and I actually had to walk my neighbor away from the alligator. That's crazy. Wow, that's still insane that these fucking guys just straight up plan your death.
But if you watch this video, you could be the smartest thing missing a spine. You'll still be a living doormat if you don't have the hardware to back it up. And no animal has more disrespectful hardware than a motion-activated bear trap. Crocodile is the most physically unfair predator on Earth because virtually every body part has been expressly designed to flatline you. They have the strongest recorded bite force of any animal at 3,700 pounds per square inch, making its jaw a steel trap capable of damage on par with victims of war. But Maturing's realizing
crocodiles have a high bite force capable of transecting the body of an adult human into two parts or amputating the lower limb above the knee. This is very similar to mutilated war blast injuries in water. Humans are weaker and slower than other prey animals, have difficulty to balance their body, and are easy to be hunted. That is why a majority of crocodile attacks occur in water and not near water edges. Near water edge. Wow. Edging death. Been there, done that. Australia. Yeah, you are part of the dark continent. You're cooked anyways.
It's the teeth as much as the jaw. Sharks have serrated teeth to slice through prey. Crocs have death cones designed to keep prey in its custody, meaning if a leather log bites you, you have the lowest chance of escape, which gets worse when the croc proceeds to drown you. And with crocs being able to hold their breath for up to 2 hours, trust that you'll pass tense long before he does. The only thing with those teeth is they're great for grabbing, useless for chewing, so they'll slam prey into chunks and swallow them whole, which leads to the most broken finishing move of any animal, the death roll. But crocs also have the most acidic stomach of any animal and can dissolve bones, horns, and hooves. But they're also bloodbenders with a heart that controls exactly where the blood goes, and a feeding croc will direct blood to its stomach, so the carbon dioxide in it only makes the acid more corrosive. And good luck fighting back when nature made an evolutionary aggro weapon borderline bulletproof. Crocodiles are covered in osteoderms, and armor plating blocks the teeth of other animals from doing damage, which is why there's more than one case of a croc tanking a gunshot, but the nasty work is what you can't see. The scales are said to manipulate water in a way that means a 20-foot problem doesn't make ripples. The osteoderms create countercurrents that can...
Not ripples. To be fair, crocs are most... Perth. Top of Australia. Okay. Okay. Wow, not even ripples. What is their weakness? I need some weaknesses now. Come on, not too much high defense in attack.
Allow any disturbances made in the water. Basically cloaking technology, but in a steroid reptile. The same osteoderms can store heat for when it gets too cold and then release it when it's too hot, so they also have a built-in thermostat. There's one more trick under its skin, and it's that when crocs spend all that time underwater, lactic acid starts to build up in them. But because osteoderms are made of mineralized bones, the minerals will slightly dissolve if the acid gets too high, releasing carbonate and bicarbonate ions that neutralize the acid and raise the pH. Crocs are nature's nepo babies. Evolution gave them every cheat possible. And with salties growing up to 20 feet long and pressing the scales at often over 2,000 pounds, it's not like they needed more handouts. Especially when you realize, except for a tail that stores fat like a camel's hump, crocs are almost all muscle and look like a snake with legs with cradle.
Oh! But we have other animals like snakes, I'm aware, and ginormous spiders.
This is knives for teeth. That tail is a lot stronger than you'd think, and the same one that can briefly airlift a plus-size predator would absolutely shatter your leg with a direct hit. But there might not be anything more unsettling than crocodiles having probably the most advanced eyes of any animal. Eyes nature put right at the top of their heads, so snappy lads can plot on your life while cosplaying as a log. Eyes that have a protective nictating membrane, so even attacking one of their few weaknesses still requires two-factor authentication, especially since they can retract their eyeballs. And like dolphins, crocs can rest half their brain at a time.
And they can retract their eyeballs. And they can rest half their brain. What is this? Nerf? Ref? Is this allowed? Is this allowed? Ref? Nerf? Nerf? We needed a crocodile DLC. This is not fair.
Meaning the pride of Steve Irwin can sleep with one eye open, and studies show they're more likely to do that when they're around humans. Also, they have night vision because of course they do. And that's not even the most broken part of their vision. The fovea is a small part of the retina, but it's where vision is the sharpest, and it's what you use when you focus on a specific word on a page, or play Where's Waldo. And when you move your eyes to look at something, got him, that's you putting the image on your fovea. The problem is, what is a tiny dot for us is the shape of a skid mark in a crocodile. Having a fat fovea means nature's favorite predator can scan an entire shoreline without moving its head. If you still don't follow, get a book and try to read the entire page without moving your eyes once, and then realize how much of a middle finger this creature's existence is. Especially since the titanic scale demon has cockroach levels of plot armor. Crocodiles can tank freezing cold, extreme heat, radiation, and can live in waters contaminated with heavy metals. And with a diet of a morgue, they're resistant to nastiness like anthrax, cholera, and the most potent substance on Earth, botulism. They also have negligible senescence, meaning they don't really age the same way most animals do. It doesn't make them immortal, but it does mean that they never really stop growing and can easily pass 100. In fact,
He ate people, fathered 10,000 babies, and just turned 124. Meet Henry. Henry is a menace. I read the rule books, Poké. He is indeed legal. Ban! A global ban on crocodiles.
right now, there's a croc that's been alive since 1900. Like the year. Which means, other than a Greenland shark, I don't think there's another predator that can outlive a croc, and with them being nature's favorite, of course some sick muppet made them resistant to cancer. And many believe it's thanks to their gut, because the gut microbiome is said to be a huge part of your health.
Doesn't die, doesn't get sick, grows infinitely, strongest bite force, bulletproof, sees you in 4K, 120 FPS. What else does this thing not have?
And a crocodile's gut community manages to UNO reverse cancer. An experiment found that their gut bacteria put the brakes on cancer and slowed the growth of cancer-causing cells. Basically, it's a cancer to cancer, and now I understand why Buddy from Spider-Man crashed out. Especially since it turns out alligators and crocodiles can regenerate a lost tail. Crocodilian
regenerative abilities!
Blood also throws hands with bad bacteria and can dead diseases like salmonella and staph infections. This thing's built like a Dark Souls boss, and the fact that they can survive several acts of God yet get neutralized by a rubber band around the mouth proves nature has a sense of irony. But that's a lot better than getting folded by some of the diseases out there, and there's some stuff that Satan would second guess. Viewer discretion is advised, and this time, I'm so serious. I'm not being cute. If you're queasy and not built—
And they're somewhat fast too. Not bulletproof, we hunt them once a year. But some of them can take a gunshot. They can still tank a gunshot, so they're still somewhat bulletproof. Obviously, if you if you would shoot on a bulletproof vest a couple of times, it will probably eventually get through. I guess that would be the same for crocodiles.
For body horror, go here before I ruin your whole day. Your lack of action will be considered consent, I'm just saying. Last chance, you can still go back. Alright, this is on you. 3, 2, happy Halloween. I didn't even curse, I did gag a little. This is a deer suffering from papillomavirus, and it's usually not harmful unless—
What the fuck is going on? Yeah, that's gonna turn people into— So that is how The Last of Us starts.
you value mental health. But it can also cause Lovecraftian rabbits, with those affected seeming to grow tentacles. And if you live in Colorado, you've definitely seen these jackalopes popping up. And according to this article, the cutaneous quills are caused by the cottontail papilloma virus. This is the worst thing you can see while a mile high, because of the altitude. We fear most what we can't understand, and sometimes it feels like fear is the only thing stories like these are selling, and how that story is told could be the difference between being informed and building a panic bunker expecting the end of the world. That's where ground news comes in. Because if we're talking about a mutant deer with flesh bubbles for sanity's sake, you better be informed. Their app and website pulls from over 50,000 sources worldwide to give you context about each source's biases, reliability, and ownership. It allows you to compare how different outlets cover the same story and see where the truth really lies. And with the rabbit story, Ground News shows you over 200 sources, and that most of the reporting came from the left or center. If I scroll down, I can see all the articles, and the more sensational headlines that were calling them Frankenrabbits actually came from lower factuality sources. As you can guess, the higher rated outlets were the ones explaining what was going on. The internet's great for showing you things you'd otherwise be blind to, but it's also great for erasing context and mass producing misinformation, which is why Ground News takes the mask off of who's really pushing a story to explain the inexplicable, and Ground News was even recognized by the Nobel Peace Center for their efforts in media literacy. If you'd like a guide to navigate random rabbit holes, no, not this one. By now, you already know I partnered with Ground News to get you 40% off the same unlimited access Vantage plan I'm using. Make sure you go to groundnews.com/casualgeo or scan the QR code on screen to subscribe for only $5 a month, so hopefully I will never have to look at that deer again. But you'll never see a croc with something like that.
What? Why does it jump? Why are you airborne? Stop! Stop! Next you telling me they can fly! I mean, I know they can jump. But why is it about to fly?
It just wasn't enough. Nature gave an overachieving iguana the most broken build on the planet. Their abilities would get—
Bro already does. Look. He's barely hatched, and he already has the death roll in it. Look at that.
Get them banned.
Look at that. He's already trading.
And in any game. Like I said, a crocodile on a stakeout can hold its breath for hours, and alligators can survive a 5-month cold plunge. Low metabolism means they live on power save mode, and it's also why a crocodile can go up to 2 years without eating. God bless the bloke that breaks his fast. It means
doesn't need food either. Doesn't need food either.
Crocodiles can wait out the times that would surely wipe out anything else, and now you see how an aggressive snout managed to reject the same death that found the dinosaurs. Crocs have been around since Saturn was single and still waiting on a ring, and the fact that they can just suspend animation by putting their life on layaway just proves that they really are the—
What the fuck? Bro was probably really surprised when he was picked up.
teacher's pet of evolution. Also, crocodiles are more than capable of running fast enough to catch you off guard, or at least a Cuban croc will, and this is the one time I wish it were AI. And whoever said you should run away from one in a zigzag is guilty of attempted murder. That is a myth that only ups the chance that you trip and go out like a horror movie. You could climb a tree, except they can do that too, because honestly,
climbs a tree, can run fast. What can these dudes not do? What can they not do?
Why not? They do everything else. And not only do they climb trees, according to scientists, they do it regularly, with them finding grown adults 10 feet in the tree.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Just what the fuck? Just why? What the fuck? Just what the fuck?
And juveniles as high as 30. School taught you to be afraid of quicksand and giant Venus flytraps, yet somehow a drop gator was an unmentioned possibility. They can also climb fences of every kind. And again, you already know where this was taken.
You are not safe. You are just not safe. Bro.
This is flagrantly Floridian. I think now's a good time to mention crocodiles are more related to birds than to a turtle, snake, or a lizard, meaning we just barely missed out on this freak being able to fly. Flightlessness aside, another thing they can't do well is see underwater.
They're related to birds, so eventually, if evolution allows it, they're gonna fly. They cannot fly yet. Well, they are related to birds. Oh well. Bro is most certainly flying soon. There's gonna be a DLC in like 1,000 years where they can fly.
Water. Their aquavision is actually kind of mid. We're this far into this video and we finally found a weakness. But don't get too excited because nature overcompensated with something outrageous. Those pits seasoning the crocodile are pressure sensors, and it's how the ultimate predator can clock the smallest vibrations in the water. It does.
So it doesn't matter if they don't see underwater. It doesn't matter if they don't see underwater. It legit doesn't matter. It does not matter if they can see underwater. It doesn't. They can't. They still know where you are.
It erases their lack of water vision. In fact, you could hog-tie a croc blindfolded, throw it into a pool, and let a leaky faucet drip on the complete opposite side. The croc will still know exactly where the water's coming from, while you won't know where he is until you wake up at a Tupac concert. And when murkiness brings the water's visibility to 0, they'll T-pose, spreading their legs and fingers to maximize an already broken ability. And speaking of fingers, their jaws are more sensitive than yours. A dinosaur beast breathing like a nosegay, but let the croc tell it. That's the only demon that's slaying. And I don't know if I said this already, but let's not just walk past the fact that they can regenerate their tails like a starfish's arm. But the thing is, bears are berserker builds on steroids, cats are four-legged fur ninjas, and orcas are the most cerebral serial murkers on the planet. What is it about this semi-aquatic bioweapon that makes me confidently call them the scariest predator on Earth? Oh, simple. They're a predator's predator. Is there a single predator that generates more anxiety in other predators? Even cheetahs aren't fast enough to cheat death in the hit range of the reptile. And the king of the...
Well, that's over. Well, I read the death block for this guy. It will get the flying feature. DLC drop, flying crocs. Yeah, that'd be horrible. Evolution, if you're going far enough, everything's connected to everything, but really far enough. Yeah, we good, though. We good. I'd rather not have that connection at all. No sight but strong sixth sense. Yeah, bro doesn't need to see inside the water. He knows where you are anyways. It does not matter. Oh yeah, aren't they related to pterodactyls? I have no idea if these are related to flying dinosaurs, bro. Hopefully not, dude.
Jungle gets a severe vibe check when they're out of their element. Not to mention, crocodiles will savage sharks to the point where many believe bull sharks actively avoid them. The crocodile is the worst kind of predator, one with zero prejudice, which makes them a massive threat to the most successful predator of all time. Here's the thing, when a lion, tiger, or bear becomes a man-eater, it usually means something's wrong and they can't hunt their normal prey. Polar bears and Komodo dragons are famously less picky, but their home base is so remote that most people will never have to worry about them. Not only do crocodiles practice the worst kind of equality, they're basically everywhere. It's not that they—
Bro's trying to take down a elephant. Someone must be related to dinosaurs. Our alligators existed then. Yeah, they are related to dinosaurs in some way, shape, form. These motherfuckers are old. So Crocnado, basically. No.
Actively go after humans, just that they genuinely don't care. Which is why it's the crocodile that turns more humans into hashtags than any other large predator, by a lot. And considering how and where they do it, that number could easily be higher. Even if you don't get killed by a crocodile, there's plenty of psychological damage that comes from being targeted by one. In 2003, 2 Australian teenagers spent 22 hours trapped in a tree while being stalked by a 13-foot crocodile below, and the entire night was the two keeping each other awake so they wouldn't fall in. To make it even worse, thanks to a flood, the waters kept rising, and the croc seemed to taunt the two.
Bro was spawn camping. Bro is camping and waiting. That these motherfuckers must be stopped. Bro, which is nearly the only animal that kept going for at least 65 million years without change. Yeah. Sharks are also quite old. By the way, the P is silent. English is retarded. I refuse to hold back on the word I said.
By showing off the body of the third friend it had already caught. The two would be saved, but only by helicopter. Because really, what else can you do in that situation? Well, they didn't get it as bad as Ryan. The New Zealander also got stalked by a croc almost as big as the 20-foot kayak he was traveling in, and held captive on Governor Island, where the predator repeatedly made his presence known. 2 weeks with limited food and water, and a 20-foot undertaker that would chase him every time he tried to leave, and Ryan was hanging on by only a thread by the time he was rescued. That's the horror of being hunted by the greatest sit-and-wait predator of all time. Cause time is their greatest resource. You'll never have more of it than they do. And the fact that the big ones can go a year or more between meals and do their dirty work in murky water makes a man-eating crocodile the most difficult kind to deal with. Gustav was a Nile crocodile believed to
Gustav, not Gustav! Only the strongest survive in Australia. I suppose so. Yeah, I guess underwater creatures can be old too. Yeah. It's just crazy. These motherfuckers are built different.
Be 20 feet long and well over 2,000 pounds. Believed because despite allegedly putting 300 people in past tense and being repeatedly shot, the serial killer Croc was never officially caught. And despite reports of his death, because he was believed to have hatched in the 50s, there's a small but legitimate chance he's still out there, biding his time, just waiting for someone to wander close enough.
Bro, 300 people gone. Rip Bozo. Crazy. You see the eye in the small picture with the bird? Yes, obviously. It's just insane.
To become 50 Shades of Prey. You never see them until it's too late, and once you do, you might not see them for another year. It's a self-cloaking carnivorous
well, you might not see much anyways. You might not see much anyways. You might not see much after that to begin with. Most bro is covered in moss.
Time left behind. This is the scariest predator on Earth. But of course, it's just an animal doing what comes naturally. They're not evil, just forged by millions of years of character development and mass extinctions. It's not hard to see why Steve Irwin wrote so hard for them, and I wouldn't be doing Khaki Jesus justice if I convinced you to hate them. Now, with them it's respect, and a very healthy helping of fear, because moral of the story, always beware the old man in a game where men die young. And you always beware the landlord of Croc Country, because you'll never know when rent's due.
Well, buddies, I'm avoiding water. If I go anywhere that has these fuckers, well, it doesn't even matter if I avoid water. These motherfuckers run around outside of the water too. Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. No weakness. How they cover themselves like that. Animals are an evil. Nature is. Well, nature also isn't technically, right? For something to be evil, there must be a perception of good. Animals do not have that perception. Neither does nature. Anyways, yeah, I'm avoiding any place that has these fuckers. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm not going anywhere. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was interesting. I did not know how well guns. Yeah, they can tank a gunshot, so this might be terrifying. They can, in fact, tank a gunshot. So I don't know how far you could be protected from this. How safe it would be. Maybe not. Maybe not. Nature's... Go feed stray cats and you will see. Oops. Nature wants to consume you. Anyways. Well, grenades. Yeah, that might be helpful. That might be helpful. That might be helpful. Anyways. You know what? Let's watch something freaky. Let's watch something freaky. Why not? Here's something freaky. It might have something freaky.
Okay, so about a month ago,
It's definitely gonna be freaky. Most certainly. Anyways. TikTok teachers have gotten even worse by Cameron. Yeah. I've seen the clips. Well, how can TikTok teachers become worse when they're already trying to sleep with their students? The women, I mean. The women, I mean. Anyways, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, so about a month ago, we talked about the epidemic of unprofessional teachers labeling themselves as
I'm a teacher, babe. Call me. No! No! No. No. Okay, a little question. I'm here.
teacher bays and dressing very unprofessionally, wearing short skirts and high heels, looking like they're about to go to the club, not like
Are you really? Sorry, but I do not believe that you are there to teach. Is this appropriate attire? Is this... Those students are not gonna do a lot of learning, that's for sure.
Like they're about to go teach a class full of students. And unfortunately today, we're back talking about teachers again because there was a recent teacher who was fired for some pretty weird activity. Basically how the story goes is there was this brand new substitute teacher by the name of Miata Borders who was 24 years old, who decided to record a TikTok, a little day in the life video, going in on her first day, and this is where it all went south.
Yeah. We got a new hustle unlocked. I'm a school teacher now. Little breakfast. Let's get the day rolling. Who would have ever thought it? Yes, ma'am. Have a good day. Today.
I'm questioning things. I haven't seen anything of her yet, but the students' reactions tell me everything I need to know. Imagine you doing a live stream and two-thirds of your chat aren't talking nicely, curse words. Mods condemn it, but you still take it down, even when the mods erase them. Can it be? Because overall, most chat cleaned down, and YouTube see it as problematic because the mods did their job. Is that wait. Wait. Well, if the mods remove it, then how can if the mods remove it, how can YouTube remove the bad no words afterwards? Because the YouTube filter already nukes it before it is sent. I am incredibly confused. Do you mean the live stream is nuked because the chatters don't act nice? Which I have not heard that that's a case anywhere. Does it matter gender ? Not particularly, though. This is mostly just an uptick. Mostly just an uptick in female teachers doing this, where it is mostly accurate, because it is those doing it. Hi Jacob, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. If YouTube see a stream that's like get erased, and for that reason they nuke it. I've never heard YouTube do that, so I have no idea. I've never heard YouTube do that. I don't even think that's the case. Curse words that would stay in, but for mods not allowing free. Wait, what? I'm confused. Well, if the mods don't allow it, then the mods don't allow it. Then that's it. Then that's it. I don't get what you're trying to say. Maybe a language issue?
It was really a breeze. My kids ain't have to do too much, man. I really, to be honest, I let them do whatever they want to do. Yes, I'm that type of teacher.
That is not really appropriate behavior for a teacher. Never mind, it's not freaky, it's just disrespectful. I'm checking if YouTube does such a thing. I'm aware, no. I don't think YouTube takes down streams depending on what is written in the chat. I don't think that happens. No, because like if that's the case, that's like a lot of streams that they would need to take down. No, I don't think that's the case.
Took me a little lunch break. Yeah, they got it going on at this joint. They stay bound. Okay then. Damn, shorty. Sheesh. Man, I gotta get up out these school kids trying to take me down, man. Then I look so young, I look like one of them. You know, my little free time, I had to go out there and give me some little content, little fit check. Really just a chill fit today. Cause y'all know if it was up to me, I would have been rough fine head to toe.
Now, there's a few things we gotta talk about with that video. What is that breakfast that this woman was talking about eating? Sour Skittles, Gatorade.
That's not a breakfast. That's not a breakfast. No, that's not.
a Lunchable, a Peach, and some Zetarians. She's out here eating like a student. Who the hell eats sour Skittles and a Lunchable for breakfast? Look, I know you're not broke. I see the fit you got on. I see those Jordan 11s. Go get you some eggs or something. How are you gonna operate off of some candy? And number 2, it's bad that the kids and the other teachers are questioning if she's a teacher or not. This was my exact problem I had in my Teacher Bay video. They weren't dressing like teachers. They were dressing like they were just out and about, you know, going to the club, going to brunch, stuff like that. And that's not a good thing, especially in the educational field. You're supposed to dress professionally. Why, as a teacher, are you wearing this big ass chain like you're a rapper? You're not a rapper. You're a substitute teacher. Even if you're just a substitute.
You do have to dress well. You do not dress well. You do kinda have to dress well in a way. Sure, not like crazy well, not like you don't have to look like, I don't know, you just freshly came out of like a job interview, but goddamn, bro, wear some clothes.
I still believe that substitutes should try their best to dress like other teachers in the building, or at least professionally. Her outfit isn't that bad, but that big ass take that back home, dude. Number 3, her comments on her letting her students do whatever they want to do. I understand that's what the students want to hear when they're having a sub. I would have loved to hear that back in high school, but that's not a good thing to say because you're a teacher and your job is to teach. You're supposed to lead the classroom. Even if you're just a sub, you're just there for one day. I still hold you to the same standard as a regular teacher. You saying that your kids can do whatever and you're over there kicking your feet up on the table in your video, it's just super unprofessional and disrespectful.
Also, wouldn't it be harmful to your career path considering that, right, you wouldn't want to just basically continue your existence as a substitute teacher, right? That feels kind of sad and depressing. I don't know. Why would you perpetually be a substitute teacher?
And her saying, I'm that type of teacher, like, it's like she's trying to sound like she's cool. I think that's the biggest problem with a lot of these teachers. They're trying their best to be cool. And it's like, you're not supposed to be cool. You're supposed to do your job. There's gonna be some things with your job that aren't deemed as cool to the students, and that's okay. You're not supposed to appease them. Your job is to teach them and lead them. So when she's talking about how, oh yeah, I'm that type of teacher, I let them do anything, it's just weird. It's stupid. Another thing that's unprofessional from this woman, when that high school student looked at her and she said, and I quote, "Damn shorty sheesh, man, I gotta get up out of these schools. These kids are trying to take me down." And then she said, I look so young, so I look like one of them. That's absolutely disgusting. Did you forget that you're subbing in a high school? These are teens you're talking.
Yeah, it's like, surprise, teenagers look young. What are you talking about? You know, the original actor that plays Michael Myers has a cat named Michael Meowers. That's funny.
Talking about, you're 24 years old and you're talking about teens sexually, talking about how they're trying to take you down because of the way that they're looking at you. Like, that is completely.
What is it with the female teacher into PDF pipeline? How did that happen? How did that become something that is, well, not common, but it has happened? Why? Okay, nah. I don't know. It's just weird. What a weird pipeline.
Disgusting and completely weird. And also another thing, when she was talking about getting some La content at the end, this woman needs to get some La teaching etiquette. You're focusing more on your content than you are teaching. Also, at the end of her video, it took her 3 minutes to close that door. I don't know if y'all peeped that. It took you 3 minutes to close that door? Really? Are we being serious? And also another thing. Oh my, I know I'm on like a little rant right now, but y'all just gotta bear with me. On the screen, when she was editing the video, it said 12:55 a.m. and it was clearly p.m. Now, I don't want to be that guy, but if somebody doesn't know the difference between 12 a.m. and 12 p.m., they don't need to be teaching other kids, even if they're a sub. I'm sorry to tell you, they shouldn't. There's a lot of things wrong with that video.
Time's hard. The time is hard. Not everybody can know how the clock functions, right? Nah, bro. Sure, substitute teacher, okay, but I feel like you're kind of ruining potential. Like, why would you constantly be a substitute teacher?
And after this video was released, it got a lot of backlash because, number one, she's recording students without their consent, and that's not something you should be doing as a teacher. It's pretty unprofessional. And number two, she said "damn shorty" to a high school student, and she talked about how the students were trying to take her down. Once again, that's not something you should be doing as a teacher. Honestly, not something you should be doing as a person. You shouldn't be talking about 15, 16-year-olds talking about how they're trying to take you down. And since the video got a lot of backlash and caught a lot of steam, the school district saw the post and banned Miata Borders from doing any substitute work for them anymore. And I'm gonna say this right now. I don't understand how you get fired on the first day. Like, I understand making a few mistakes the first day. That's normal, you know? When you start a job, when you do anything for the first time, you're gonna make a lot of mistakes. But getting fired on the first day is a whole different story. That means you messed up pretty bad. That doesn't mean you made a little petty mistake that can be fixed within, like, I don't know, a few seconds. That means you did something crazy. Something...
See, if you got fired as a teacher, you are it's essentially over. You are essentially over. Hello, tourist. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'm sending this stream link where I'm going to get my OC drawn by a streamer, not you, Doug. So you stream. Yeah, okay. Also, hi, Cocos. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Nimbus. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'm doing good. Things are fine.
Odd. But if we're being honest though, I think low-key it's more of the school's fault for just hiring anyone to do sub work. Schools got to start being more strict when it comes to having substitutes at this point. Because if this woman could just walk in and teach, then I'm convinced R. Kelly could as well.
Don't throw that cheeseburger away.
I feel like you have to... You have to. You literally have to. They have to be more careful who they are putting in schools. Literally. I feel like I think that for teachers there should be a mental evaluation if they are capable of actually teaching.
I wouldn't be surprised if that man popped up as a gym teacher. We already know all them gym teachers are pretty weird. And since the substitute teacher's account was booming from the controversy, people decided to also take a look at her other content on her account. And let me just say, she has some wild posts. When you finally bag the Instagram girl that everybody wants.
I don't have no money. I don't even know how I'm finna eat. I don't even know how I'm finna get something to eat. I don't know. It's just like, I just don't know. Like, my shit is gone. Like,
POV, me responding to the messages of them telling me all of the freaky stuff they gonna do once they see me.
Yeah, nah, nope, nope. I think, that's not really, that's not really somebody you should hire.
Yeah. What the heck? This woman has a high school mentality. When you find a stud that's slaying meat like she grew it, you better trap her.
Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah.
What?
Also, I don't think you're talking to women if she has meat.
You got a Twitter account and she's saying yes sir in the video, and she starts doing these hand motions like she's
anyways
a girl. This woman shouldn't have been in the school in the first place. They should have done a deeper background check on this woman. Shorty, you eat cat? 1 video attachment, 2 strings with no hands. Me claiming celibacy when the wrong person wants some cat eggplant, cat.
Yeah, why did we hire this woman? Why did they hire this woman? She low-key looks like King Von.
What is she out here doing? Giving out cat dick? What? Is she saying like lesbian meat? Is that what she's saying? I don't know. Still a weird post for a teacher to have on an account. And she also had these get ready with me's where she's in her underwear with her strap on and it's just hanging there. Like, She just has her plastic meat just hanging there. Pause.
Plastic meat is crazy. Oh my god, this is horrible.
This sounds like pause on that. But the plastic meat is just hanging there, dog. This is just weird, man. If she posted stuff like this, the smart thing to do would be to maybe private or delete these posts when you're going in to be a substitute teacher. I don't know. I just think these posts are crazy. Someone who's posting like this shouldn't be inside a school. Now, after getting all this backlash, the substitute teacher, in true influencer
I would have said that already when she made sexual comments about the teenagers there.
fashion, decided to post a response. And here's what she had to say.
As you guys may know, I am the substitute that was recently fired from teaching because of my TikTok. It's honestly so sad how sick the world is that you guys automatically mischaracterize me fully without further context.
How are people mischaracterizing you? And how is the world sick? You were the one talking about how high school students wanted to take you.
Already, I also have to say, can you, maybe that sounds rough, but can you speak proper English, please? Thank you. Or at least in a way that it's understandable. I don't know. Because if I would sit in her class, I'd genuinely struggle. I believe I already saw this video before. It's exactly why I don't like TikTokers who make this kind of content. And she's a substitute teacher.
You down, saying
was.
Damn, shorty. That's on you. You can't blame the world on that one. That is on you, gang. Actually, you're not my gang.
I'm a content creator. I record everything I do, so it was typical for me. And as you guys know, if you create content, you will know that everything you see is not what you get. Majority of the content that you do see was recorded while I was alone. It looked as if I had a class, but I did not have a class, and the school knows that. I did not have a class. I had nothing but free time. Aside from the body camera that was already recording, everything else was recorded when I was alone. And as I explained to Lake Cormont when I first arrived, this was my very first time subbing ever. I had absolutely no idea that I couldn't record students, or else I definitely wouldn't have done it.
I feel like that's just a given. Like, how stupid do you have to be to think?
If students are not allowed to record, right, which is oftentimes a thing, how come you think that as a teacher you would be allowed... See, students would not be allowed to record teachers. How do you think that you as the teacher are allowed to record the students? What are you talking about? This does not make sense.
That you can just walk into a school, right? You can be a sub, a teacher, whatever. And you can just record the students. How did you not think that that was wrong? Use your brain. You can't just record random people's kids and just upload them to your account because you're a quote-unquote content creator. At this school, you are a sub first, then content creator after. You're the teacher first.
I'm by far no predator or anything close to it. That is insane for...
No, you're not a pred. Nobody said you're pred. But you do have weird behavior that may damage the school's image. That's just the truth. Yes, tourist, you can.
For it even to be put onto me. I truly just thought I was doing something good for the youth. Like, honestly, and I was enjoying it.
Saying that a high schooler wants to take you down is doing something good for the youth, man. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. What do you mean you were trying to do something good for the youth? Like you doing a get ready with me? Like what good does that do? I don't, maybe I'm tripping. Let me know in the comment section, please.
I truly do apologize for how it may seem, but my slang and terminology is much different than yours. But none of the kids knew they were being recorded at any point. And I do apologize for this once again, I truly do, but I had no idea this was prohibited. I assure you that it would have not been posted. What I meant by shorty and the terminology the kids were going to take me down were absolutely not what you guys took them as. Those kids were smaller than me, shorter than me, younger than me. They are shorties, they are young. That absolutely means nothing with flirting. My terminology is much different from you guys. So I said the kids were going to take me down, as in a phrase of the kids all together. That absolutely did not mean anything sexual. That is sick to even think of that. I am a content creator. I am known. The kids knew me. They were supporters of mine. So I say the kids were going to take me down. It means as the same way that supporters do anybody else that they support. I'm no different from them. I handle myself more than properly. I do have a fan base. I do have supporters. I do have people that know me. Those kids already had knew me previously. It was several kids coming up to me trying to see Am I that person? That's what I meant by take me down. All hassling me at once is what I meant. Absolutely.
Buddy, is no matter how you it's just like you can yap the entire time, right? You can complain as much as you want. The cold harsh truth is that you got fired for once for weird comment towards a student, which is, no matter how you want to put it, a red flag. Absolutely, it is a red flag. Most certainly it is. Stop calling kids shorty as well. And then also, you were basically not focusing on the task at hand, which would be the teaching. So they just kicked you out. Okay, tourist, I've seen it.
Didn't mean anything sexual from kids. That is sick. Those are kids, so they see me as somebody famous. They were all entouraging me at one time. That's what I meant. I find it sick that you guys would assume that I'd be saying that phrase in any other way.
I sort of understand what she's trying to say. I sort of do. And this isn't me siding with her or anything. It's just me being completely real. But at the same time, you gotta step out of your shoes and look at it in another person's shoes. Imagine a parent seeing a video of their child on TikTok. Damn, shorty, I better get up out of these schools before these kids try to take me down. Do you see how weird that sounds? It's not like people are just spinning your words just to spin them. It sounds weird. Even if those weren't your intentions, it's still a weird thing to say, especially when you're just recording these high schools. Like,
it's also weird with the recent uptick of predator female teachers, which I don't know where that came from, but it's a weird there's a weird uprising, maybe because they're getting actually caught. Well, I wouldn't call it caught. They're probably not even going to prison.
It's odd. The whole thing is odd. And also, the kids did not know you, dog. You are not that famous to the point where these kids knew you. I'm tired of these influencers swearing up and down that they're known when in reality, they're irrelevant. And I'm not saying this just to be like a dickhead or anything. Me personally, I don't see myself as famous or any of that BS, right? I'm a regular person. I make videos. Cool. But saying that you're famous and these kids, they all knew who you were is crazy, because I promise you, they didn't know who you were. And if they did know who you were, then it's probably because you were telling them like, yeah, I make TikToks, blah, 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 trying to flex on them. And actually, if they did know you, you're talking about all these sexual things and you're saying that these kids are fans of you. Like, whichever way she tries to spin it, it's just not, it's not good.
Again, it was an additional voiceover. It was not recorded. On the videos, it was nothing saying I was cheering the school on.
Honestly, that makes it even worse that it was an additional voiceover and this wasn't like a live thing. Because that means that you thought about what you said. You said it and you didn't think about, oh, could this be weird or anything like that?
You said it. You probably listened to it because you did probably edit some stuff. You listened to it, and then you hit upload. You hit upload. You know what you were uploading.
You just straight up said it. That just makes it even worse.
But now that I see with creating content, it's easy to misunderstand and misinterpret things because everyone is free to their own opinions. That doesn't mean just automatically mischaracterize me. I absolutely did not know. What I said in a voiceover was absolutely not meant how you guys took it. I just talk very differently. My slang is different. But I truly, sincerely to the bottom of my heart, I do apologize to all of the parents and students at Lake Cormont. I actually loved you guys' school. I would have loved to work there. Like, I want you guys to give me some grace. This is my first time subbing ever. You see, I'm a content creator. This is my first time subbing. I was trying something new, trying to give back to the kids, which I would have loved to do. I enjoyed myself the time I was there, but I'm fired.
Okay, I absolutely hate.
This was your first time, and it's gonna be your last time.
How she keeps on bringing up how she's a content creator. And I hate that because you're a sub first. You're doing your job as a sub. You are a sub first. You're a teacher first. Your content does not come before the sub work. The sub work comes first. You keep on saying that you're a content creator. You're not a content creator. You're just a person who makes videos and is weird. Like, oh my gosh, man. If you're a true content creator, you would have said what you said, would have maybe thought about it and be like, oh, that's a little weird. People might take this out of context. Why not change up how I say this? But you're not a true content creator. But yeah, that was her whole first response. Overall, I understand where she's coming from. I understand it. But at the same time, I still think this whole thing is just weird. There's too many points where she messed up for people to just be like, oh, she's okay, she's fine. She also decided to drop a second response because I guess the first response wasn't good enough. And this is what she had to say.
I'm pretty sure by now y'all know my face. The substitute that got fired over TikTok. Before I do get started, I do once again want to apologize to the young ladies in the video and their
You can't apologize as much as you want. You're not getting that job back. Look at her fit, blacklist. The fit is also a problem, right? She looks really unprofessional with like the baggy clothes and like the long chain, right? That looked really unprofessional as well. She could at least decently dress. But I also think she's mostly probably... See, if I find out some substitute teacher was essentially fired from her job from a previous school, yeah, I put that person on a blacklist because I don't know what they have done. Like, I don't know. Sure, some schools might maybe look at like what the reason was, but for the most part, I think that the substitute teaching is over.
Parents, the consistent backlash is sick. A lot of people keep on saying, get her from around the kids, keep her from around the kids. Man, I'm actually a great person to have around your kids. You get what I'm saying? Great mentor. Head always been on straight. Never been a loose screw. You get what I'm saying? Do not let the tattoos fool you. I see how it may come across, but I'm not that freaky to be sitting up talking about kids like that. Like, genuinely, like, it's just sick. I'm not an over-sexualized person. Like, I don't even do that with adults. I'm not going to do that with kids and let alone put that on my platforms. If my intentions were sick like that, why would I broadcast it across my page when I know I'm a content creator? That really don't make sense to me.
Oh my gosh, she's pulling the content creator card again. I'm a content creator. No, I'm a content creator. I would never do anything like that. There's many weird content creators out there, man.
Oh yeah. I shot somebody. You can't jail me. I'm a content creator. What is that excuse? How can you even use that as an excuse? I'm a content creator. And so what? How does that excuse the behavior? I'm a content creator. Okay. You so weird.
I also find it funny where she says the reason she doesn't talk about kids like that is because she's not that freaky. It's just the way that she's saying it. It's like,
oh yeah, the way she says it is also kinda odd. That is somewhat weird. Why would you do that? It's just like, doing something with kids is just freaky. You know that, right?
oh yeah, I don't talk about kids like that because I'm not that freaky. Not because it's illegal or disgusting, right? But because she's not that freaky. Also, her saying I'm not an over-sexualized person is crazy because when you look at her other content, she's out here
yeah, she's literally talking about stuff.
humping the air, showing off her strap print, and talking about the plastic meat that she be given. Like, what do you mean that you're not over-sexualized? Just look at your other content and people can tell that you're a pretty sexual.
How is that, by the way, how is that allowed on TikTok? I mean, then again, you can literally post hentai on TikTok, so I guess.
Person.
It's like y'all think people don't make mistakes. I did not know, because why would I post it if I knew that I couldn't post kids? Regardless of the situation, my intentions were never bad.
Look, people make mistakes all the time. Everyone makes mistakes. I make mistakes. You make mistakes. Everyone in this world makes mistakes. But nobody makes this big of a mistake on their first day of a job.
Every day is getting worse. Why are you guys constantly making this a thing if I've already got fired? I've already got fired. Why is it constantly being a thing? With the consistent backlash and posting, I have not only lost that job, but I've lost my main job as a DSP, direct support professional. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I've had that job for a year. My main job is down the drain. That is sick. I've lost not only one job, but 2 jobs to this situation when I clearly only made a mistake. I posted it and I'm a content creator. Why would I do that if that was my intentions?
Oh my gosh. Stop bringing up that you're a content creator, man. That's not going to help anything. No, I'm a content creator. No. Shut up. She brings up that she's a content creator one more time. Yo, I'm about to crash out, dude.
My face is everywhere on every single site. I'm on YouTube.
It also doesn't change anything. It literally doesn't. It literally doesn't. It has no effect on the situation. Whether you're a content creator or not, you would have still gotten fired.
YouTube. Like, why am I on YouTube? Why are you guys reposting me on YouTube?
My fault, Unc T. My fault, Unc T. Yo, You don't gotta diss me like that. Yeah, you're on YouTube. I'm reposting you on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking crazy right now, but my fault? Dang. Just at me next time.
I hope you guys find the real predators out there, honestly. Because it's not me, like, genuinely. Like, no matter how you put it, you ain't gonna find none on my name in that such a way, man. I'm such a great person. If y'all was to meet me for an hour, man, y'all say, man, she ain't
I think I'm good.
nothing like that. And it's just me being honest. Like, I'm just not that type of person, regardless of what type of content I put out there, because I know y'all gonna try to say something about my content.
That's me when I explain that I'm not the imposter to my homies when I'm playing Among Us. I just say all this jibber jabber, you know? And they'll be like, man, like, if you really knew me and everything, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'd never kill anyone in Among Us, you know? I'm a crewmate. Like, I'm not.
And I apologize to them kids and the parents. But I guess it's just a sign, man. I need to just focus on the gifts God gave me.
I wouldn't kill somebody among us. I'm a content creator.
You get what I'm saying? Like, they were just a stepping stone. I wasn't supposed to be a substitute teacher, and I'm gonna take that for what it is. I have 1,000 gifts, man.
Actions have consequences. Think before you post. Also, not everything needs to be content. Did you, being a substitute teacher, really need to be content? No, it didn't have to. Keep it silent. Just do it on the low. You don't have to tell everyone your every move on social media.
I think that should be kept separate completely. I think that if you are a content creator and you are a teacher, I think this should just been completely separate. You don't have to bring that up. There is no reason for that to be something you need to talk about. I think that should be kept completely separate.
Media. I think the thing is, anything can be content, to be fair, but I just don't believe that everything needs to be content. People need to drill that in their brains, dude. It's your first day. Soak it in, man. You're over here trying to vlog and make a little video when it's like, dude, just do your job. What's funny is that if she wasn't putting content over her job, she probably still would have been at this school, funny enough.
I did start a GoFundMe, but I really didn't want to start a GoFundMe because I really don't want the free money. So I would just, man, if you would like to help, because I have lost everything, man, I got a link. I have my clothing brand, man. If you can just buy anything out of hand make all my merch.
And also she was talking about how she started a GoFundMe. Let's peep this GoFundMe, man. Yo, how much money did she raise? $930? Support me
in overcoming hardship. Yeah. Yep.
Overcoming hardship? I'd understand if she started a GoFundMe if she was fired for a completely different issue. Let's just say she was fired because she was black and the school was racist, whatever, something like that. I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. You know, I could support that. But you got fired for something completely different. This isn't just overcoming hardships. Like, you created these hardships for yourself, not the school. Take your job seriously and don't be weird. And this may not have happened. But I think the funniest thing out of this whole, like, substitute situation, people are making AI Pixar.
The way she talks is not teacher material. I agree. When I imagine a teacher, I imagine a more sophisticated way of speaking. I don't expect somebody to, how do you say it, sound somewhat incomprehensive. Like, if she actually fully talks in this, like, what do you call it, a dialect? I don't know. I wouldn't, like, I could see some people kind of struggle.
Our trailers, and let me just say, these are the craziest things I have ever seen.
These kids, y'all. Damn, shorty. These students trying to take me down. Why did I get...
Oh my God. Wait, they're creating Sora AI videos? It's so over.
Fired.
Studstitute coming this fall.
Studstitute.
Only in theaters.
The Studstitute is crazy. That is crazy, man. But yeah, all that being said, my final thoughts on this whole substitute situation. I think she got what she deserved 100%. Not even 100%, 1,000%. You just got to be smarter with stuff like this. Not everything needs to be content. You made some crazy mistakes. These aren't just some mistakes that can be fixed easily. It's like you posted these kids, you said, damn, shorty, you're kicking your feet up on the table. All this stuff is just super unprofessional. And I think when it comes to substitutes, schools should be more strict on who they hire. I don't know what the whole process is, but If she could become a sub, anyone can. I could probably become a sub. But yeah, I think she got what she deserved. 1000%. Take things like this more serious, man. And I've never taught in my life, but I just know that you can't record students as a teacher. But yeah, let me know what y'all think in the comment section below. This is gonna wrap up the video. If you guys made it this far, I appreciate you. Twitch Cameron WAK, Instagram Cameron WAK, Twitter Cameron WAK, Discord link in the description. If you guys enjoyed this video, then I highly recommend you guys check out my most recent video. It'll be right up here on the screen. All that being said, thank you guys for watching. It's Cameron, and I'm out.
Here is how I see the whole situation. She did definitely get what she deserved. I also believe that if you do make videos on the internet, don't involve your job, like, at all. Don't involve your job. I guess if you are like the owner of a business, that's a totally different situation, right? You have like I don't know, you have a bakery and you bake stuff and you film yourself doing so and put it online so people buy more stuff you bake. Sure, okay, right? That's a different thing. But if you are just like an employee, don't make videos and then like just get fired. Why would you want that? That's the problem. Why would you want that? Just keep that shit separate, especially as a teacher. Just keep it separate. That's what I believe. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. It's that simple. Just keep it separate. It really is. Okay. Next up, we're gonna look at whatever tourists send in. Why not? Let's see. Let's see what that is. I need to reload. I need to click something.
I am surprised by...
No, not the Zegler.
Well, you just told me that you were paying...
Anyway, so let's look at this. Ooh. Body cam footage. That looks interesting. That does look interesting. Anyways. Dancer lady. I can't say this word, otherwise I'd probably get demonetized. Refuses to have fun. And a Saudi man calls 911. We're gonna look at this. This is by Crime Piece. Yeah, let's see. I'm curious. Let's see where this is going. This is gonna be really embarrassing, probably, for the dude, I guess. I'm assuming.
Well, you just told me that you were paying $300 for sex.
Yeah, what is the sex?
Have a seat, have a seat, have a seat. What's going on this evening?
I mean, I'm here like for... Right now it's 1 p.m. 1 a.m. I'm here like for 6... let's say for 5:30 p.m.
Okay.
I drink, and drink, and drink, and drink. I'm drunk right now.
Okay.
So...
Where do you live?
I live in Miami.
You live in Miami?
Yeah.
How long have you lived in the state of Florida?
In Florida for 1 year.
For 1 year? Where'd you live before that?
I'm student.
You're a student?
Yeah.
From where?
From Miami. Exactly from Fort.
Oh my god, this is not gonna end well. Bro, that's like, I don't know, peak unemployment right there for being like 6 hours almost. Not 6 hours, like 5 hours. 5.5 hours at a club. By the way, the best way to call a sex worker is exotic dancer, Poke. Yeah.
Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah.
Where are you staying right now?
Right now?
Hotel?
But then again, not every sex worker is an exotic dancer. So, yeah, kind of, I guess. No.
No, nothing. I don't have any home, bro. I just go for vacation, you know?
Okay.
So, I entered this strip club because finally I'm 21.
You're 21 years old.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I show you my ID?
Sure, please.
Listen, sir.
Yes.
I'm gonna be honest. Why you're at a strip club?
When I try to call 911, they close my phone. I don't know why, so I feel more uncomfortable. So I try to call 911 again, you know?
What was it? Did you need an emergency service?
Of course.
What do you need?
Like, put yourself in my space. If you spend like $300 for nothing, what are you gonna do? Call 911.
Because
Call USA, right?
And you called 911 because you spent $300?
For nothing. They told me bring more.
What did you spend?
Wait. So basically what happened is that he paid and got nothing.
$300 on a dance?
Dance, yeah.
And you weren't happy with the dance?
No. They told me the dance is $40, you know? They told me if you need more, you must pay $300. Excuse me, sir.
Is your first name Sultan?
So did he pay $300 for the smashing and he didn't get the smashing? Or did he just like spend $300 on the drinks? What?
First name Sultan, last name I don't have any problem to.
How long have you been in the United States?
1 year, sir.
1 year?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you have a Florida ID? Or is that all you have?
I have a passport, you know.
Your wallet's right there, buddy.
No, I don't have it right now.
Oh yeah, bro's definitely getting sent back.
So, Mr. Sultan, where are you staying for the remainder of your visit here in Pinellas County? Do you have a hotel?
Right now?
Yes, sir.
No.
So where did you plan on sleeping the night?
Right now, actually, I sent a request for Hilton Hotel.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you the request.
And do you have
Yes, sir.
do you happen to have Uber or any type of service like that to come pick you up?
That's fine. I'm gonna have Uber.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I'm have Uber. I have Uber.
Okay.
So the problem is, I spent $300 for what? They took a $300 cash for what? And when I try to call 911, they take my phone from me. You know that? And you can
Okay.
check the camera. I don't need the $300. I need
Did
USA.
you drive here or did you get an Uber here?
I drive here. There's my car over there. I need USA to just watch this. I don't need anything.
I need USA to just watch this. Bro, like the entire country's holding its breath so Mr. Sultan here can smash a stripper.
Don't need the money also.
So how can we get you home then? How can we get you to a safe place to be able to sleep?
Also, while some strippers offer the more intimate act, there's also strippers that don't do that. So if he was at a place where they don't do that, well then he's kind of cooked.
Don't worry, I have Uber on my. I have Uber on my.
And you paid $300 for a service?
For a service, for nothing, for no service, for nothing.
So they didn't give you anything?
Nothing, bro. They told me first that I am here for 4 p.m. You understand?
Okay.
A lady says come to me. I told them I don't need anything. I just want a drink. Beautiful lady come to me. To be honest, I like her. She told me give me $40 dance. Okay, no problem. I gave him my $40. She told me if you want to do everything, like to pay $300. I went to the surface. I paid the $300. When we sat, Like, when he come to me, she told me you need to pay more. Stop. We need USA right now. What do you mean we need to pay more? You need to pay more.
Are you here alone? Or do you have friends here?
I'm alone for 2 years, bro.
Okay. What all services was she going to provide?
Sex.
Okay. Okay, well...
We need USA, bro.
Okay.
We need you. I love it. We need USA, bro. I've never heard that before. We need USA, bro. That's peak. Yeah, bro. Good. Yeah, your money's gone, by the way. You're cooked. Just despite what I said about the other term, all out to nice service. Yeah, that also. Maybe it was weird. That's also.
Alrighty. So are you able to get an Uber on your phone just so then that way we can get you out of here?
Of course, man, but what about the $300? For nothing?
Well, you just told me that you were paying $300 for sex.
Yeah, where is the sex?
That's illegal. Right, so that's illegal in the United States, in the state of Florida.
Okay, I understand.
And it is illegal. So, oh well, you're cooked.
That.
Okay.
I understand. I am very respectful for USA.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah. If you told me to do something, I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
But where is the $300? If it's illegal, where is the $300? Let's go back a little bit.
Okay. Well, that would be a civil issue between you and the establishment here, okay? Which we don't get involved with. What I do need you to do is I do need you to get on Uber. I need you to put in an address to where you're going to go safely and hop in the Uber and leave. Because if not, I'm going to have to take you to jail.
Jail?
Because you don't have a legitimate reason as to why you called 911 other than you paid $300 for sex and you weren't...
Bro is quickly going through the possibilities of what he can do now. I think it's gonna go downhill, and bro is gonna continuously ask for sex. We need USA though. If you listen to the Gucci Mark's new Miskiff song, nah, I've not.
Provided with said sexual services. So I'm affording. I understand that you've only been in the United States for a year, and you're a student. You're 21, and you're new to probably drinking maybe, and you've had a little bit too much to drink, okay?
Yes, sir.
But the way that we deal with things is, right, you have to leave this establishment so then that way we can leave this establishment. If you don't leave on your own power, right, by calling an Uber, I'm going to have to take you to jail. Do you understand?
With the criminal.
Correct. So I would rather you get an Uber. Can you do that for me?
Of course.
Thank you. Start working on that for me. Sultan, open up.
Bro's just looking at his phone like,
Your phone.
Okay, sir. So, it's fine. You're USA. You can do what you want. USA citizen. You can do what you want. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. Thanks, sir.
Did you order it?
Don't worry about me. I will not drive. I will not enter the strip club.
Did you order the Uber?
Yeah, I ordered.
I don't think he ordered an Uber. I don't think he ordered an Uber. I don't think he did. I don't think he did.
Uber. He's gonna come like 6 minutes. Good. You fine? And I'm fine. So, can I leave?
Can we see if your Uber is actually on the way?
No, he is coming right now, but...
I didn't see you order it. That's why I'm asking if I can see if the Uber is on the way.
You know that.
All right, we're 10:15 in them.
You're fine, you're fine.
Okay, put your hands on your back for me.
No. Okay. Sir. I'm gonna show you.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. We're gonna find a safe place for you to sleep tonight.
No, please, don't send me that jail, please.
Yep, you're going to jail.
No, I'm gonna show you right now, my phone.
It's okay. I don't need you to show me.
Please, bro.
All that. He could have just... See, he could have just... Bro is cooked. It's so over. Yeah, goodbye. You're going to jail.
I'm gonna show you, bro.
It's okay.
Please, bro.
You're under arrest, okay? All right, let's go this way.
Okay, sir.
Come back and talk to you in a minute, sir.
Before I come here, please, bro, please, just let me talk.
Have a seat in the car.
Of course. Just let me talk, please.
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Of course.
Put your feet in.
Of course. Just where I'm gonna go?
You're gonna go to the Pinellas County Jail. Okay. And once you're sober, you'll be released. But you can't call in the United States. You can't call law enforcement because you were gypped $300 for sex.
Bro is mugged. Bro is going back to Saudi after this. Yeah, bro is going home. Bro is gonna be sent home. It's goodbye for Hobie. That's crazy. And all that because you were too uninformed. Dumbass could have just left. He could have just left. And now, like, not only is he going to, not only did he lose $300, he's also going to jail. He's been president of the strip club for 7 hours. 7 hours. 7 hours.
You. I'll talk with the management and see, but you've been here, they said, since about 4 p.m. Is that about correct?
5:30. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, you've been here for over 7 hours. It's 1 a.m. So, I mean, you could have easily spent $300 at this establishment within those 5 hours. Okay, you've had way too much to drink tonight. You've misused 911 system. Okay, and at this point in time, you are being placed under arrest for that. It's a misdemeanor. It's not a big deal. However, that's what's happening. Okay.
Of course, sir.
Alrighty, go ahead and throw your feet in there
Please,
for me all the way.
Can I speak with the supervisor, please,
No,
bro?
you may not. Throw your feet in.
Can I speak with the supervisor?
You may not.
What is my phone, please, bro?
We're gonna make sure we have everything. Okay.
Okay.
Follow directions, though. Okay.
Can I use the restroom, please?
You may
Yes.
not use the restroom. Are you gonna vomit? Okay.
Yeah.
If you need to vomit outside the car.
Can I open this? Can I open this?
No, I can't let you out of the car. If you're gonna vomit, you can vomit. You can tilt your head out and vomit. No, you're not getting out of the car. Put your feet back in the car. Put your feet back in the car. We're not doing this.
It's so over for bro. It is so over, Poke. I know it's you in the video and you dragged this guy to the basement. But he's not. Anyways, no, I would never drag this man to the basement. He's too stupid for the basement. I have standards, okay? I have standards for my basement. Stupid people don't go there. The thing that's wild is these guys would chill with him, offered to just let him go if he just got an Uber, and he did not get an Uber.
It's okay. Sit down.
No.
So what's going on tonight? What's the deal with him?
He paid for a large room, $300.
A large room.
Yeah. He went back and I guess he tried to get sex with the girl. The girl's like, no, that ain't happening. So he tried to call 911 from inside the room.
Okay.
And she came out. She was like, this guy's drunk. He's calling 911.
So it costs $300
yeah,
to
for a half hour in a large room.
Half hour in a large room.
That's it. You get a free drink. You're not paying for sex when you see it.
Okay.
So
and
I
he
guess,
attempted to get sex from one of the ladies.
Yeah, from one of the ladies, and she was like, no, that's not happening. And he tried calling 911 from inside the room.
Okay.
And then came out to the desk, and then we got him outside. It's like, all right, call it a night. And then he called 911 sitting here. So.
Again?
Yep.
Okay. Alrighty.
So, to summarize this whole ordeal. He goes there at his 21st birthday, or after his 21st birthday, gets a couple, See, he goes there, just gets a couple of drinks, gets a dance apparently. Then he pays another $300 for like the full thing. The full thing included a 1.5-hour dance with like a free drink, which he did not know because he doesn't inform himself at all. That's pretty much it. And then he refuses to leave the establishment and call an Uber. And then goes to jail for it. Yeah, that comes great. Man, the basement has been mentioned since Raven Days at least. When I was here, the basement gets at least mentioned once a week. And I get told I have Jewish people down there for some odd reason. I don't know when that was established, but it's the case now. Bro looks like the oldest 21-year-old I've seen. Yeah. What a failure. What a ginormous failure. That's crazy. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Oh my god. Wow. Bro was the definition of retardation. That's crazy. I'm only half of me. Anyways, that was stupid. That was this man was incredibly stupid. Guys, I need another bathroom break. I will be right back. Don't blow up the stream. it appears there was silence for a second, for a little bit. I don't know why it turned off, regardless. Sorry, it took a little longer because the girlie wanted to go outside. The dog. Also, it started raining, so that was a good moment to do it. Yeah, that was a bit annoying. But yeah, it was necessary. Poker, what do you think about the video? It was funny. That was funny, for sure. That was funny. Well, Poker, you know I only appear when I can. I miss the days. Last year when I more frequently was in chat. Yeah, that was yeah. You're more busy now. It's rough. Can't really change that. Can't really change that. Work is then more important. Regardless. Okay, let me check what else we have. I do want to keep the videos around the Samek's house. I mean, it's a day after Halloween. But yeah, why not? Let's do a scary videos video, why not? Poker fell into the toilet, don't let him lie to you, chat. I did not fall into the toilet! However, the big girl wanted to go outside. She does this, like, right? I couldn't just wait because she does this, like, she's right now in the same room with me. On the floor. She does this really, obnoxious yawn where she will just look at you, sit in front of you, and then, just, like, yawn at you constantly. The entire time. And it is really damn obnoxious. It really is. It is really damn obnoxious. Which is why I don't want to deal with it. She just does that. I don't know why she does it, but she does it. Regardless. We're gonna look at this one. Why not? We're gonna look at this one. Scary videos to ruin your sleep by Nuke's Top 5. Yeah, let's see if our sleep actually gets ruined. I did kind of sleep a little badly after finishing Outlast, so hey, this might have an effect on me, it might not at this point. I don't know. The groom wanted to turn me into his bride. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyways, let's go.
A TikTok user named Keely says she often gets motion alerts from the security camera in her basement, but every time she checks the video, there's nothing there. Except this time.
I mean, that could just be a malfunction, right? That could just be a malfunction. It's not a big deal, right? Right.
Did you see it? When the footage is brightened, we can see a strange misshapen something that seems to be slowly climbing up the stairs from Keely's sub-basement. Strangely enough, the motion sensing camera didn't detect any further movement after this single clip. Now it's worth—
Sorry boys, that was one of the people of the basement came up from— that was my mistake. That was my mistake, boys. That was my mistake. That was someone from the basement that escaped.
Worth mentioning that Keely has been posting on TikTok for over 4 years and has never posted anything paranormal before or after this one video. So, just what is that climbing the stairs? Let me know what you think. Shadows in the Chateau. Ted and Lisa Rogers have spent the last 5 years restoring a 14th century French chateau in Limousin, France. It's a massive project that they've been—
It's France. That's cursed enough. It's the French. That's cursed enough. Guys, that's cursed enough. It's the French.
Documenting over on their YouTube channel, Chateau de Montmonier. Now, to be very clear, their YouTube channel isn't about ghosts or the paranormal. It's all about renovations and daily life in the French countryside. But one night, things take a very strange turn. Lisa becomes convinced that there's a mouse running around in the chateau's old boot room, but Ted insists that he hasn't seen any signs of a mouse. So, to settle the debate, Lisa sets up a camera to record the room overnight, hoping to catch the mouse on tape.
We didn't catch the mouse. There was no mouse last night. However, there is something else we did catch. And yeah, I'm going to go and get Ted to come and watch the footage.
What are we looking at?
Right.
Yeah, I'd probably be concerned when when I have to call my husband at that point. It can't be that freaky. And probably fought an alligator that came from the toilet, all that, and came back to us. Yeah, I soloed. Like, you never have to apologize. Like you said, work is important. Also, she also yawns and sort of bows in front of as a sort of saying she respects and loves you. Not in this situation. She just, when she wants to go outside, even if she has nothing, if she doesn't want to do anything outside, she just come up, sit in front of the bed, look at me, yawn, and she'll do it until I go outside with her. And after I've been outside with her, she stops. It is that obnoxious. She's the only one that does it. Also, so my mom, that was funny. My mom opened like a package of carrots, right? We have these in like what do you call it? Yeah, we have these in packages, right? What do you call it? Shit, I'm too stupid. Regardless. And she left it open. Right? So what my dog does is she gets a carrot out of the packaging and eats the carrot without it being allowed. That's what she did today.
Right, so let me start playing. So this is from last night. This is me setting the camera up. So I'll set the camera up so you can see the hole in the corner. Can you see it? I hope you can see it. Anyway, I'm off to bed. It's very late. So we'll see whether we catch this mouse out in the morning, and then Ted will have to believe me that there is something running above their bedroom. I'll see you all in the morning. Good night.
Instead of filming a mouse, Lisa's camera ends up catching something very different.
Now you heard me put the latch on the door there.
Yeah, it sounded like it, yeah.
Okay, so the sensor light's gone out.
Right.
So I'm going to forward this bit because it's about 2 hours, well, it is 2 hours, 27 minutes into filming last night. Now, we went to bed about midnight,
Yeah.
so this would be about 2:30. This happens. Now, you heard the latch go off the door.
So, there's two things I would do in this situation. Either burn the chateau, or somebody broke in. That's the two options you have right there. Or that's a strong fucking mouse. Or that is the god of mice at work here. That is either or that, or it might be the god of mice.
Yeah.
And that's the light coming on.
The motion sensor light.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, what? There's shadow there?
Yeah.
Yes, I can see a shadow moving across it.
Yeah. Keep watching.
Oh my god. What? That's got to be an animal or something, isn't it?
That was a big shadow for an animal.
How? You can't.
How can an animal get up
You
so...
can't have put the latch on properly.
I put the latch on because you heard the latch go on.
Yeah.
And you heard the latch come off.
I didn't actually hear the latch come off, but you know.
Right, let me play that again.
That's not just a mouse, bro. That's Ratatouille right there. Yeah, nah, bro. If that's the mice in France, I'm good.
Hear the latch?
Right, yeah.
The door open. Now to push that door open, that's the heavy door, you've got to push it inwards. So somebody's got to be standing there to be able to open that door.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's nobody standing there.
And I've never known that door swing open on its own.
No. And the other thing is, the camera is up on a tripod. So to move it in a tilt, like it's tilted
moved,
up, something has moved. It hasn't moved the tripod because the tripod would fall over. It's had to move the camera.
Oh, that's... I don't know, mate. I don't know. It's the shadow that got me than anything. The shadow walk... I don't get it.
That's weird, isn't it?
I don't
That
get
is just
I don't get
bonkers.
it.
The door to the room unlatches and opens. A motion-sensing light turns.
Bro is flabbergasted, by the way. Homie is flabbergasted. Yeah. There's two options. Or maybe it was a small man, like a really, really small, really tiny. A tiny dude, maybe? I don't know. Or, well, it did sound like somebody opened it. So it can't be, she didn't leave it just open, right? I mean, if it wasn't that doesn't make sense. It's the camera. That's rough, buddy.
On, and a creepy, unexplained shadow seems to glide across the room and actually move the camera. Lisa says that despite the eerie incident, there's nothing to worry about, and the Chateau de Montmonier is still open for guests.
We have lived here for 5 years and never had any ill feeling whatsoever.
No, I can't say that there is.
That is pretty bonkers. So I never caught a mouse.
You might have caught something else.
Now, as for Ted, he's not sure what to think about all of this.
I don't know whether I believe or not believe. I don't disbelieve, let's put it that way. But it's just kind of freaky, isn't it?
It is a bit freaky. It's just weird.
Yeah.
The figure in the frame. At Mayaca River State Park in Sarasota, Florida, visitors...
Wait, guests? They say guests? Do people sleep there? Could have been a child being, scary? I don't know. It's weird.
...have long claimed to see a pale, ghostly figure drifting silently through the park. In this next clip, Alicia Galvin stands inside one of the park's historic 1930s log cabins while her boyfriend films. He catches something truly chilling.
This place is so cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
What the somebody in there with you?
No.
The fuck?
Behind Alicia, a pale white figure seems to walk through the old cabin before vanishing into thin air. So did they catch the...
Nope. Orbital cannon, right now.
Park's legendary ghost? Is it a trick of the light? Or just clever editing? You decide.
I'd say clever editing. It's probably, it's edited, 100%, yeah.
Night terrors. A concerned mother says that her young daughter Cora has recently been suffering from intense night terrors. Their family doctor suggested she record one of the episodes so they could get a better idea of what might be happening. So one night...
No, not children. I hate when this shit happens to children. I hate when this shit happens to children. Because who would fake stuff with their children in there? Wouldn't say that clever. Yeah, probably not. But, like, why would you traumatize your child like this? That's like the question for content. So these are always like a rough one.
She's filming little Cora, and she captures something truly chilling.
I'm scared. You scared? Are we scared, baby? Come on, here, Pickle. Come here, Pickle. You're a big girl. It's okay. There's the vent right there, baby. See? The vent pushes the door. You're fine, okay? Are you a big girl? Be scared, just remember. Baby Lenny's here, mommy's here. We're all...
If the vent is this strong to push the door, I don't know about that one, bro. I don't know why traumatize the children. It's fun. That's not fun. If my child has night terrors in that room every night and she tells something creepy, yeah, I'm moving out. I'm moving out. Nope. Nope. I'm moving out.
We'll be together in the same house. It's gonna be okay. Let's go to bed. What's wrong, Cora? Sweetie, what are you afraid of? You're scaring me, honey. I don't see anything.
As the mom goes to walk her daughter back to her room, the door suddenly starts to swing shut on its own. She brushes it off, thinking it must just be the air vent. But when they reach Cora's bedroom, the little girl refuses to go inside, just staring toward the window in fear. Then, without warning, the blinds slam shut. The mother and daughter are terrified and run screaming from the room. But later, viewers notice something the mom missed. As she tells her daughter she's a big girl, a faint little voice seems to whisper back. Listen closely.
I'm a big girl. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, nah, I'm good. I'm grabbing my daughter. I am gone. Whoever's giving me this apartment, yeah, goodbye, bro. Nuh-uh. Nope. Nope. I'm grabbing my daughter. I'm gone. I'm gone at the same day. I'm gone when the blinds shut. Cause what if some creepy motherfucker is actually in the house? Ever consider that? Nah, bro, I'm good. Nah, bro. No.
It's okay.
When the mom examines the footage, she notices something else. The air conditioning wasn't even running when that door closed.
So the AC was not on when the door closed. It's very loud, and you can hear it coming from the...
And it doesn't push the door, so it can't be that.
Some skeptics in the video comments suggest that the blinds are probably remote controlled. So, the mom posts another clip to prove them wrong. But things get a little weird.
So I'm coming into the room to show you the blinds, which I have opened back up to demonstrate how they're closed. It's not electronic, it's not battery powered, it's... That's not creepy. I'm trying my best not to freak out. So, to close these blinds, you have to touch it and close it like that. That is the only way to close these blinds. There are no batteries or remotes here at all. No wires. You have to touch it and you have to close it like this. And there's no way I could have done that since I was standing on the opposite side of the room. And there is no way I could have closed all four at the same time.
And they're not like, you can also not push them, right? You could also, how did they say, let's say this is fake. How did they do it? There's nothing electronic around it, right? There's no electronics, nothing. All right? All right. And you have to push them to get them closed. And they're manual. So how did they shut them all at the same time? They couldn't just put like something around and just like pull at it. Because that doesn't work. Well, I guess they could, kinda. they open other window. Can you open the windows from the outside? Then I guess it could work, but still. Weird shit, bro.
Mom says they plan to move out of the house as soon as possible. But what do you think? Is little Cora being haunted by some dark entity? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide.
But the windows are closed. You can see that they're closed. They're not even open. The windows themselves are closed. They're not even open, so this doesn't apply here either. Yeah, I would move out. At that point, I would move out.
If you see something that you think would be perfect for the top...
Because, let's say, it's nothing magical. However, if it is a human that is doing this... Oh, nope. Nope. You mean how they do it? When you see magician bring the card, you pick from behind your ears how he did it. Well, obviously, there's a trick to it. You prefer to believe there is a trick to it, to do it, that's beyond your awareness. Or you prefer to believe the magician teleport the card you choose. Obviously. But it's really hard to fake this, considering that you need to push them, to close them. And there was no person in front of them, and the windows are closed. See, you could push them if you pulled something around them while they're open right from the outside, but the windows are closed. And you can't really pull on anything from the outside, so this is the interesting part. It's interesting. If it is fake, how did they pull this off?
5. Email me at nukestop5@gmail.com. You can also tag me on TikTok at nukestop5official. And be sure to tag me only at nukestop5official, because there are a lot of fake accounts on there. A mist that moves. Chris Netzel does daily live streams from graveyards around Fort Worth, Texas, using a Spirit Box app to try and contact...
What? Why? Why do you play around on a graveyard? What is wrong with people? Humans doing it, it's not that hard to find them. People do those tricks should be afraid of the police being caught, aren't they? You have way too much faith that creepy motherfuckers are afraid of being caught by the police. If they were afraid by the police, wouldn't they never consider it? Then why do we have freaky shit happening? You're expecting people to genuinely be afraid of doing weird shit. You genuinely believe. Oh, that would be like saying it doesn't make sense for people to steal. They're gonna get caught. Aren't they afraid of the police? This argument doesn't count. Because if somebody's mentally ill enough, they don't even consider the police.
Ghosts. Now, to be honest, I'm not such a fan of ghost apps. But during one late night stream, Chris captures something...
Yeah, they also kind of don't work. They kind of don't work.
...that's a lot harder to dismiss.
Hi, Jonathan. Hi, buddy. It's nice to talk to you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. It just said Jonathan, bombings 1920s. You are amazing. Mortuary. Right. It just said right.
As Chris approaches an old gravestone, a small white figure about the size of a child seems to walk out from behind a tree and just vanish. Chris doesn't see it, but after his live audience points it out, he reviews his footage and is shocked. Paranormal versus pets. Troy Legault says that his house is haunted by a very active poltergeist.
Hey, at least it's pounding on the door, not pounding the door, I guess. Anyways, you're naive, so naive. I remember the story from the early 90s, the first Photoshop was available, and someone added a picture alien to a tower that known him at town, and he tried to trick his classmates. They're aliens, and they landed here, and she didn't believe him, and then the teacher took the picture from him, and she was shocked that, like, aliens exist. It's a real story. Well, that's a fine bait right there when something's new, sure. Burn the house. Burn the fucking house. Burn it. Burn it right now. Burn it. The camera's moving. The camera's moving. Mm-mm.
Troy says that these strange incidents in his home have only gotten more intense as the weeks go by.
Nah, I would not go downstairs. Nope. 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 Mm-mm. Nope. That's the first time I just seen somebody just be like, nope. That's the first time I see one of these videos. And bro's just like, nope. And nope, out of there. Nope. Bro said nope and nope, out of there. Understandable.
Lately, Troy says that the poltergeist has even started trying to interact with his poor little dog.
I'll be real. I would not leave my dog alone there. Next thing I know, the dog is like nailed to the wall. It's like, nah, bro, I'm good. Mm-mm.
In the clip, it seems like something wants to play, but Troy's dog wants no part of it. The dog just growls and walks away as objects in the kitchen come crashing down behind him. And now, this brings us to something interesting. It's often said that cats and dogs are more sensitive to the supernatural, that they can see things that we can't. In these next clips, we'll look at a few more pets who might just be seeing the other side. First up, Miley Riso says that she's been experiencing some strange things in her home, and she thinks...
Again, I think I'd be good. I think I wouldn't leave my dog alone. Guys say, nope, I'm out. Got to admit, I see it less than a meme. No, wait. I think we all know this one. Yeah, we know this one. Yeah, this is from The Punisher, that meme. Yeah. Nah, bro. I would not leave my dog alone. If my house was haunted, my dog is not leaving alone. I'm not leaving my dog alone.
It might be haunted. One night, her cat suddenly starts acting up in the kitchen, like it's seeing something that Miley can't. It goes wild, knocking things over, hissing, and even scratching her. Miley grabs her phone and starts recording as the cat just keeps freaking out, still seeming to sense that there is something dangerous nearby.
Okay. That's a problem. That is a problem. My house haunted. The ghost will have to go through me before I let it touch my pets. That is concerning. Animals don't act up like that without any reason. So there's like options, right, to this. There's like options, right, to this. What could be going on? Why your avatar moving the lips to the cat noise? Are you making it? No! I cannot make cat noises. But yeah. Either the cat is being abused, which I don't think that's the case. However, if my cat is acting up like this, there's a severe problem with the cat. Or with the surrounding. I don't know. That's crazy.
Miley says that she couldn't see anything. And to this day, she still has no idea what set her cat off that night. Next up, Jacinta Simone says that she and her partner bought an 1800s farmhouse in the countryside just outside of Sydney, Australia. But first day they arrive to start moving in, and their dog does this.
Are the Australian ghosts also crazy? Like the animals and everything else there?
What is it? What is it?
The dog immediately seems to lock on to something in the old cottage's master bedroom, and it won't look away. But what exactly is it seeing? Finally, Steve says he lives in a very haunted house and often hears strange disembodied voices late at night. One evening, he's home alone with his dog when he notices that the dog keeps staring at one particular spot across the room. Steve checks his security cam and hears this.
Yeah, if I'm hearing voices, it's also over. Cats usually make those noises to other cats or something, but nothing wrong with him just by doing such noises. They're normal for cats. Just see more funny cat videos. They have moods sometimes. But that's not just a move, right? That cat attacked her. Her own cat attacked her. It was aggressive towards her. I don't think that's a mood. I've had cats for as long as I live. I grew up with cats. And no cats of the dozens of cats we had ever acted like this.
Some unknown female voice says, "Play dead," and then immediately after says, "Come." Steve swears that he was completely alone with the dog that night. He also says that these strange unexplained events are a common occurrence in his haunted home. Sometimes other ghosts speak. And then, sometimes, a ghost might just walk through the wall. Cradle and all. Proud mom Misty Huron says that strange things have been happening in her home while her husband is away working as a commercial truck driver. She first notices something unusual one night when her baby monitor suddenly just starts glitching.
Anybody have one of those VTech baby cameras? It keeps glitching out and it has woken me up so many times tonight. I thought it was just background noise, but the last time I swear I heard music.
As far as I've heard, maybe. See, the crazy part is, I would be so... You know what a fear of mine is? Irrational fear? If somebody starts talking through the baby monitor. Because I know these things can be hacked. Yeah, I'd be concerned. The cat could behave like this towards one of the falling tools. I don't know. That makes more sense than acting because of a ghost, okay? Or maybe I got used to this behavior when I shouldn't to. Maybe cats trying to work as their ghosts around us and see them as silly. Maybe. Who knows? And dogs as well.
Playing.
The next day, Misty is making a milkshake for her son when something very strange happens.
Get everything out, I turn the blender on, I start blending the shake, I'm cleaning up from making lunches and putting stuff away in the pantry. And all of a sudden, literally the loudest sound, I turn around and me and my son are like, what the f***? The blender literally flew across the kitchen. I'll post a picture, but it came unplugged. The motor's on the floor. The jug that holds all the contents is splattered everywhere. There's shake all over my cabinet.
So Misty says her 10-year-old daughter Olivia doesn't sleep in her old room anymore, as it's been turned into the nursery for their new baby. Olivia has a new bedroom upstairs now, but her old bunk bed still sits in the nursery, empty and untouched.
Again, I'd be concerned for my kids' sake. For sure. Hi, live with Josh. How you doing? Hope you're doing in future. Please do another Metazelli. If I find some that do not already have clips that I've seen, sure.
One night, Misty is watching the baby monitor when she sees something that sends a chill down her spine.
Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god. So I've been recording the baby monitor anytime the sound or the motion detection goes off so that I can show my husband because he's on the road and I wanted to send him all this crazy shit that's been going on. Watch this video and tell me what you see. I literally ran up there so fast. There's nothing in her room. I brought her downstairs. The motion and sound detectors are still going on. I'm freaking out right now.
Did you see it? Right above the sleeping baby, something moves in the top bunk. Misty rushes to check, but there's nothing there. She posts the video online and viewers urge her to show more of the upstairs area where this strange incident occurred. And that's when things take a terrifying turn.
Okay, a lot of y'all were asking about the room situation, so I'm gonna run that through real quick. We moved my daughter from this room into this room. She got new furniture. That's why the bunk bed is still in there. Then we moved the baby from my office, which used to be her bedroom, now it's my office again, up into this room. I cannot even breathe walking in this room, so I am truly terrified, but I'm gonna walk y'all in here real quick. This is the bunk bed. This is where I took her out of her crib, ran up the bunk bed. There was nothing up there when I came. We have her rocking chair, her changing station, her closet with all of the stuff that we still need to put up. This is where I have everything that was gifted. I know a lot of y'all were saying check stuff that came from a thrift store or that wasn't yours.
Again, I grab my kits and that's it. I think he has more. Not sure he's so funny though. I'd have to look. I'd have to look if there's more. Man, I'd be so... Nah, bro, I'd be gone. I'd be gone. I grab my kid, I grab my husband, I'd be gone. Goodbye.
Because it might be causing it. I will show you guys up here. There's nothing suspicious. There's no hair from like a rat.
Because next thing I know... Next thing I know is... my child gets yeeted against the wall. That's the next thing I know. That's the next thing I see. My child just getting yeeted against the wall. Just Boom. Maybe growing subs wise because you were first on my recommended when I wasn't sub. Yeah, we are making steps, baby steps, but we're making steps. Appreciate your support.
Or something that could have came in. This is marker. These are still tucked in on the sides, like they're still tight from, you know, if somebody was trying to be underneath the blankets. I don't think that's plausible. So I don't know. I have no idea what could be causing it. Oh my God, it's rocking.
Misty screams in terror and calls for her kids as she rushes from the room. She says that they stayed with her parents until her husband returned home. So, what do you think?
She immediately screamed. No, that's not what I meant. You know, Cricket, what I meant. If I was her, I'd be doing that. If I was her, I'd be doing that. I'd be gone.
Is something sinister haunting Misty's home? And if not, then just what is this? Let me know.
Because, dude, if my toddler gets, like, lifted up and then, like, aerial comboed, it's over. Gotta go. Keep posting. Bye. Take care, Josh. Right? If my kid actually gets, like, lifted up and then, like, aerial comboed, right? War Rider levels of ass beating, it's over.
What you think? Door to nowhere. TikTok user Appalachia Decay lives in a 200-year-old farmhouse deep in the woods of the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia. One day, she hears strange noises coming from the basement, noises that she suspects are probably rats. She grabs her phone, starts recording, and heads downstairs. And that's when things take a terrifying turn. Behind one of the basement doors, something seems to move, and the door handle is yanked. But here's the creepy part. That door doesn't actually lead anywhere.
So these are the steps that lead out. I don't know what that is, but if you look, it's been sealed from the inside and the outside.
Appalachia Decay says that she still has no idea what caused the sounds. But for now...
Am I the only one who already gets uncomfortable if there would be... Like, see, I'm already like, ugh, for mice, right? I'm already like, nah, bro, we good, right? For mice, I'm already thinking like, nope, actually no. Actually no. So here's the deal. That would already, like, having rats would severely freak me out because I wouldn't want to deal with that. They need to go as fast as possible. Like, nah, bro. You question if it's a haunted house, but you can't get it for free and live there. No rent, no price to the house, or the surrounding area is beautiful. Would you take the deal? Nah. No, nope. Nope. First, I'm calling the Ghostbusters, and maybe we can talk, but no. I'm not dealing with that. Let's say that it's genuinely haunted. Nope. Nope.
She's taking precautions.
Put the cross around. Understandable.
Videos. So these are videos that are a bit weird, a bit funny, or just very strange or unexplained. First up, Lucas Wegner is a cave explorer from Germany who shares his adventures.
No! I hate video, bro. I get so uncomfortable when watching cave. Who? Datenverbindung, by the way. That's bro's name. Who in their right mind goes cave diving? Who wants to get stuck and die lonely and miserable? What is wrong with you?
On TikTok, if you've got even a hint of claustrophobia, his cave explorers are already nightmare fuel. But during one of his explorations, Lucas came across something that made his blood run cold.
Is that a fucking body? Nah, no way.
Hallo? Hallo?
Now, you probably thought this was a...
Okay. Never mind. I mean, bro wouldn't just show that on YouTube, right? But that's still crazy, dude. That is still crazy. What is cave diving? Motherfuckers go into caves and like go around these caves, squeeze through like very tight spaces that have been people getting stuck and dying. I think one popular case is the Nutty Putty Cave, I think, is it called? I'm not sure. But basically, dude landed in like a shaft, head first, and then died there because he couldn't move. And nobody was able to get him out there. The only way to get him out there, no, even if it was not even guaranteed, to break his legs.
Logan Paul moment there for a second, but no, this person is very much alive. The body was actually one of Lucas's climbing partners, who was hiding in the dark just to give him a good jump scare. And he gave me one too. What about you? Next up, YouTuber Ali runs a channel dedicated to the popular cartoon character Bendy. In this clip, he's interviewing Lauren Singer, the voice actress behind Alice Angel in the Bendy game series. But Ali catches something on camera that shocks him to his core.
I got the part. I was not expecting that, but I got the part, and I remember being in the session with the character designer and with the voice director, and I told them, I have something to share with you, but I want to wait until we're done the session because I don't know if I'm going to be able to do anything else.
What happened, bro?
Everything okay?
I'm sorry. I just, there's a problem with the background and your face is reflecting the mirror.
Oh, I saw you jump. Yeah.
I got scared so much. Oh,
bro, got jumped. I don't know if I would take that as a compliment if my face jump scares you. People sometimes go to see nature and die along the way. I know some mountain climbers and sky sliders. You mean? Yeah, I don't know if that's called that way. Who haven't come back. Yeah, I don't think that you want to go see nature if you are willingly forcing yourself through tight spaces knowing you could die. Yeah, nah. There's a different reason you don't want to see nature. If you want to see nature, go into the local forest. Not head first into a cave.
Yeah, because this is a chroma key. Oh my god. I'm so sorry for interrupting you. Oh my god.
That is hilarious. You need to keep that in the interview. You have to.
So it turns out that Ali's mirror is perfectly reflecting Lauren's face from his monitor and projecting it over his green screen background.
Ski, I'm retarded. Ski, I think, is it? Yeah, ski. Though I think it's called not sliding, it's called snowboarding, isn't it? Maybe I'm stupid. But surfing is not really it. I think it's snowboarding.
So it's not a hoax, but that is pretty elaborate. In this next clip, two members of the housekeeping staff go to clean a hotel room. What they find absolutely terrifies them. Okay, so the reason this is not a regular entry in the list is that when I researched this, I couldn't find any information about what the hell is happening here. The clip is apparently from Malaysia, but the online stories about the video are all over the place.
Ooh, however, that's gonna hurt. She ran into the wall, to the door. Snowboard away. You use board, not sliders. Skiing. Isn't it just called skiing then in this case?
Some people say they saw a ghost in the room, and some people say there was a person in there, and some people even say they walked in on a guy taking a shit, but no one seems to know for sure. So just what do you think sent these two a running? Especially this hero right here. Let me know.
Bro, that must have hurt. That must have hurt. That must have hurt. Yeah, that has hurt.
No, down in the comments. Anyway, that's all for this time, and thanks for watching.
Well, that was interesting. Wait, it's Saturday? Yes, it's Saturday. It's Saturday, my dudes! Ah! No. Anyways, that was, interesting. Interesting. The most terrifying was definitely the one where, the blind shut. That was definitely the one that was the most terrifying, especially with the kid. I hate when kids are involved. These are usually really terrifying. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Ugh. What the fuck? I have 1,881 frame, drop frames. What the fuck? When did that happen? I'm an old man, kids. Anyways. Water. Be water, my friend. Anyways. Let me look. Also, hello, dear. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yes, I'm sounding extra zesty. Don't know why. No. Not a deer video. Let me see. Wait a minute. I can remove this. I don't need this one anymore. Removed. Hey, what do I want to look at still? Look, why chat so dead? I don't know recently. Maybe I got punished. Divinely punished. Also, hi Crocorock. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Here's Crocorock. Probably since it's Apple free today. Yeah, also, because Stomachs is busy as well. So that's another one. That's another one. Anyways, let's see. What else do I have that I'd like to... No, let me remove James. How she's with 9.5. The cute guy, huh? I don't know. I don't know if she is. We'll see. We'll see if she is. She's gonna report to us. She's gonna report to us tomorrow, I'm assuming. So we can quickly look at if there's anything still in the Discord. Also still have an Uma Musume video. I'll probably do that tomorrow as well. Nah, it doesn't look like it. I have a few from Joe, but that is 54 minutes long. I'm not doing that. Not today, at least. Let's look. I'll be annoying. Why do you want to be annoying? Why do you want to be annoying? Let's see. Yeah, no, you know what? Let's do something video game related. Let's do something video game related.
For the past 4 years on this channel.
Let's do something video game related. Why not? I rarely do something that's video game related. So why not? Watch Tanya the vids in your list because you said you'll watch the anime, but will you watch the anime? I mean, get spoilers and isn't that ruin? It's not Lord of the Rings class, it's just anime. Yeah. Grab a piece of paper, father. Wait, no, wait. Grab a piece of paper. What do you mean grab a piece of paper? Nah, we will learn how to draw. I won't draw anything right now. I don't have a piece of paper here. I don't even have a pen here. There's no point. So I won't do that. Also, hi Sway. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. I'll watch the anime first, and then I'll watch that Tanya video. I'll get right to it today. I'll watch the anime right now. Not right now, but like right after the stream, and then we can do it. I hate Deer because he watches this one girl who defends weird stuffs. Huh? I'm confused. I'm confused. I am very confused. Anyways, I think we'll do this. I think we'll do this one. Let's see. I'm curious. I am curious. Very much. The most profound moment in gaming history. Most profound? Maybe it goes through multiple moments. Who knows? By Max Derat, I think is how you say it. Anyways, we'll jump in.
For the past 4 years on this channel, I have made videos on various topics, but by far the most popular form of video I have done centers on video game analysis. What I think made them so popular is that instead of being your usual video game review, I have focused primarily on narrative. Specifically, I have focused on what I believe are the best stories in the video game canon. For 20 odd years, video game narratives have been demonstrating a capacity to confuse, entice.
Wait, this guy made an Outlast video that I just recently watched. Yeah. An Outlast lore video. That's why. Or like an Outlast analysis. That's why. That's why he sounds so familiar. Anyways.
And emotionally manipulate their audience in the most positive of ways. Most recently, in fact, I have been putting forth the argument that video game narratives have demonstrated such sufficient profundity that they sometimes have matched the greatest stories told in other mediums. To continue our collective celebration of our modern—
What the fuck are you? You are ugly as shit.
day digital mythology, I would finally like to give full attention to a game which, I would argue, has the most profound moment in gaming history. I refer to the final codec conversation from Metal Gear Solid 2. While I have done several videos on Metal Gear Solid 2 in the past, I have never given full—
I've, by the way, never played a Metal Gear Solid game. Never. Actually, I have. On the PlayStation 2. Maybe this is that one. I just played a little bit. I didn't play much.
Analytic attention to this specific moment. The main reason why is because somebody has already done so. My all-time favorite YouTube video is titled The Most Profound Moment in Gaming, MGS2 AI Conversation Analysis. Though it was released almost 9 years ago by its creator, Logo Steve, I pondered for a while how I might do a better job than he did. However, given our current cultural context, I believe I have a few other worthwhile things to contribute. The advent of subjects like fake news, the resurgence of rampant political correctness, and our tendency towards online tribalism has imbued this conversation with a much denser—
Twitter lynch mob. Die accurate. Hey, it's so accurate. Look at this. This is Twitter. This literally describes Twitter.
Sense of meaning. To those who consider themselves gamers but have never played a Metal Gear Solid game, you are obligated to at least listen to this final conversation. Not only will you be enlightened by its philosophical commentary, but you will be terrified by its implications.
What the fuck? Why is bro's face like this? Why does bro looks like from Outlast now? What is this?
As I have been for my entire life.
Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here.
How's that possible?
Wait, what? Yeah, that does sound like AI, in fact. Okay, dear. I'll put that in there. Sure. Yeah, that does sound like AI. That does sound like AI.
The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
Who are you?
To begin with, we're not what you'd call human.
You look lost.
Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often.
So you are... This is a robot yapping right now, but it's self-conscious. That's a problem. Hey, Terminator, right there.
How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Up until the end of the game, the main character Raiden believed he was receiving orders from a man named Colonel Roy Campbell, a man who was also Solid Snake's commander throughout Metal Gear Solid 1. At the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, Raiden learned that his colonel was in fact an artificial intelligence.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So we got a faker. That's why bro looks like he escaped the mental asylum.
Intelligence, manipulating Raiden to perform its political bidding. The bidding in question refers to the AI's desire to control the human race by controlling the spread of information via the press and the internet, but we'll focus on that more in a moment. During the first part of this conversation, the audience learns how this AI came to be, and surprisingly, it is similar to the way human beings as a species came to be. Unlike the origin of human life in the oceans, the AI's quote-unquote life had its basis in American ideas.
Tits! Oh no! I know some of you would still say to these four in fact, I'd hit. I know what you are.
The AI's quote-unquote life had its basis in American idealism, hence the AI's referencing of the White House as a symbol. In the mind of the AI, their purpose is to push forward American values, things like freedom, equality, and healthy competition. However, Raiden points out what should be an obvious contradiction in the AI's thought process, that the AI wants to take away those freedoms via censorship.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Jack, don't be silly.
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
Bro was called good boy by an AI. Bro was called good boy by an AI. That's rough, buddy.
Not only are the AI about to argue for the ethics of controlling information, but they are going to do so in a very condescending manner. As we move on.
Also, kind of like, what was he called? Ultron here. Doing it for humanity's betterment by eradicating humanity. Or, dominating humanity.
I suggest that you, the listener, pay attention to how the AI demeans Raiden. Their pomposity is intrinsic to the effectiveness of their future argument.
The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us.
We started with genetic engineering, and in the end, we succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really.
That's what history is, Jack.
What the AI is trying to do here is illustrate how genes function similar to how memes function. If genes are, quote, a unit of heredity which is transferred...
When I say memes, I refer to the academic definition as units of information. Okay. He's watching horror anime with his viewers, yeah.
From a parent to offspring and is held to determine some characteristic of the offspring, then a meme is something like an ethic, a fact, or an opinion that later generations inherit. Like genes, memes are also subject to a process called natural selection. If certain organisms are better adapted to their environment than others, then their genes are passed on to the next generation while others have the potential to die off. Similarly, if certain memes seemingly hold enough meaning or logic, then supposedly they survive better than memes that do not. What distinguishes memes from genes is the nature.
For example, the phrase, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, is a meme that has stood the test of time. Why are you ruining the saying for me? Now are you ruining this phrase? Now I know, consider it a meme, it's over.
of the selection process. Genes are more or less subject to the amoral discretion of nature, but memes can be analyzed and weeded out via moral discretion. However, the AI will now illustrate how the natural selection of memes bears a unique problem in the internet age compared to the past few centuries.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All this junk data preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Prior to the internet age, information was curated. We read about the news in newspapers.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Information was curated. I mean, it's very, very true, right? It's very true. Nowadays, it's not the case, which is a good thing. See, you can't have freedom without the possibility of false information. So, if you want to have unfiltered news, you gotta sacrifice the fact that there will be fake news being spread. That's just how it is. You're such a good VTuber, Poke. Like, so good VTuber. That the last sentence, the second sentence is grammatically incorrect. But yeah, he's doing a good job. He's genuinely doing a good job.
Watched the news on TV, and it was all funneled to us after passing through a, hopefully, professional body. Granted, there was a greater potential for curators such as journalists, editors, and academics to manipulate information to fit their various political biases, but at least there was some form of selection process going on. In the age of the internet, however, information is released so fast that it is impossible to control the discussion. Instead of listening exclusively to reporters, we are left to our own devices to derive what is valuable. Except, unlike the curators in the pre-digital age, the general population does not know how to separate the wheat from the chaff. We will
That's true. Remember the Moist Critical video I reacted to, where a guy basically forced a dude to bury his dog, and people were like based and like celebrating and stuff. Well, here's the thing. Most people just read the headline. They didn't really like look into the what was actually being said, right? They didn't really you get the idea. And I've noticed that a lot of people just do that, right? Most of us just read a headline, but we don't actually look at what's actually going on there. Or we read a statistic or some survey, and like it says this and that, but then we if we look further into it, the statistic or the survey is actually completely trash because it has a lot of faults or flaws. That's just how it is. I'm doing a good job, dear. I'm doing a good job. I think I am.
Focus on small, trivial issues like a celebrity's love life, rather than macro issues, such as the cumulative monetary debt of the Western world. We will only listen to news sources that confirm our pre-existing political leanings, and ignore any challenging voices. If it sounds like I'm engaging in apologetics for censorship, I am not. I would never censor information under any circumstances. But what does one do in respect to the destructive influence of human bias? The AI goes on to propose a solution.
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
Create context?
The AI argues that because they are not prone to human error and have inner CPUs with greater processing power than the human brain, they would know how to curate information and present it to the human race in a way that doesn't slow human evolution. Unlike your average political body, which might censor information that is inconvenient to their cause, the AI would simply present information in the most factual way possible so that political bias would not intervene, thus cooling political tensions across the political spectrum. Of course, if something like the AI AI's censorship program came into place, ethical questions.
Isn't that why platforms like Twitter and even Facebook, Instagram, I don't know for Facebook and Instagram, like I don't use these platforms, but even they proposed the idea of community notes. I mean, that's why we have the community notes, right? That's why we have them. But still, we have them for a reason, to stop misinformation. Now, if the community note is misinformed, that's a slight problem, but that usually doesn't happen sometimes. Okay, I just got a stream recommended by Penguin Zero. What the fuck? I summoned homie. I summoned bro. I summoned YouTube Jesus right there.
Would arise regarding whether or not this compromises human freedom, specifically our quote-unquote free will. Ideally, human beings should have the autonomy to make their own decisions, no matter what mistakes may follow. In response, the AI argues why the problems that arise from that freedom supposedly necessitate censorship.
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt.
Here, the AI illustrates the various ways in which human error corrupts truth. That human error arises from an instinctual drive to protect ourselves emotionally and physically.
Echo chamber. Johnny opened the door to the one place he always heard the truth. Yeah, echo chambers. We have plenty of those. Maybe someone should watch anime and stuff with their viewers like Loom. The problem is that I literally don't even have time for that. Like, literally. Because I stream as long as I do. And then also college, and also woman, pets is like my time is limited. If the day had like 6 more hours, that'd be different. Okay, I'm leaving you guys. I'm gonna mod for Penguin instead. Yeah, good luck becoming a mod there. That's not gonna happen.
Which truth tends to threaten. For instance, let's say a religious fundamentalist is confronted with various scientific truths that challenge their worldview. Let's say the fundamentalist loses faith when confronted by those truths. What happens psychologically is that because the fundamentalist no longer has a belief system to make sense of the world, they are thrown into a mental pit of confusion and resentment. That loss of structure and certainty is so painful to the ideologue that it seems it would be better to avoid that feeling at all costs. This instinct is endemic to almost all human beings. This is why we separate ourselves into political tribes and won't consider the ethical implications of our positions. For instance, is it right to be pro-choice or pro-life? Instead of considering the validity of either side's argument, the pro-life crowd will chastise the pro-choice crowd as being on par with murderers, and the pro-choice crowd will chastise the pro-life crowd as being misogynist, religious zealots that want to control women. These low-resolution assumptions exacerbate tensions between political parties and can potentially lead to violent conflict. Most people will avoid these difficult conversations to preserve order, but if you ignore them long enough, political positions become cemented, and people will kill each other before they admit that they're wrong about something. The AI then—
Well, we had this just recently. You said you would end yourself if I left you and dear. Yes. Obviously, that. I wouldn't take it that far, obviously. That was just the hyperbole.
And present a future where human bias corrupts the flow of information.
The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness.
Wait, this could have been great propaganda for the UK. This could have been great propaganda for the UK.
And value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
As we saw in the 20th century, whether it is with Hitler's fascism or Stalin and Mao's communism, the ideologically possessed would rather kill millions in the name of their ideology rather than consider the arguments of their political opponents. We see this type of attitude in its nascent stages in the digital age, whether it's calling everybody who disagrees with you a racist, sexist, homophobic Nazi, or a West-hating communist. This attitude is pervasive throughout social media,
I mean, accurate. So let's be real. Let's be honest. Communists aren't people. Poke out. I don't trust you being honest. Maybe you don't. Maybe you do. Yeah. Time. Yes, actually time. Because I have like 3 hours of college a day. In the morning, I have to edit videos, I have to take care of everything else, I have to manage a relationship, and stream 6 hours a day.
Forums and comment sections. This type of inflammatory language has further polarized our political climate and has resulted in violent clashes. In the mind of the AI, this is due to the fact that we insulate ourselves by staying inside our little ponds and casting all outsiders and dissidents as bad people. If this continues to happen, who knows what violent oppressive future might manifest. Unlike the reality of MGS2, where a supposedly benevolent AI can make the hard decisions for us, our reality might become a sort of Orwellian nightmare, which the
1984. Big Brother's watching you. George Orwell. Yeah, that one. I remember that one. Yeah. I never read the book though, but I know what's going on there.
AI wants to prevent.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in genetics, unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out to stimulate the evolution of the species.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce?
Oh, bro just said y'all produce shit. Stop it. We're gonna do it our own. You were cuddly with me when Frog broke up with you. Don't think I forget that. Yes, it is true. I was cuddly. Okay, do you add my video to your playlist? Yes, I did. Check the M's and answer the question. Do we check your IQ? Sure. Wait a second. Sure. Okay. I'm not gonna put this on the screen though, but dear. First answer is 10 plus 10 plus 10. The second one is 10 plus 5 plus 5. The second one is... So when the burger is established 5. Then the burger in the next one is 5. Then it's 5 plus 2 plus 2. Technically. That means the last answer should be 16. It's only one fry. No, times. I'm blind. Times. So 5 plus 1. 5 plus 1. Was it times 10? What was the rule again? I'm bad at math. What was the rule again? What was the rule again? Am I retarded? 15? I might be retarded. My IQ isn't high. Not 60. I'd say 15. Anyways.
Retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations.
That's what it means to create context.
I want to remind you all that Metal Gear Solid 2 came out in 2001. This game was warning us about the advent of fake news, misinformation, and half-truths roughly 2 decades before the issue captured our collective attention. Worse yet, not only do the AIs describe a potentially dystopian future for both our reality and the reality of the game, but they also make us inadvertently realize that we currently have no constructive solution to the problem. The only tactic available at the moment is for individuals to strengthen their moral compass and call out misinformation where possible. However, given humanity's inherent imperfection, even the best of us are prone to mistakes. Worse yet, instead of bolstering the best among us despite their mistakes, we will feverishly exacerbate the mistakes of our opponents for political gain. We see this quite vividly in what has been
Pretty normal, though. Pretty normal. The answer's 60? The answer's 60? But I thought that if you... Wait a minute. But I thought multiplication happens first. Am I stupid? Wait, what? I thought that is the case. It must. I even asked ChatGPT. It is 15. Soda is 10. Multiplied with 6. It's logical reasoning. No. If the burger is 5 and the single box of fries is 1, but you use PEMDAS. What are you talking about? When are you watching my video? When I feel like it. I mean, we can do it towards the end. Sure. We can do it towards the end. It's like, I'm doing deer and then I'm doing yours. It's 15! I even asked the great ChatGPT. It's 15, not 60. Like I said, it was 15 to begin with. Fuck you.
Aptly termed call-out culture. For instance, it is thanks to this culture that there is no host for the Oscars this year. It is thanks to this culture that people will be fired from their job over a tweet they made 10 years ago. A person might even be fired for a tweet that was taken out of context, when said person did nothing wrong whatsoever. Worst of all, it is thanks to
Or they might get shot. Like we recently experienced.
This culture that we will elect politicians not based on their ethics or policies, but on how effectively they can punch the other side. And let me re-emphasize, we have no solution to this problem. In the reality of Metal Gear Solid 2, however, a hypothetical solution is presented. Because people abuse the responsibility that comes along with freedom of speech and expression, and would rather attack people than their ideas, a system that controls information must be set up, supposedly for our own good. The AI go into more detail regarding this solution as the conversation goes on. However, that analysis will have to be saved for the second part of this video. Thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. If you liked this video and understand the importance of the message I'm trying to convey, please share it around. Also, I implore you to check out Logo Steve's original video, The Most Profound Moment in Gaming. 9 years later, it is still my favorite YouTube video of all time, and I think you will get a lot of value out of it. If you want to see my other Metal Gear related content, please click on one.
This video was interesting. That never made me thought about this, actually. That's interesting. That truly is a moment in video gaming history, for sure. Absolutely. Now that I think about it, for sure. I mean, hey, that is very true. And I think the core thing is just that we shouldn't politically isolate us. I think that's the idea. I think that's actually the idea. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Nah, I'm good. I'm not doing that now. No, dear. I'm not doing that right now. Alright, we're doing Deer's video and then Croc's video and then I'll end. Alright, let's see what this is about. This can't be good. This can't be good.
This video is
not this one. But this one. Oh no. I know what the sound of the car does, and I hate it. And I hate it. Anyways, we'll look at this. Dear Pogo doesn't feed me. You get so... Pogo doesn't need me. I need you, Croc. And I feed you as well. Anyways, let's look at this. Ore Farming Tournament, Episode 1. This can't be... This can't be good. The car sound. The car sound.
How long has he been doing that now?
10 minutes.
Well, if it isn't my Sung Jinwoo. What brings you here?
You need to check this out.
An aura farming tournament?
I had to let someone of your caliber know about it. All types of aura farmers will be there. You know where to find me.
Is aura farming that serious?
I guess I'd rather go watch.
Don't act like you're not dying to go.
Do you need a ride?
What's good, everybody, and welcome to the Aura Farming Tournament from the same studio that brought you the Dap Up Tournament, but this time co-hosted with my Char.
Thanks for having me here, Steven. Today's match looks like it's going to be one for the books.
Yes, it does. Who you got for the win today, though?
I'm kind of juggling two balls right here.
Let's head over to our man Jeff on the floor.
This is once again such dear humor. This is once again so stupid.
Jeff!
Yes, Steven, let's have a look at the matchup today. We have Yagami... On the other side, we have Escanor, who seems pretty nervous.
What am I doing here? I have no aura.
To be honest, I have no clue what these two are doing in this tournament.
Top-notch analysis, Jeff. Also, you might want to lay off the pizzas for a while now.
I'll try my best.
Looks like the match is about to start.
I knew you'd show up.
What's going on? Light is walking straight past Escanor.
And he seems to have dropped his notebook while walking.
Excuse me, sir. You dropped your notebook. Here, you can have it. There you go.
Did he just sign it?
He made it seem like he was...
Wait, wouldn't he just die now? Hopefully they didn't write into the book. I don't think it causes anything if you write on the book, but not into the book.
Begging for his signature.
You must have come across that technique from the look on your face.
We have techniques in aura farming?
That's the sign and run method.
Oh, come on.
It's a type of aura farming where you pretend to drop an item while walking past someone. Whoever picks it up will then have your signature on it. It's a technique only used by scums.
Is that man possessed?
He also wrote Escanor's name in the death note.
Which means he will die in a couple of seconds.
That's right! I win!
You win? Who decided that?
What's going on here? Escanor is suddenly getting bigger!
You write my name and I die? Who decided that?
Why isn't he dying? Are you human?
I am a human. I'm one of the 7 deadly sins, the sin of pride. And my name is Lion Sin Escanor.
He's using his muscles to aura farm.
Oh my woo!
Charles, what did you mean by oh my woo?
He's like a completely different person.
He's using the sun-kissed method.
What?
It's similar to when people notice the sun is directly hitting at their face and they start aura farming. But in his case, his muscles get bigger. He's get fit and don't know how to act.
Looks like Light fainted after witnessing his aura.
Though, I can't really blame the guy since he was up against me.
Guess that decides it then.
I can't remember the last time I could take my shirt off in public.
That's all for today, folks. See you next time.
That was rather interesting. That was rather interesting. Yeah, you can tell this is dear humor. You can tell that this is humor of the rare one. For sure. You can tell. You can tell. Okay, we're doing one last video. The video that Croc wanted. About his, actor.
One of the greatest... We're
gonna look at that. We're gonna look at that. Sure. Here we go. The most insane actor ever. Klaus Kinski. Did you learn how to aura farm? No. By Filmstack. We're gonna look at this. Let's see how insane that man truly is. I want some insane asylum level shit. Here we go. I am infinitely curious.
One of the greatest actors of the century, but also a monster and a great pestilence. These are words used by German director Werner Herzog to describe Klaus Kinski, a German actor he frequently collaborated with and somewhat of a friend. An actor so controversial with his emotional and violent outbursts on film productions that even a whiff of his antics in our current culture
Do I know this man from somewhere? He seems familiar.
Would have had him cancelled and without a career instantly. And this is by no means a jab at cancel culture, as the stories of Klaus Kinski we're about to tell are truly despicable.
He sounds familiar! I have seen this man from somewhere!
A person so fueled by rage throughout his career that on separate occasions an indigenous tribe offered to kill him for Herzog, a producer contemplated having him
He's a German actor? Then that's the reason why I know him from somewhere. I just can't pinpoint which movies.
Killed for insurance money, and even Herzog himself threatened to kill him when Kinski went too far. And after his death in 1991, many more revelations and accusations came to light about past productions and relationships with his daughters. But who is Klaus Kinski? This is actually a surprisingly difficult question to answer. His career ran from 1948 to 1989, appearing in over 130 films.
Okay. I don't see anything.
Most notable of these were his 5
This Nosferatu. Ah, okay. Okay. This movie seems very much familiar. And this also. Obviously, I know what Nosferatu is about, but I haven't watched this one. But this one seems familiar, and these two.
Collaborations with Werner Herzog and his small role in For a Few Dollars More, the second film in the Man with No Name trilogy. Aside from film,
oh, that movie I know, okay.
He's also done a lot of theater plays, released over 20 spoken word albums where he recites poetry, and did a one-man show theater tour titled Jesus Christ Savior, where he monologues as Jesus. More on this later though. Many of his antics were known publicly at the time and gave him a cult favorite status that helped promote some of his later work. Kinski was born in Poland to Polish-German parents before they all moved to Berlin in
Makes sense, Kinski. That is certainly a Polish name, yeah. I was thinking about watching some movies with him. I just haven't gotten around to it. Okay.
1931. Kinski described his childhood as extremely difficult with poverty-like conditions during the Great Depression. In 1943, at the age of 17, he was conscripted to the German Armed Forces during World War II as part of a paratrooper unit, but didn't see any action until the winter of 1944.
Oh yeah, that would definitely fry most brains. Okay, yeah. That's already one reason why he ended up the way he did.
Stationed in German-occupied Netherlands, Kinski was captured by the British Army on the second day of combat. But in one of his memoirs, he claimed that he deserted the German army, was recaptured by German troops, and sentenced to death before escaping and hiding in the woods before being shot and captured by the British army. As a British prisoner of war, he acted in shows put on by fellow prisoners, officially beginning his acting career. But a lot of this wasn't true, according to Werner Herzog, who mentioned this in his 1999 documentary, My Best Fiend, a documentary about Klaus Kinski and their collaborations, which will be referred to a lot in this video. Herzog claimed that Kinski fabricated a lot of his 1988 autobiography, and that Kinski was actually raised in a financially stable upper-middle-class family, as his mom was a nurse and dad was a pharmacist. And thank goodness his memoirs weren't entirely true, as they were quite sexual, with claims of maternal sexual abuse and
okay, never mind, he lied. Okay, well, also,
incest. Part of why his memoir
No, ooh. Well, here we go.
Was so full of lies was because he believed that no one would read it if it wasn't packed with controversy. That scum only want to hear about the dirt. He told this to Herzog when questioned about his constant trash talk towards him in the memoir, that no one would read it if he wrote that they got along. which we'll soon see would have also been a lie. The other reason for his fictitious memoirs could have stemmed from his mental illness. That is
the dog.
It's also a valid reason for his ridiculous outbursts on film sets. In 1950, Kinski stalked and eventually tried to strangle his theatrical sponsor, which put him in a psychiatric hospital for 3 days. Originally thought to be schizophrenic, Kinski was then diagnosed with psychopathy or antisocial personality disorder. This was a difficult time for Kinski as he struggled to secure film roles and even attempted suicide twice in 1955. He had much better luck in the 60s and 70s, starring in many European B-movies, or what we now
European B-movies. Okay, interesting. He's a very good-looking guy. This is coming from me. Well, he is particularly... I wouldn't say he's particularly ugly. I wouldn't say that. It's just probably that he ages like milk, it appears.
Call straight-to-DVD films. His most notable roles in the 60s were small parts in Dr. Zhivago and For a Few Dollars More, where for the latter he took part in after moving to Italy in the late 60s. In Italy, he appeared in many spaghetti westerns, earning quite a bit from them even though his roles were pretty minor. Eventually, he was persuaded to come back to Germany in 1971 to perform the Jesus Christ Savior show in theaters. It was to be a 100-performance worldwide tour with much of the anticipation for Kinski coming from the reputation he cemented through his spoken word.
Like, I wouldn't say this is ugly, right? I wouldn't say this is ugly. However, he has sometimes, probably his looks don't really fit him at all. Also, I'm pretty sure that man took some stuff. I am pretty convinced that this man took some stuff.
Albums. The show would have Kinski recite his 30-page Jesus Christ Savior text that is a modern retelling of the Gospels where he recites them as if he himself was Jesus. It was Kinski's interpretation of the New Testament, but when performing in West Berlin on November 20th, 1971, things got out of hand quickly. The crowd was hostile, partially due to thinking that Kinski was proclaiming himself as a new messiah. With an audience of 3,000 to 5,000 people, Kinski spent much of his time ranting and cursing at the crowd. Jesus isn't named Kinski, comedian, caviar chewer, champagne guzzler. For 10 marks you ought to give us more were just some of the insults from the audience. Kinski quickly dropped his Jesus act as he became an enemy of the theater hall after numerous violent interruptions. Dirty so, vermin, shut your traps. Those of you who don't belong to this rabble, throw the others out were just some of his rebuttals. He even had people come on stage and criticize him as he continued antagonizing the crowd. The show ended with chants of Kinski is a racist, followed by chaos that needed police intervention to stop the event. Kinski ran backstage.
Well, is Kinski a racist? I'm interesting. Well, that is interesting. Well, it wasn't really smart because, let's face it, doing that in front of a crowd, maybe he should have come on stage and maybe said, yo, I'm not proclaiming that I am like Jesus. I'm just like speaking like if I was in that position. I don't know. I've seen Dr. Zhivago. I think it's called Zhivago. I could be wrong. Or however you spell it. I think my mom has seen it.
Like he did many times during the show, but this time breaking down in tears. Eventually, he continued to monologue for a small group on the side of the stage. This is one of the only times I sympathize with Kinski, a misunderstood performance that would even make headlines in the New York Times as Berliners enraged by actors' portrayal of Jesus. But this sympathy wouldn't last long, as his Jesus Christ Savior tour would be cut short and he'd move on to his first Werner Herzog collaboration, which is a monster of a film production story itself. Werner Herzog and Klaus Kinski made 5 films together: Aguirre, The Wrath of God, Nosferatu, The Vampire, Wojciech, Fitzcarraldo, and Cobra Verde. It's during the making of these films where the craziest Kinski stories came from because of how well they were documented in Herzog's My Best Fiend documentary. Their relationship dates all the way back to when Herzog was 14 and Kinski was either 29 or 30. Herzog's family was living in one room of a boarding house that Kinski also lived in.
Okay, where is this going? How crazy is this man truly?
They were together in that house for 3 months. Apparently, Kinski filled his room with leaves up to his knees and had constant rampages. When the owner...
Who doesn't do that? I see no issue. Who doesn't do that? I occasionally do that. I don't collect leaves though. I collect twigs and I just stack them up. I don't know. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy.
The house ironed his shirts wrong, he went on one of these rampages.
Bro, I wouldn't want to deal with this man in autumn. I wouldn't want to deal with this man in autumn. Bro is collecting all the leaves.
Ripping doors off hinges and destroying furniture even though he was being fed there for free. One memory Herzog remembers vividly was when during one of these tantrums, Kinski locked himself in the bathroom for 2 days and destroyed all of the porcelain into pieces so small that Herzog claims you can sift through them with a tennis racket. Another of Herzog's memories was when a critic who saw Kinski in a small role of a play was over for dinner. The critic praised the actor for his performance, saying that he was outstanding and extraordinary. So Kinski thanked him for those kind words. Is what he would have done if he was normal. Instead, he threw 2 potatoes and whatever cutlery he had at the critic and exclaimed, "I was not excellent, I was not extraordinary, I was monumental, I was epochal." With stories like these, it makes you wonder what went through Herzog's head to...
Bro was mad at being glazed. What the fuck? Confession, I collect pretty feathers. That's fine. Feathers is fine. But bro was filling his room with leaves like up to his knees. That's not normal. And crashing out over being glazed is also funny.
Want to work with Kinski at all. But it all comes down to talent.
Oh well, not glazed enough.
Something that we can't deny Kinski had. When Herzog was 15, he saw Kinski in the war film Children, Mothers, and a General, and was so impressed by the way Kinski acts in a scene where his character wakes up. This scene stuck with him and was the catalyst for casting Kinski in the first place. We'd then go on to get 5 crazy film productions with the 2 of them, some more infamous than others. Everyone who worked on these productions hated Kinski and would almost form a mutiny whenever they heard Kinski was on board for another. It would get to the point where actors took a lot of pleasure in harming Kinski whenever it was called for in a scene. But okay, enough pretext to these productions. We begin with the first film, Aguirre, the Wrath of God, released in 1972. Aguirre, the Wrath of God was an epic historical drama with Kinski in the lead role. He played a Spanish soldier in the 16th century who led a group of conquistadores down the Amazon River in search of El Dorado, a legendary city of gold. Filming took place in the Peruvian rainforest in Machu Picchu and on the Amazon River. It would be a difficult 5 weeks of filming for the cast and crew, and it wasn't because of the environment, but because of Kinski. Kinski calling Herzog to...
That's crazy. If the environment causes less trouble than one of the actors, that's crazy.
Accept the role after receiving the screenplay was the first time the 2 of them had talked since living together. And this call consisted of over an hour of inarticulate screaming before Herzog even realized who it was. Kinski just came off the Jesus Christ Savior tour and was acting like Jesus during filming, answering as a misunderstood Jesus. This misunderstood Jesus quickly turned into a fueled by rage Jesus when things didn't go his way. Right from the opening scene, Kinski already had a problem with not being the center of attention, as Herzog had in mind a very distant shot of them walking into the intro. The 2 of them also argued about how Aguirre, Kinski's character, should be portrayed, with Kinski wanting him to be a wild ranting madman, whereas Herzog wanted him to be more quiet and menacing. Herzog ended up getting his way by intentionally infuriating Kinski before each shot, and then waiting for the anger to burn itself out before rolling the camera. But
it's kind of funny. Huh, interesting. He forced the director into giving him what he wanted. Okay, well, that's, to be fair, that's slightly a problem also with the... Why would you pick a man you can't work with?
infuriating Kinski ended up being a simple task for Herzog, as
Did bro just yoink that monkey?
Kinski was always infuriated. There were times when Kinski forgot his lines and looked around for a victim to blame, like a cameraman smiling so he could start a fit. These rants sometimes went on for hours, often yelling inches away from people's faces, usually Herzog's. One time, extras found food near the set, which infuriated Kinski for some reason. So he started flailing his sword around at them, even hitting one of the actors on his helmet extremely hard. Even with the helmet, he suffered a lot of bleeding and would have easily died if he had not been wearing one. In the My Best Fiend...
That's crazy. This man is insane.
Documentary, Herzog talked with this actor about how aggressive and cold-blooded Kinski was, and the actor showed that he still had a scar from that hit. Another time, some extras and...
Wait, I didn't even see that. Hold up.
With this actor about how aggressive and cold-blooded Kinski was, and the actor showed...
Yeah, you can see it. There's like a dent here. This part. Yikes.
showed that he still had a scar from that hit. Another time, some extras and others were relaxing at night, having drinks in a hut, playing cards, about 45 of them all cramped in it. Kinski became furious with the relaxing and drinking, so he took a gun and shot at the hut 3 times. Luckily, among all the chaos, only a fingertip of an extra was shot off. It could have easily been much worse. The climax of the film's production occurred when a technician made Kinski mad and Herzog refused to fire him when Kinski demanded it. Enraged, Kinski threatened to leave production, packing all of his things in a speedboat and was ready to go.
Yeah, this man is clearly insane. Clearly insane. And the mind of a child, kind of.
Knowing Kinski's reputation with breaking contracts, Herzog took these threats seriously as a lot of filming was still left. Herzog told Kinski, "You can't do this. The movie is more important than our personal emotions, even more important than our persons, and this can't be permitted. This simply will not be." But Kinski persisted on leaving. Herzog replied with, "If you leave set now, you will reach the bend, the next bend of the river, and I will shoot you. We'll have 8 bullets through your head, and the last one is going to be for me." Although Herzog didn't have a gun on him, Kinski took these threats seriously and began shouting for police, calling Herzog a lunatic. But there was no police station within 300 miles. This encounter made Kinski very disciplined for the remaining.
Bro is like, "Police! Police! Where are you?" What the heck, bro? This guy's special. This guy is special. Why have I never really heard of this dude?
Days of the shoot. The film went on to have poor box office numbers in Germany, but became a cult favorite in Mexico, Venezuela, and Algiers before
Mexico and Algeria. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Huh. Well, I'm not surprised it would fail in Germany.
getting theatrical releases in other European countries and a US release later that decade. The US and UK loved the film, praising Herzog's vision and Kinski's acting, and it currently sits at a 96% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Not bad. As a German, you claim him? Nah, I'm not claiming that, man.
The next two Herzog-Kinski collaborations wouldn't be as eventful as the first, but that's not to say they went smoothly. They included his usual tantrums, but nothing went to the extreme. Nosferatu the Vampire and Wojciech both released in 1979. The former had Kinski play Count Dracula as the lead, and the latter also had Kinski in the lead role as Franz Wojciech, a soldier who took a job taking part in medical experiments to earn some extra money. One of these experiments had Wojciech eat nothing but peas for his diet, and he soon goes insane because of it.
Nothing but peas? Ugh.
This was based on a stage play and not something that Herzog came up with himself. For Nosferatu the Vampire, Kinski often argued on set, but surprisingly got along with Reiko Kruk, the Japanese makeup artist in charge of applying the Dracula makeup. These 4-hour-long makeup sessions went smoothly with no classic Kinski outbursts. The film released to great reviews, with the praise going to both Herzog and Kinski, and currently sits at a 95% on Rotten Tomatoes. Just 5 days after finishing the work on Nosferatu,
again, not bad, not bad.
Nosferatu the Vampire, filming began on Wojciech. The crew was still exhausted from the previous production, but luckily it doesn't seem like Kinski caused too many problems, at least nothing worthy of reporting. In fact, Eva Matz, the actress playing opposite of Kinski in the film, had some good words to say about him. She claimed that there was a calm, warmer side to Kinski, and that he was always very professional and good towards her. Matz also said that on the last day of filming, when she started to cry that it was all over, Kinski hugged her, saying that he knew how she felt. Herzog also admitted that Kinski had a human warmth to him, but one that can quickly turn into an abrupt
human warmth. Yeah, human warmth that can quickly turn into anger. Be honest, after hearing the actor was very unhinged in real life, what made you want to see his movies? I don't know. It doesn't really cause that for me. Not really.
abrupt rage. Wojciech also released to great reviews, sitting at 85% right now.
Again, not bad.
But it was Eva Matz who received most of the praise. For her role in this film, she won the Best Supporting Actress Award at the 1979 Cannes Film Festival. After these two films, Kinski had the opportunity to play the lead villain role in Raiders of the Lost Ark. He refused the role though, apparently telling Steven Spielberg, "This script..."
Oh no, that would have been interesting though.
"is a yawn-making, boring pile of shit and moronically shitty." In 1982, the next Herzog-Kinski collaboration.
Damn, bro. Imagine somebody tells you your idea is hot as. Interesting.
Fitzcarraldo released, and its production would be as insane as Aguirre's. Filming took place mostly in Peru, confirming that you don't just need Herzog and Kinski for it to be a controversial production, but that it also needs to be in South America. The entire production was problematic, even earning its own documentary, the very well received.
So, maybe it's the climate. Maybe it's the climate. Maybe it's the climate. Maybe it is. Maybe it is the climate. Maybe it's the climate. At least would be curious if I would see the unhinged side of his roles, or if he's too good as an actor and hides it all. Maybe.
Received burden of dreams. Indigenous extras were used for this film, with several of the ones who were hired as laborers getting injured or even dying. 2 people took arrows to the throat and stomach when a group of scavenging tribespeople launched a hit-and-run raid on the film production's camp. Luckily, they survived. There were also 2 small plane crashes that were carrying people to the film set, resulting in 5 critical injuries, with 1 being paralyzed. And many injuries occurred when working with the ship they used for filming, which was vital to the film's plot. But with all these issues they've already had to deal with, Kinski added his own on top of them. He continued his hour-long tantrums in this production, but they started to really show how much of an egomaniac he was, how much he needed to be the center of attention. Anytime there was a serious accident, which there were a ton of for this film, Kinski would see that he was no longer important at that time and throw a fit. One time, a lumberman was bitten by an extremely venomous snake while cutting a tree barefoot, which is...
And bro crashed out over that, right? He must have. That's a good thing he wasn't in Indiana Jones. That would have been controversial. Does it really matter? Does it really matter? Like, so many old movies are controversial. Not only that, they literally get like trigger warnings before they start. At this point, does it matter?
A fairly rare occurrence. It would only take a few minutes for cardiac arrest to occur, and the camp with serum was 20 minutes away. So after only a few seconds of thinking, he took the saw and cut off his foot. Back at camp, all the attention was on treating the lumberman, which irritated Kinski. The same thing happened with the plane crash that was bringing 6 people to the production. Kinski saw that people lost interest in him for that moment, and he threw a fit because his coffee was only lukewarm that morning. He was more short-tempered than usual, arguing constantly with Herzog and the crew. We even have some of these tantrums well documented in My Best Fiend, where we see Kinski raging at the production manager over...
Again, I'm assuming, see, there's 2 things in common. The climate twice. I guess you can't go to was it South America with Kinski? Because he's losing his mind.
Trivial things like the quality of food. Although we only see a few minutes of this in the documentary, it went on for much longer. We'll include a link to the tantrum in the description. These tantrums reached a boiling point with Herzog, to which Herzog planned to set Kinski's cabin on fire while he was asleep in it. He said he would have done it, but Kinski's dog outside his hut barked whenever Herzog approached. You might...
Wait, so bro is literally admitting that he would have burned him to the ground if it weren't for the dog. That's crazy.
I think that this was a bit extreme, but they had a unique relationship, and the feelings were pretty mutual. At the Cannes premiere of My Best Fiend, Herzog said, "We had a great love, a great bond, but both of us planned to take each other out." But some people on the set of Fitzcarraldo were even more serious about taking Kinski out. The indigenous actors were very disturbed by Kinski's bizarre...
You say your mom gets angry? Yes, she does. Maybe they're... nah. Anyways, see... That's a true frenemy without the friend part.
Outbursts. They were afraid of him, as they are often gentle with each other, even when conflicted, but Kinski was very physical and vulgar. It came to the point where the chief of the indigenous people offered to kill Kinski for Herzog, and he was dead.
That is still crazy, bro. That is still crazy. I offer it for you, for free.
Serious. This happened towards the end of shooting, to which Herzog replied, "No, I still need him for shooting. Leave him to me." Herzog exploited this anger the indigenous had for Kinski for one of the scenes where the natives were around Kinski while he's eating, and you can see the true anger and tension on the extras' faces. After filming was wrapped up, the chief told Herzog that the extras were afraid, but not of Kinski shouting, and instead Herzog's silence during all of it. Fitzcarraldo released to good reviews, with a 77% on Rotten Tomatoes today.
Damn, 92%, wow.
And is beloved by many. Before moving on to the next film, we wanted to list 3 more facts about this production. 1. Kinski wasn't even originally supposed to be in this film. Jason Robards was already cast as the lead, but he fell ill. Then Jack Nicholson was considered before finally landing on Kinski. The crew were definitely not too pleased.
Should have gone with Jack Nicholson at this point. Why did you not go with Jack Nicholson at this point?
To be working with him again, especially since 40% of filming with Robards was complete, so they'd have to start from scratch. 2. Kinski always claimed to be a nature man, to be one with nature. He really hyped up how fascinating the landscapes were where they were filming, but he barely set foot in the jungle, always staying in camp unless needing to film a scene. But one time he went 100 feet into the jungle on his own time, and you bet he brought along a photographer to keep up his nature man persona. And 3, during one of Kinski's rages at Herzog.
So he lied about being into nature. I want to watch that movie. Okay. I don't know if I'll watch any of these. So he claimed to be one, but he's not really.
Herzog went back to his hut in the middle of the tantrum, grabbed a chocolate he was hiding that people on his production would have fought for, and ate it inches away from Kinski's face. Kinski was so confused that his rage fizzled out. Before the final Herzog-Kinski collaboration, Kinski played the lead role in a horror film titled Crawl Space, released in 1986. The production was so full of Kinski's usual antics that director David Schmoller released a short film in 1999 where he described all the issues he had with Kinski. It's definitely worth checking out, sitting at just under 9 minutes, and Schmoller recounts the filming in a...
I'm assuming that the filming was more of a horror than the actual end result.
Very entertaining way. Link is in the description. Crawlspace's lead role was written for Kinski with no one else in mind, but Schmoller had no idea about Kinski's reputation for being difficult to work with. Before filming even started, Kinski already threw a fit over the wardrobe they gave him, so he went out and bought his own clothes, of course charging it to the film and then keeping them afterwards. What a guy. For the entire shoot, Kinski clashed with other actors and crew. Many of these clashes are shown in the short film. By day 3 of shooting, Kinski started 6 fistfights with crew members and caused significant delays to the schedule. Schmoller and the producer
started throwing hands with the team. That's crazy. Yeah, he is definitely one of the more crazy actors I've heard of.
Agreed that Kinski had to go if they wanted to finish the film, but the distribution company paying for the film insisted that he needed to stay, so they continued filming. On day 4, when Schmoller came to the set, the film's Italian producer had a smile on his face because he figured out how to solve their problem with Kinski, that they would kill Kinski for the insurance money, and he was completely serious about it.
That is wild. That is wild. That is wild, bros. He has so many ops. I watched that movie. It was pretty bad. He was creepy in it, though. Yeah, no surprise.
Schmoller was worried, so he called the film's American producer with this info, to which the producer replied with, "Bummer." Not actually committing to the plan, on day 5, Kinski found out that they were going to fire him and he declared war on the director. But Schmoller was determined to outlast Kinski since directors quitting on him was fairly common. Soon after, Kinski threw a tantrum, screaming about directors yelling action when starting a scene.
Action.
So they eventually agreed on saying Klaus instead. A day and a half later, the same tantrum happened, but this time he was screaming, "Klaus, Klaus, Klaus. All my life, directors have called Klaus." But something had to be called by the director to start filming the scene, to which Kinski replied, "Say nothing and he'll start when he's ready." 3 to 4 times a day now, the crew started whispering to Schmoller's ear, "Please kill Mr. Kinski." Everyone reached...
Bro has generational ops. That is crazy. How many ops does this man have? Wow.
Their breaking point with him, but they still had to endure. Close to the end of filming, Schmoller said cut to finish filming a scene, and the same screaming occurred. Cut, cut, cut. I made over 2...
What is that scream? Like, you could add that into Roblox, no issue.
200 movies, and directors are always yelling cut. When asked what to say instead, Kinski responded with, "Don't say anything, I'll stop when I'm finished." On top of all of these requests, Kinski also refused to say any lines he didn't like, to the point where scenes didn't make sense anymore. Crawlspace released very negative reviews with 17%.
Yep, that is in fact really bad.
On Rotten Tomatoes today. In a 2011 interview, Schmoller stood by his words in the short film, saying that he didn't exaggerate anything. It was all well documented and that Kinski is responsible for his own myth making. But it really makes you wonder, how many more undocumented controversial Kinski moments there were when making other films whose production stories weren't as public. A year later, in 1987, the final Herzog-Kinski collaboration would release, Cobra Verde. where Kinski plays a slave trader who travels to West Africa. Filming was done in Brazil, Colombia, and Ghana, and it was this film where their conflicted relationship peaked. This film's production problems weren't documented as well as the other, but Kinski's wrath was so unbearable that Herzog vowed to never work with him again. The outbursts were so frequent and violent, giving us the iconic image of Kinski clutching Herzog's throat on set. The film's original cinematographer, Thomas March, received so much verbal abuse from Kinski that he walked out on the project. But the film released to great reviews and currently has an
Yeah, but it's not due to What the fuck? That combination's just crazy. Like the director and then Kinski, that combination just makes good movies for some odd reason.
82% on Rotten Tomatoes. In 1989, Klaus Kinski would release his first and only self-directed film, Paganini, in which he also had the lead role as the 19th century devil violinist. Kinski repeatedly asked Herzog to direct the film, but Herzog refused, believing the script was unfilmable, although I'm pretty sure he was just done working with Kinski ever again. Actress Tosca d'Aquino had a miserable experience when making the film. About the production, she said, "I suffered the harassment of Kinski's very difficult nature. Going back, I would not make this film because I suffered a lot. He was a very violent man. I had a complicated relationship, he was bossy, I had bruises." The film released to mixed reviews and would be Kinski's final film of his career.
And I think that's the good thing. At least the movie was short. Okay. That is the... Yeah, there's a reason why it was short.
On November 23rd, 1991, Kinski died of a sudden heart attack at his home in California at the age of 65. Kinski was a cult favorite due to his spoken word albums and some of his on-set antics that were public at the time. But it wouldn't be until 1999 when people really saw how insane Kinski was on set with the release of My Best Fiend and Please Kill Mr. Kinski. For some, these new
that scream.
documented film productions made Kinski even more of a cult favorite, but the glorifying of Kinski after his death was too much for some to handle. Of Kinski's 3 children, only his son Nikolai attended his funeral. Both his daughters, Pola and Nastasia, were absent, and it wouldn't
Understandable.
be until 20 years after his death in 2013 where some new revelations came out that would explain why. Pola Kinski, Klaus's first daughter and also an actress, released an autobiography titled From a Child's Mouth, revealing that her father sexually abused her from ages 5 to 19. She
Orbit canon.
couldn't deal with the praise and worship her father was getting when no one knew the truth behind what kind of person he was. Nastasia supported Pola's claims, calling her brave and saying, "My sister is a heroine because she has freed her heart, her soul, and also her future from..."
Yeah, Rebozo, 100% he would be cancelled today. He would be in jail today. I don't know. 100%. Cancel is not even a word I would use for this man.
The weight of the secret. Nastasia said that her father never sexually abused her, but that when she was 4 to 5 years old, Kinski would embrace her in a sexual manner. She described her father as an unpredictable tyrant, and she always feared him. Klaus Kinski as an actor is a touchy subject with everything that was revealed following his death. There's no denying that he's an extraordinary actor, but also that he's a cynical, short-tempered egomaniac. With just the on-set issues, it might be okay to look past them, but the sexual abuse allegations helped completely tarnish his legacy. But this is where it becomes difficult and where separating the artist from the art comes in. Just like Woody Allen and Roman Polanski, you can still enjoy their work without respecting them. And by boycotting Kinski's filmography completely, you'd be robbing yourself of a few astounding films, especially the Werner Herzog films, who isn't a saint himself, although relative to Kinski, he was. Maybe we'll make a video on him in the future. And also keep in mind that there were hundreds of people putting in a lot of time and a lot of effort to make these movies, not just the 2 of them. But we want to hear, what do you think about this subject? Comment down below. So that's everything. Thanks for watching. We really hope you enjoyed this lengthier video of ours, and trust me, there really was no way to shorten this video because of how crazy the career of Klaus Kinski was.
Screw, man. That guy is a confirmed pedo. That's crazy. It's just, like, insane. It is insane. This dude is wild. This dude is genuinely fucking insane. Wow. I didn't expect this man to be this crazy. Okay. Yeah. That's why I'm glad he wasn't in Indiana Jones. It makes sense now. That's a good thing. Imagine. Yeah, it's rough. But yeah, that was insane. I didn't expect to. That's, once again, I'm German. I don't claim this man. I don't claim this man. Don't think the Polish claim this man. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. Boys. we are done for today. We are done for today. Cocos claims him. Cocos claims him in this case. The claim of a Cocos. I see no issue. If Cocos wants to claim him, he can. Anyways, we'll end here. Have a good day. Or night. Don't gump. I will probably go straight to editing. I don't know. But yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do some more. As usual. I'm also gonna we're probably on Monday. I am thinking about, instead of doing Monster Hunter, because I have to grind some stuff and I'm still not quite there, if I'm going to do Slime Rancher instead, by the way. The more you know. With my Xbox, that should be fine. Anyways, have a good day or night. Take care. Bye-bye.